Chapter 1. The Dragon's Soul Possession. Sun Yang, you didn't see anything, did you? On the cliff, Sun Yang was being held by a dark-skinned man, who wore a forced smile as he asked. This man was Sun Jingxin, the owner of the only supermarket in Xia village. No, I didn't see anything, Sun Yang replied awkwardly, nervous laughter escaping him. Two vivid images flashed through his mind, clear as day. His grandfather was the village's barefoot doctor, and Sun Yang had inherited his skills, often taking over his grandfather's duties to tend to the villagers. Just yesterday, the village head had called him from the county town, claiming his wife had a headache. Yet, upon arriving at the village head's house, he had stumbled upon Sun Jingxin in a compromising situation with the village head's wife. He had watched for a while from outside the window, but as he prepared to leave, he accidentally knocked over a stool. In a panic, he fled, ensuring that Sun Jingxin hadn't spotted him. However, today, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, Sun Jingxin had blocked his path, stating he needed to discuss something with him. That's good. Otherwise, it would be hard for me. Sun Jingxin pulled out a stack of bright red bills from his pocket and handed them to Sun Yang. Take this. You've spent your family's savings to save your grandfather, right? Sun Yang was instantly filled with joy. This was an unexpectedly generous offer. He never thought he would see such a benefit after witnessing the scandal, as if he'd just watched a free, impromptu film. Brother Jingxin, how can I accept your money? Though Sun Yang protested, he eagerly accepted the cash, his body contradicting his words, for he truly needed the money. Don't worry, we're like family here, Sun Jingxin patted Sun Yang on the shoulder. Just as Sun Yang began to relax his guard, Sun Jingxin's demeanor shifted. With a cold glint in his eye, he took a step back and suddenly kicked Sun Yang in the backside. Ah! Sun Yang let out a scream as he fell to the ground, the bills scattering like leaves in the wind. Take this money and spend it well below. Sun Jingxin laughed mockingly as he turned to leave. There was no way he could let Sun Yang go unscathed if he ever blurted out what he'd seen. Both he and Aunt Wang would be in trouble. Sun Yang's screams echoed in the valley as he fell, arms and legs flailing as he desperately cried out, Sun Jingxin. Despair filled his eyes as he plummeted. The place was known as Troubled Dragon Valley, one of the most treacherous ravines in the province, rarely trodden by human feet. It was encircled by towering peaks that loomed like a cage around him. According to the village elders, this valley was said to imprison a true dragon. Thus the name Troubled Dragon Valley, though it was merely a legend. No one had ever seen such a creature. Even the lowest peak of the valley was nearly 1,000 meters high, not to mention where Sun Yang had been standing, which soared to an altitude of 1,900 meters. A fall from such heights? There could be no escape. With his eyes squeezed shut, Sun Yang braced for impact. But instead of the expected pain and darkness, he felt as if he had collided with something soft, almost like cotton. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes, awash in golden light, the roar of dragon cries deafening. A sharp pain pierced his heart, as if it were about to shatter. Thud, he fainted and collapsed to the ground. It's been a millennium. I finally waited for someone to fall into my trap. As the golden light dimmed, a massive golden dragon, fully 10 lengths long, materialized before him, its head bowed, gazing at the unconscious Sun Yang. Fortunate one, may you make good use of this power. The dragon's body instantly froze as a translucent dragon soul surged into Sun Yang's mind. Boom! The body of the golden dragon disintegrated into powder, golden particles sweeping through the air like a storm, crashing violently against the walls inscribed with mystical runes. Silver runes flickered defiantly, attempting to resist the golden tempest. In less than 3 seconds, the runes shattered, tiny cracks forming in the stone wall as the golden storm transmuted into flickering light, dissipating into the vast sky. As the brilliance faded, he found himself surrounded by dense vegetation, engulfed in darkness. Sun Yang experienced a remarkably lengthy dream, wherein he witnessed a scholar from 1,000 years ago acquire a manual titled Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra. This scholar advanced from mortal being to magnificent power, capable of transforming between human and true dragon at will, summoning clouds and rain to bless the world, only to be imprisoned by enemies in a mountain valley. As his energy waned and the confinement spell weakened, a young man fell from above the valley. And what just happened to me? After what felt like an eternity, Sun Yang groggily awoke, his head pounding violently. his mind bombarded with a staggering array of information that left him dumbfounded. Insights into medical practices, talismans, techniques, and cultivation, all drawn from the mysterious tome known as the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra. At this point, he had nearly forgotten the dream. Where am I? Sun Jingxin, wait for me. Suddenly, Sun Yang recollected the ambush that had sent him tumbling into the valley. He jolted back to the present, scanning his surroundings. The walls were cracked and faded, debris littering the ground, while the trees wedged between the rocky crevices resembled a ceiling, blocking out any sign of light. Sun Yang failed to notice that there was not a single source of illumination yet. He could see everything clearly. Am I unharmed? My abs. Whoa, I have an 8-pack. As he stood up, he looked down, surprised to find not only was he uninjured, but he had also undergone a remarkable transformation. His previously thin limbs had developed into well-defined muscles, as solid as forged iron. He stood in joyful excitement for a little while before thinking of finding a way out and hurriedly scanning his surroundings. Under the star-studded sky, Sun Yang finally discovered a narrow path resembling a daunting chasm. Once he emerged from the valley, he easily located the trail back to the village. Xia village was eerily quiet until Sun Yang stepped through the village entrance, where he suddenly heard a commotion coming from a nearby courtyard. Li Jiaojiao, let me tell you, if you don't become my girlfriend today, they'll have my brothers come and keep you company every day. The voice was exceedingly arrogant. Li Jiaojiao. Sun Yang snapped awake. Glancing toward the courtyard, it was Widow Li. Sun Yang had previously treated her illness, and Li Jiaojiao occasionally brought homemade food to him, nurturing a strong friendship. In the courtyard, a frail-looking man with a shifty demeanor stood at the forefront, flanked by 4 lackeys. The man had his hands in his pockets and was lightly kicking the door. Widow Li, you've got 10 seconds to open up. Sun Yang recognized this manhua was the notorious drunkard, Lan Hu. When inebriated, he was prone to causing trouble, and the others were part of the construction crew that worked nearby. Get lost, Lan Hu. I've already called the police. Came a charming but angry voice from inside the house. Call the police? Ha, brothers, we have no time to waste. Let's dive right in. Bang! Lan Hu, along with his lackeys, delivered a forceful kick to the door, which burst open, the bolt snapping as 5 of them rushed inside. Let me go! Help! The urgent cries for help rushed Sun Yang's mind back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yang knew he couldn't stand by. Seeing injustice, especially when it involved a close friend, he dashed into the courtyard, grabbing a broom from the side. Let go of Sister Jiao! Sun Yang shouted, rage igniting in his eyes as he glared at the intruders in the living room. Inside the room, Li Jiaojiao, a plump beauty with striking features, struggled valiantly, tears glistening in her eyes as Lan Hu held her firmly, while his henchman accosted her, seemingly ready to force her into the bedroom. Sun Yang? The thugs paused in surprise. Li Jiaojiao looked at Sun Yang with astonishment, her gaze roving up and down as she tried to place him familiar, yet strangely foreign. Chapter 2. Assaulting a drunken man. The disparity between the memory of Sun Yang and the present was stark. He had once been frail and bookish. Let go of Jiao Jie, Sun Yang declared, brandishing a broom as he stepped into the hall, his gaze resolute. At worst, it would be a do-or-die situation. He could not allow Li Jiaojiao to come to harm. Oh ho, Sun Yang, are you actually trying to be a hero? The ruffian. Lan Hu Zhuke de Di Siva Li Xing Li Xiao Xiao. Brothers, let us indulge Sun Yang for a moment. With a sweeping gesture, he and his 4 henchmen advanced to encircle Sun Yang, unarmed but confident in their numbers. Sun Yang, be careful, Li Jiaojiao warned anxiously, darting to the side of a table and crouching down to hide. Lan Hu, we're all from the same village. Why must it come to this? Sun Yang's brow furrowed, hoping to dissuade them peacefully. Enough with the nonsense. Beat him up. My brother-in-law will back me up, Lan Hu shouted, lunging at Sun Yang, with the others following closely behind. Sun Yang's brow remained tightly knitted. Yet he did not hesitate to strike back, that if he did not fend them off now, he might truly be left severely injured. With a swift motion, he swung the broom, its bamboo bristles slicing through the air toward Lan Hu's face. Crack! The broom struck first, landing squarely on Lan Hu's visage. Ah! Lan Hu screamed in agony, clutching his face. Though his chin was obscured, The vivid bloodstains revealed a gruesome sight, corresponding neatly with the broom's thick and dense bristles. Blood seeping through. His four henchmen halted, eyes wide with concern for their leader. Sun Yang was taken aback. Was the impact from a mere broom so potent? "Get lost," he shouted, disregarding any further hesitation as he aimed the broom toward the group. "You little brat. I'll make sure you pay." Lan Hu's face contorted with rage, blood staining his hands as if dozens of needles were piercing his face. Even without seeing his reflection, he knew he had been disfigured. With their leader's command, the four henchmen instantly revealed menacing expressions, charging towards Sun Yang. This was it. Sun Yang steeled himself, wielding the broom with both hands, raising it high and bringing it down. Whoosh! The wind howled as the four approached. Before they could retreat, they were met with a sudden flurry of strikes, shrieks of pain erupting from their lips. The broom shattered with a loud crack, its head falling apart, while one of the thugs, bloodied and battered, collapsed to the ground, rolling about in agony. Lan Hu was momentarily stunned. His henchman appeared even worse off than he was. "You bastard!" Lan Hu had never experienced such humiliation, spotting a small stool nearby. He rushed to grab it as a weapon. Yet Sun Yang raised the remaining broom handle, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. He needed to be ruthless. These thugs would not relent otherwise. With the sound of wind rushing past, Lan Hu's expression shifted dramatically. Was this kid truly attempting to kill him? Instinctively, he crossed his arms over his head in defense. Crack, with a decisive swing. The broomstick splintered in two, one piece flying high while Sun Yang retained the other. Ah! Lan Hu's right arm dangled uselessly, clearly broken, as he let out a chilling scream, his face contorted in agony, sweat pouring from him. Sun Yang felt a pang of concern. When had he become so strong? But there was no time for contemplation as he glared frostily. "Get out of here now! Sun Yang, you'll pay for this." Lan Hu's henchman, trembling, helped him up as he glared menacingly. However, when Sun Yang merely glanced at him, Lan Hu staggered back, leading his men to flee in disarray. Sun Yang furrowed his brow, watching their retreating figures, with Lan Hu's brother-in-law backing him. This would not end here. "Little brat," Li Jiao tentatively called out. "Jiao Jia, are you all right?" Sun Yang's thoughts settled. As long as Li Jiao was unharmed, that was all that mattered, and he allowed a gentle smile to bloom. "Is it really you?" Li Jiao seemed incredulous, stepping forward to scrutinize Sun Yang, who appeared much more robust and striking than she remembered. "Of course. It's me," Sun Yang replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Thank you. If it weren't for you," suddenly feeling safe, Li Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she embraced Sun Yang tightly. "I thought I would be bullied by them. Why hadn't heaven struck them down?" Though she claimed to have called the police, in truth, she had been too afraid to make the call, knowing Lan Hu had numerous connections. It's all right. I'm here," Sun Yang comforted her, patting her back. "If they dare to harass you again, just call me, and I'll make them regret it." Li Jiao wept in his arms for a while, with Sun Yang continually reassuring her that it was not until after 9 that he finally departed. Knowing Lan Hu's arm was broken and he would likely refrain from troubling Li Jiao for a time, just as he was about to head home, he suddenly recalled Sun Jingxin. That scoundrel had nearly cost him his life. Revenge was a necessity. An idea sparked in his mind, and he turned toward the butcher Chen's house at the village entrance. "Who is it?" Chen's irritated voice came from inside as Sun Yang knocked on the door. Upon opening it and seeing Sun Yang, Chen's demeanor instantly brightened. "Dr. Sun, what brings you here so late?" "My wife hasn't had a headache in 2 weeks." "Oh, that is good to hear. I'd like to buy some fresh pig's blood." Sun Yang hesitated. "Fresh pig's blood? I don't have any at the moment, but I did slaughter a chicken this evening, and I have a bowl of chicken blood that hasn't fully coagulated." "Would that work?" Chen pondered before responding. Yes, I'll take it," Sun Yang replied, delighted. "It's just a bowl of chicken blood. Discussing money makes it seem like you look down on me, old Chen." "But what do you need it for?" Chen asked, turning to fetch the bowl from the kitchen. It's for a medicinal formula," Sun Yang offered vaguely. "Thanks, Brother Chen. I'll come back to check on your wife's condition another day." After leaving Chen's house, He clutched the bowl of chicken blood and hurried to a 3-story villa with a small courtyard located in the center of the village. This was Sun Jingxin's residence, a wealthy man in the village. And what Sun Yang envied most was his stunning wife, renowned for her beauty far and wide. With such a beautiful wife, how could he even think of pursuing Aunt Zhou? What a peculiar fellow, Sun Yang mused inwardly. Having never had a girlfriend himself. The night was pitch black, the street lights dim. Sun Yang stealthily smeared the chicken blood all over his face and body. He was going to scare Sun Jingxin. Although it was a glitch, it would undoubtedly have an effect on him. After all, he had been kicked into a bottomless abyss by Sun Jingxin. What were the odds of surviving, if he had not experienced it himself? Sun Yang would not have believed he had come out alive, that in no time, his forehead, cheeks, and neck were splattered with blood. Just wait till I scare you to death, he thought, tossing the bowl aside. The courtyard wall was tall, but by stepping on a nearby stone, he easily vaulted over into the small yard. Now it was past 9. Sun Jingxin was surely home, that Sun Yang entered the yard. He looked up to see the villa's balcony directly opposite him, with a faint light emanating from the second floor. Chapter 3. Disguised revenge. Unsure if it was just his imagination, Sun Yang thought he heard a slight noise. The front door was tightly locked, and Sun Yang frowned. If he couldn't get in, all this effort would be for naught. Scanning his surroundings, Sun Yang's eyes lit up as he spotted a white PVC pipe leading up to the rooftop, conveniently passing along the balcony railing. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to give it a try. Inside the second-floor bedroom, a dim bedside lamp illuminated the intertwined forms of 2 bodies. "Honey, you seem quite excited today," Chen Yuna remarked, patting Sun Jingxin's back with a hint of exasperation. "I'm in a great mood." Sun Jingxin grinned widely, relishing the thought of having kicked Sun Yang into the valley. His affair with Zhou Tao was now a closely guarded secret. As for Sun Yang, who would suspect he had fallen into the abyss while foraging for herbs? Sun Yang's grandfather, Sunda, along with a few sturdy young men, had carried him back to the village. A kick in return for a shove. Sun Jingxin felt no moral qualms whatsoever. In the midst of his revelry, Sun Jingxin happened to glance up, and a chill ran down his spine. A shadow was reflected in the window, and he knew someone was staring directly into the room. "Jingxin, what's wrong?" Chen Yun frowned, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Someone's watching." Sun Jingxin felt a jolt of fear and sprang up, grabbing the broom from behind the door. "Who's there?" Chen Yun shrieked, hastily covering herself with a blanket, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the motionless figure outside the window. "Whoever you are, you've got some nerve, breaking into my grandfather's house," Sun Jingxin bellowed, mistaking the figure for a thief. His anger flared. The scare had completely extinguished his enthusiasm. With the broom in one hand, he yanked open the sliding door to the balcony, furious that the intruder had the audacity to remain despite being discovered. As soon as he stepped onto the balcony, he raised the broom to strike the figure. Bang! Just 10 centimeters from the figure's head, the broom was firmly grasped. Sun Yang's features twisted grotesquely. His eyes were white with rage, and his voice was chillingly drawn out. Sun Yang. Though Sun Jingxin could not see the figure's face clearly, he recognized the voice all too well. He had just placed a hand on his shoulder that very morning. "It's impossible." Sun Jingxin immediately dismissed the absurd thought. How could Sun Yang, who had fallen into the valley, still be alive? Slap. The lights inside the room flickered on, flooding the balcony with brightness. Bathed in a mix of moonlight and artificial glow was a terrifyingly familiar face. Smeared with dried blood, dark red and gruesome. Though his clothes were intact, they were drenched in blood. "Return my life!" Sun Yang lunged forward, contorting his features as much as possible, with a sudden twist of his hands. He snapped the broomstick in two with a resounding crack, the force of it stinging Sun Jingxin's cheek. Sun Yang swiftly followed, opening his mouth to expel a great spurt of fresh blood, splattering it across Sun Jingxin's face. His hands clawed high, as if he intended to rend Sun Jingxin asunder. "A ghost!" A fleeting glance revealed a blood-soaked visage. Yet Sun Jingxin instantly recognized Sun Yang. It was inconceivable that she could still be alive. Thus, only one possibility remained. Drenched in blood, Sun Jingxin trembled violently and collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as death. Goodness, could he have been frightened to death? Sun Yang's expression shifted, hastily bending down to check for Sun Jingxin's breath and heartbeat. Fortunately, the breathing was steady, albeit a bit rapid, suggesting he had merely fainted from fright. With clarity regarding Sun Jingxin's condition, Sun Yang felt a wave of relief. He certainly did not wish to bear the grave charge of manslaughter. Jingxin, how are you? Chen Yuner inquired timidly from within the room, her voice barely above a whisper. We should take our leave. Sun Yang turned, vaulting over a nearby railing before swiftly descending the water pipe. Emerging from the courtyard, a smile graced Sun Yang's face. This wretched fellow, Sun Jingxin, deserved his fate. The only means of retaliation he could conceive was this. Alerting the authorities, there was no evidence to support such claims. Disclosing the affair between Sun Jingxin and Zhou Tao to the village chief and other villagers, he was reluctant to tarnish Aunt Zhou's reputation, and moreover, he possessed no tangible proof. Meanwhile, following Sun Jingxin's agonized cry, silence reigned. Chen Yuner rose in alarm. Jingxin, are you all right? Did you drive the thief away? No response came, and her concern deepened. Hastily wrapping herself in a blanket, she switched on the balcony light. Jingxin, upon discovering her husband sprawled on the floor, unconscious and unresponsive, she rushed to his side, shaking him gently. A ghost! Sun Jingxin gasped, as if awakened from a near-drowning experience. What ghost? Chen Yuner frowned, glancing at the railing where dried bloodstains marred the surface. Sun Jingxin's mind raced, replaying the earlier scene. He was certain that figure had been Sun Yang. Could someone be masquerading as a ghost to frighten you? Chen Yuner, regaining her composure, pointed toward the railing. Look, there are bloodstains, as if someone pressed their palm against it. Sun Jingxin froze. If Sun Yang had transformed into a ghost, would he still have a life to live? Stumbling to his feet, he approached the railing to examine it closely. Several dark red stains were evident, particularly conspicuous against the white water pipe. Sun Jingxin's expression darkened as he dashed downstairs. The courtyard bore numerous footprints and traces of blood. Sun Yang? Sun Jingxin seethed, teeth clenched. He was certain that what he had encountered was no phantom. Yet he could not comprehend how Sun Yang had survived. Jingxin, let's discuss this tomorrow, Chen Yuner called from the balcony. Sun Yang. Just you wait. Sun Jingxin resolved to reclaim his honor. Upon returning to the bedroom, Chen Yuner embraced him once more. Jingxin, don't worry about it. It's time for sleep, she urged, a charming smile illuminating her face. Sun Jingxin reciprocated her smile, lifting Chen Yuner into his arms. 3 minutes later. What is happening? Why? Sun Jingxin murmured in disbelief. He felt nothing. Well, perhaps you should rest. Maybe you're simply fatigued or still shaken from the earlier encounter. Chen Yuner reassured him, though she harbored a lingering curiosity about who had frightened her husband, as he seemed to know the identity of that person, yet refused to disclose it. All right, let us sleep, Sun Jingxin, feeling anxious, was certain he had merely been overly tense. He would try again in the morning, surely. It was just temporary. Sun Yang arrived at his doorstep, where a dilapidated wooden sign read Sun Medical Hall. Suddenly, his expression turned anxious as he muttered to himself. Oh no, I've been gone all day. My grandfather surely hasn't he eaten? His grandfather, Sunda, was the village's barefoot doctor, well known for his skills that he had found Sun Yang as an infant abandoned by the riverbank, and had treated him with great kindness, imparting his extensive knowledge of acupuncture, massage, and various unique remedies. Many referred to Sunda as a divine doctor. However, this was before Western medicine had arrived in the village. A year ago, a Western doctor had opened a clinic in the county town, leading to a decline in business for Sun Medical Hall. Consequently, Sunda often ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs to sell in town. 5 days prior, while foraging for herbs, he had fallen into the river and sustained serious injuries. Villagers had carried him back, and he was rushed to the county hospital, later transferred to the city hospital, where he barely survived after emergency treatment. Naturally, the medical expenses were substantial. In just over 10 days, Sun Yang had depleted the family's savings and borrowed nearly 100,000 yuan from others. 5 days ago, when his grandfather's condition improved, Sun Yang could no longer afford the hospital fees and brought him home. Sunda, weakened, could not rise from bed, relying on Sun Yang's care. However, after being assaulted by Sun Jingxin, Sun Yang had returned late that evening. Sun Yang hurriedly pushed the door open, discovering the medical hall was illuminated, and footsteps echoed from within. Sun Yang, where have you been? We've hardly seen you all day. Your grandfather is still bedridden. A beautiful woman emerged. Her brows furrowed as she glared at Sun Yang. Lu Jia, I'm sorry, today. Sun Yang's face flushed with shame, and just as he began to explain, she interrupted him. Never mind. It was merely a coincidence. Thankfully, I came by this afternoon. Otherwise, Grandpa Sunda might have starved. The beauty shook her head. Since you're back, I'll take my leave. Also, please deliver the medicine to my home tomorrow, she added, turning gracefully to exit the medical hall. Thank you, Lu Jia, Sun Yang called out gratefully as she swiftly departed. That moment, Sun Yang exhaled in relief. Lu Jia was meticulous and attentive, so surely his grandfather was fine. He turned and made his way to the staircase leading to the bedroom. The room was shrouded in darkness, with steady, labored breaths emanating from within. Sun Yang switched on the light, revealing a simply furnished space where an elderly man lay. His complexion sallow, deeply asleep, his hands wrapped in thick bandages. After falling from the mountain gorge, despite being rescued at the city hospital, his grandfather had merely clung to life. His spine had suffered grave injuries. And even if he recovered, he would likely remain bedridden. In the past, Sun Yang would have felt powerless, able only to care for his grandfather with tender attention. However, now things were different. A mysterious knowledge titled Dragon Soul Heart Sutra had entered his mind, granting him the ability to change everything. Gazing at the old man on the bed for a moment, Sun Yang exhaled softly. Grandfather, rest assured, I possess the ability to heal you, he whispered, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Before returning to his own bedroom, Sun Yang sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently recalling the information from the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra. Beyond medical knowledge and spells, his focus was primarily on the cultivation method described within, which promised that at advanced levels, one could transform into a true dragon, wielding unparalleled powers. Of course, Sun Yang was most concerned with healing his grandfather's injuries, aside from rare medicinal materials and formulas. The simplest and most direct method was to cultivate dragon energy. According to the records, dragon energy not only allowed for the casting of spells, but also possessed formidable healing properties, which would greatly benefit his grandfather's condition. Well, let us give it a try. Perhaps it's genuine? Sun Yang, filled with skepticism, began practicing according to the cultivation method. Before long, his eyes closed as if in slumber, his breathing deepening. The following morning, as sunlight streamed into the room, Sun Yang awoke, exhilaration coursing through him. He had sensed a stream of energy circulating within him, precisely as described in the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra. This energy was the Dragon Soul True Qi he had cultivated. After the initial thrill, Sun Yang could hardly contain himself and rushed to his grandfather's bedroom, finding him already awake. Xiao Yang, Sunda murmured weakly, his eyes half closed as he called out to Sun Yang. Grandfather, you reawake? I'm sorry. Yesterday I was gathering herbs and got lost. Sun Yang apologized, his gaze flickering as he decided to conceal the incident of being kicked down the cliff to spare his grandfather's worry. Fortunately, Lu Nizi came by. You should deliver the medicine to her when you get a chance, Sunda spoke, his voice frail. All right, Sun Yang nodded, sitting beside the bed, placing one hand on his grandfather's shoulder, and directly channeling a trace of the dragon energy he had cultivated overnight into Sunda's body. Under his control, the dragon energy penetrated Sunda's severely damaged spine. Unfortunately, it was but a drop in the bucket. Sun Yang's expression dimmed, clearly unable to heal his grandfather in one go. Meanwhile, the weakened Sunda remained oblivious to the unusual sensation, gazing silently at the ceiling, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. He would spend the rest of his days confined to this bed. Sun Yang rose to fetch warm water and a towel, beginning to assist his grandfather with his morning routine and prepare breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Sun Yang opened the shop, tidying up the premises. The medical hall was modest, occupying 30 to 40 square meters, with a third of the space taken up by a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. The remaining furnishings were rather simple, consisting of a table and chairs, along with a row of benches. Since the opening of the Western Medical Clinic in the village, the foot traffic to the medical hall had significantly diminished. After organizing the counter, Sun Yang discovered several prescription slips in the drawer. "Let us deliver the medicine to Lu Jie first." He patted his forehead. The Lu Jie he mentioned was named Lu Mei, a patient of his grandfather suffering from a chronic ailment. She experienced severe menstrual pain monthly, which Sunda could only alleviate with a few doses of herbal medicine. Simultaneously, Lu Mei was also renowned in the village as the widow Lu Mei. True to her name, she was enchanting, possessing beauty that captivated all. At 18, her parents had forcibly married her off to the village's local landlord. But on the day of their wedding, the unfortunate landlord had perished from a heart attack, presumably due to excitement or agitation. Thus, Lu Mei inherited a substantial fortune, becoming one of the wealthiest women in the village. She had also become the object of pursuit for countless men in the village. Marrying her meant gaining both wealth and beauty. Based on past experiences, these few days marked Lu Mei's days of menstrual pain. Sun Yang hurriedly prepared 5 doses of medicine according to the prescription that at this moment. She should be at home. He traversed through the streets and alleys, arriving at a 5-story Western-style house, which was one of the few luxurious residences in the village. "Sister Lu? Sister Lu?" Sun Yang called out loudly. Compared to others, his relationship with Lu Mei was the envy of many. She once remarked that Sun Yang resembled her deceased younger brother, and their bond was exceptionally close, with Lu Mei even recognizing Sun Yang as her godbrother. After calling a few times with no response, he noticed the front door was ajar. Without further hesitation, Sun Yang stepped inside. "Sister Lu?" he inquired tentatively. "Is that you?" Sun Yang, a delicate voice, tinged with pain, emanated from the bedroom on the 2nd floor. He quickly ascended the stairs. Being a frequent visitor to Lu Mei's home, he was familiar with her room. However, upon pushing the door, he discovered it was locked. "What do you want?" Lu Mei's voice faltered, as if she was leaning against the door. "Are you experiencing menstrual pain?" Sun Yang asked directly. "Why did you come so late? I couldn't find you yesterday," Lu Mei weakly complained. The bedroom remained silent for a moment, as if Lu Mei was hesitating. With a soft click, she opened the door, her face as pale as a sheet, resembling a frail willow in the wind, which tugged at Sun Yang's heartstrings. "Forgive me," Sun Yang said, filled with shame. The moment he looked down, he caught a glimpse of a spring scene. Lu Mei was clad in a thin cotton short-sleeved shirt. Bathed in sunlight, the outlines beneath the fabric were tantalizingly visible, as she wore nothing underneath. Sun Yang gulped. Yet, at that moment, a passage of information surged into his mind. When cold enters the body and lingers, one weeps and cannot move. Blood is scanty when confined to the pulse. Aside from the causes of the ailment, there were various treatment and alleviation methods, including acupuncture and herbal remedies. "It hurts. Stop looking around," Lu Mei said, noticing Sun Yang's gaze lingering on her chest, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of shyness, as she weakly covered herself with her hand. "Oh, Sister Lu, please lie down quickly. I have a way to treat you and alleviate your pain," Sun Yang exclaimed joyfully. He was well aware of how to address the situation, and the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra perfectly resolved the dilemma before him. "Really?" Lu Mei, with a hint of skepticism, lay back on the bed. She understood Sun Yang's character. The innocent young man would not behave like the lecherous men in the village. "Sister Lu, I apologize for the intrusion. I'm going to massage you now," Sun Yang said earnestly, making an effort to avoid glancing around as he slipped his hand under Lu Mei's shirt. His fingers deftly pressed on acupoints such as Juewei, Chimen, and Tianshu, gently kneading as he applied a soft pressure. Lu Mei closed her eyes, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. With the assistance of the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra, Sun Yang understood the essentials of massage as if he had undergone hundreds of trials. Proceeding at a steady pace, sometimes kneading, sometimes pressing. After half a minute, Lu Mei was astonished to feel the pain gradually receding. After about 5 minutes, she realized she was no longer experiencing any discomfort. Exhilarated, Lu Mei sat up. "What happened? This is truly miraculous." "Sister Lu, I can cure this stubborn ailment of yours," Sun Yang replied with a smile, though the herbal remedies listed would require some time to prepare. "Is that true?" Lu Mei exclaimed with delight. Having endured this menstrual pain for 3 to 4 years, with Dr. Sun to having no solution. Yes, just give me some time. I will definitely heal you, Sun Yang assured her with a nod. That's wonderful. I don't know how to thank you, Lu Mei said, her excitement leading her to instinctively embrace Sun Yang. It's what I should do, Sun Yang stammered, his face flushing as he felt an unfamiliar sensation. It was the first time Lu Mei had held him like this. Regaining his composure, Sun Yang said seriously, Sister Lu, if the pain returns in the next few days, just call me. Additionally, this herbal medicine can be boiled for consumption. All right. Lu Mei nodded repeatedly, suddenly realizing she was still holding on to Sun Yang, and quickly released him, stepping back. She looked him up and down, a bit surprised. It seemed that in just a few days, Sun Yang had changed significantly and even developed some muscle. The thought made her cheeks flush slightly. Sun Yang lingered in Lu Mei's room for a while before reluctantly leaving. Upon returning to the entrance of his herbal shop, Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback. Inside, on a chair, there was a graceful silhouette. Facing away from him, with a beautifully sculpted back, one hand resting on her waist. Sun Yang immediately recognized the woman and broke into a warm smile. Sister Lily, you're here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Huang Lily glanced at him. Ha! It's Sister Lily. What a rare guest. I'll go buy a couple of bottles of beer next door to treat you. Sun Yang chuckled awkwardly, standing at the door, hesitant to enter. Forget it. Save your money. Huang Lily shook her head, well aware of Sun Yang's financial situation, while continuously rubbing her waist with one hand. Well, then I'll go make you some tea. Sun Yang replied with a sheepish smile. Turning to walk inside, Huang Lily was not only Sun Yang's childhood friend, but also his benefactor. The nearly 100,000 yuan needed for his grandfather's treatment had been promptly assisted by her. She had contributed 38,000 yuan, and her boyfriend, Li Yunshan, had lent Sun Yang 50,000 yuan, with Sun Yang issuing an IOU for that amount. That Li Yunshan was the son of a village official and was involved in high-interest lending. But out of respect for Huang Lily, he had agreed not to charge any interest, requiring only that Sun Yang repay the amount within a year. What a hassle, Huang Lily remarked as she caught sight of Sun Yang bringing out the tea. Sister Lily, tea is ready, Sun Yang enthusiastically called out, sitting beside her. How much money do you have left? Huang Lily took a sip of tea, casually asking. Sun Yang was taken aback, then hesitated. About 300 yuan. Huang Lily nodded, her expression unfazed, as she pulled out a stack of cash from her pocket. Here, 2,000 yuan. Take it for now. Sun Yang was taken aback. He knew Huang Lily came from a well-off family, her father owning a factory, but he felt he had already received too much help from her and was reluctant to accept her money. Noticing Sun Yang's unusual demeanor, Huang Lily suddenly adopted a fierce expression. I'm only doing this because of Grandpa's son. Otherwise, who would care about your life? This money is strictly for helping Grandpa's son regain his health. Saying this, she tilted her head back and took a big gulp of tea, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. No. Sun Yang's eyes were filled with bitterness. I can't accept your money anymore. I'll go up the mountain in a couple of days. You owe me over 30,000 already. Does the 2,000 really matter? If you keep talking back, I'll beat you up, Huang Lily said, grabbing Sun Yang firmly, her eyes wide open. Besides, I was gravely ill when I was a child, and it was Grandpa's son who saved me. I'm repaying him. Otherwise, who would care about you? Sun Yang's lips twitched as he gazed at Huang Lily. This fierce girl. Of course, he did not doubt Huang Lily's ability to defend herself. She had trained with a local master since childhood and could fend off multiple attackers. Before Sun Yang could respond, Huang Lily's expression shifted slightly as she released him, placing her hand on her waist. Did you hurt your waist? Sun Yang asked, momentarily forgetting about the money. Mind your own business. I accidentally bumped into the corner of that old table when I got home. Huang Lily frowned. Let me take a look, Sun Yang said, moving closer to her. Can you treat it? Grandpa's son often scolds you for being useless, saying your skills are lacking. Huang Lily shot a doubtful glance at Sun Yang. Well, you'll know once you try, Sun Yang replied, his smile somewhat awkward. Huang Lily was right. Massage had indeed been his weak point. But now with the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra integrated into his memory, it felt almost instinctive. Sun Yang was now adept at massage and acupuncture techniques that he knew precisely how to treat Huang Lily's waist injury. Sun Yang retrieved a bottle of herbal liniment that his grandfather had prepared before passing. If you try to take advantage of me, I'll make sure you regret it. Huang Lili feigned anger. Sun Yang ignored her, pouring some liniment into his palm. Huang Lili instinctively lifted her shirt slightly, revealing a small patch of skin, fearing Sun Yang would see too much and that she might lose a few pounds. Huh? What could you possibly find interesting? Sun Yang said, holding the medicine bottle with a resigned expression as he glanced at Huang Lili. Say that again. Huang Lili glared at him fiercely, turning her head to fix her gaze on Sun Yang. I was just joking, just a joke. Sun Yang quickly became docile, as he did not want to provoke her. Threats aside, Huang Lili rolled up most of her clothing and leaned over the table. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, and she even had defined abs. Sun Yang was momentarily stunned, forcing himself not to glance at Huang Lili's chest as he pressed down on a small bruise above her tailbone. Following the images in his mind, he applied pressure to the bruise with a delicate balance of force, alternating between kneading, tapping, and pushing. Yet within moments, he halted his movements, displaying a helpless expression. Huang Lili's sounds of discomfort were far too enticing. Keep your voice down. Bear with it, Sun Yang whispered. He dared not continue, and Huang Lili's cries ceased. You have no idea how painful this is. It feels like being stabbed by countless knives. Aren't you trained in martial arts? Sun Yang ko untere. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Let me hit you a few times and see if you scream. Huang Lili replied, displeased. But your cries. Just keep quiet, she said, as Sun Yang poured some more liniment, continuing to work on Huang Lili's bruise with varied techniques. That hurts. Be gentler. You. Sun Yang sighed, realizing they were in the middle of the street. Having no other option, he placed the medicine bottle on the table and, catching Huang Lili off guard, covered her mouth with his left hand. MMM. Sun Yang couldn't discern what Huang Lili was saying, but it was likely something along the lines of, let me go. 10 minutes later, he inquired, all right, how do you feel now? Huang Lili lay sprawled on the table, her body limp, drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair damp. After a while, she regained her composure, twisted her waist, and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, it really doesn't hurt anymore. It seems like the bruise has faded. But she immediately shot a fierce glare at Sun Yang, who was in an awkward position. You nearly killed me, and you cover my mouth. Watch out, or I'll hit you. Well, I need to concentrate on treating you, lest I press the wrong acupoint, Sun Yang explained with a wry smile. Huang Lili shot him a menacing glance, but chose not to pursue the matter further. You do possess some skill. Let us leave it at that. Keep the money. I'll come back to see old Master Sun another day. After finishing her words, Huang Lili, slightly embarrassed, left the herbal shop. Sun Yang gazed at the stack of red bills on the table, sighed, thinking that too much debt doesn't weigh one down, and resolved to earn money to repay her as soon as possible. While tidying up the Chinese medicine shop, he anticipated the arrival of patients. Now that he had improved, he longed to showcase his medical skills to the entire Shia village. However, throughout the morning, there was not a single soul. Not even at noon. Sun Yang was preparing to feed his grandfather some porridge when Sunda, weakly, said, Xiao Yang, could you please go to the storage room on the second floor? What does Grandpa need? Sun Yang asked curiously. In the cabinet of the second-floor storage room, there is a redwood box containing a 50-year-old wild ginseng that if you take it to the city, you should be able to sell it for around 300,000. Sunda stated, 50-year-old wild ginseng. Sun Yang was taken aback, astonished that his grandfather possessed such a rare item. Kunlong Valley is indeed a good place that I found it 5 years ago on the mountain, Sunda said, forcing a smile. He had overheard the conversation between Huang Lili and Sun Yang earlier. While money is easy to come by, rare medicinal herbs are hard to find. He had originally intended to keep the wild ginseng as a treasure to pass down to Sun Yang. But now, after all, it was merely a lifeless object that could serve to save a life. Grandpa, your health will benefit from this wild ginseng, that it should not be sold. Sun Yang quickly realized the value of the wild ginseng, which could replenish vitality, prolong life, and was indeed a rare find. You know my health condition. Using this wild ginseng on me would be purely wasteful. I cannot withstand its potency, that it's better to exchange it for money, Sunda declined. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yang nodded. He had already found a way to heal his grandfather and no longer needed the wild ginseng. Exchanging it for money to resolve the immediate predicament was the best course of action. After feeding his grandfather, Sun Yang proceeded to the second-floor storage room. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust billowed, and the air was thick with a musty odor. Sun Yang coughed as he tried to disperse the unpleasant smell. The dim light revealed several stacked wooden crates and a dilapidated bamboo window, while a traditional ink painting hung on the wall. After a cursory glance, he approached the cabinet in the corner, opening the drawers one by one until he reached the bottommost one, that inside was a dark red wooden box adorned with floral carvings, which seemed quite extraordinary. Sun Yang's expression brightened. This must be the box his grandfather mentioned. Inside the wooden box was a small glass container, containing a root-like object the size of a palm. Wild ginseng. Sun Yang stared at the ginseng in shock, a thought racing through his mind. 50-year-old wild ginseng? He was certain that this was indeed a 50-year-old wild ginseng. As for evidence, he could only attribute it to the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra, which recorded extensive herbal knowledge, allowing him to identify it at a glance. This time, there is hope. Ha! Sun Yang exclaimed, cradling the wooden box with immense joy. As afternoon approached, Sun Yang entrusted his grandfather's care to Sister Lu and wheeled out his rickety little motorcycle from the backyard. Rusty as it was, the moment he sat down, the bike emitted a creaking sound. Villagers passing by often teased him about the motorcycle. However, Sun Yang wore a beaming smile, ignoring the jests of the townsfolk. How could they understand that he was carrying tens of thousands of yuan? Just as he was about to ride out of the village, a voice called out to him. Xiao Yang, wait a moment. A plump woman in a white t-shirt stopped him. Sister Li? Sun Yang recognized her as Li Chuanxue, who lived across from him and was the object of many bachelors' affection in the village. I'm heading to the city too. Can you give me a ride? That old man Li is so money-minded. He insists on charging me for the fare. Li Chuanxue pleaded, tugging at Sun Yang's sleeve. Sure, hop on. Sun Yang waved her over that he knew Li Chuanxue's purpose for going to the city was to see her husband, who worked on a construction site. Every weekend, she would head to the city and often ask Sun Yang if he was going along, knowing he wouldn't charge her fare. You should move your backpack to the front. Li Chuanxue frowned at Sun Yang's backpack. The motorcycle was already small, and that gray nylon backpack took up most of the back seat. Oh, right, my bad. Sun Yang slapped his forehead and turned the backpack around. Inside was his treasure. Whether he could overcome his current difficulties depended on that wild ginseng. With the space cleared, Li Chuanxue settled behind Sun Yang. Let us go already. Why are you just sitting there? She urged, naturally wrapping her arms around him. Chapter 7. The Unscrupulous Boss. Oh, okay. Sun Yang nodded in a fluster. With the motorcycle rattling as if it might fall apart, they slowly made their way to the county town. Whenever Sun Yang rode the motorcycle to the county town alone, he would curse the road, which was in disrepair. Potholes and uneven surfaces made for a treacherous journey, especially when encountering rocks along the way. Each trip down this dirt road was a significant test for Sun Yang's old motorcycle. However, this time, Sun Yang felt gratitude, unable to suppress a smile. He hoped for a bumpier road, that is for the wild ginseng. It had long been cast aside from his mind, to avoid an awkward atmosphere. He engaged in casual conversation with Li Chuanxue, as he expected. Li Chuanxue was indeed going to the city to see her husband and to pick up some living expenses. Pleasant moments are always fleeting. Sun Yang felt as if they hadn't even traveled a minute before reaching the county town. Xiao Yang. Thank you, Li Chuanxue exclaimed as she dismounted, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms. No need for thanks, Sister Li. If you need a ride back, just call me, Sun Yang said with a smile, waving his old Nokia phone. His recently bought smartphone had exploded, leaving him with his old, battered phone. Well, let us see later, that I might. Li Chuanxue trailed off, her face growing even redder as she waved her hand and hopped onto a tricycle. Sigh. I should sell the medicinal herbs first, Sun Yang thought, enviously watching Li Chuanxue leave, feeling that her husband was truly fortunate. Shortly thereafter, Sun Yang arrived at a traditional Chinese medicine shop named Guohua Yongkong, where a luxurious sports car was parked outside. Sun Yang was not well versed in cars, but he recognized this one. Its logo was particularly striking, resembling a pitchfork, Maserati. The car was parked haphazardly, forcing Sun Yang to leave his beloved motorcycle by a tree. Humph. Being wealthy isn't everything. This broken car isn't half as comfortable as my little sheep, Sun Yang muttered under his breath as he entered the shop that a plump man, seemingly the owner, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was engaged in a business discussion with a tall woman in a cheapao that a ginseng root was displayed on the counter before them. Miss Tang, this is our best ginseng in the shop. And it's a staggering 50 years old. You won't find another like it in the entire Ningxue city, the fat man said, his voice dripping with flattery. It's the perfect choice for old Master Tang. It greatly replenishes vitality and prolongs life. Its nature is warm. It thrives where it's cold, a virtue as profound as the Dan of Tianzhu. This is a poem written by Emperor Qianlong about ginseng, that he lived to be 88 years old, thanks to the effects of ginseng. While the average lifespan was around 60 back then, the fat man continued to extol its virtues. While the cheapao-clad beauty appeared indecisive, staring at the ginseng. How much? Tang Wanru asked, intrigued. After visiting several herbal shops, she found this ginseng to be the most visually appealing. 300,000, the fat man replied. Holding up 3 fingers, Sun Yang, overhearing this, was dumbfounded. 300,000. He was genuinely shocked by the price, but even more astonished that this ginseng was not even 50 years old. 20-year-old wild ginseng. A stream of information echoed in his mind. That is not too expensive, Tang Wanru nodded, deciding to choose this as a birthday gift for her grandfather. Boss, you're too unscrupulous. Selling a 20-year-old ginseng as if it were 50 years old, Sun Yang said mockingly. Their expressions changed instantly. The fat owner's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he angrily retorted, "Who are you, a wild brat, to spout nonsense and tarnish my shop's reputation? Watch out, or I'll call the police." He then turned to Tang Wanru and said, "Miss Tang, our Guohua Yongkong's reputation is well known in Ningxue City. We would never engage in such deceptive practices." However, Tang Wanru hesitated, furrowing her brow. "Sir, what evidence do you have to claim this is only 20 years old?" Normally, she wouldn't question the quality of the ginseng, having visited many times, but since she was selecting a gift for her grandfather, she had to be cautious. Otherwise, presenting a subpar ginseng as a 50-year-old one would be quite embarrassing if discovered. "Because I possess a wild ginseng that is 50 years old." Sanyang Chuklet Myth. And before Fatty could intervene, he retrieved a wooden box from his backpack. Upon opening the box and lifting the glass lid, a distinct aroma unique to ginseng permeated the air, rich and invigorating. This ginseng appeared to be a third smaller than what Fatty had displayed. Yet in Tang Wanru's discerning eyes, the superiority of the two was immediately evident. The ginseng presented by Guohua required her to lift it before she could catch even a whiff of its fragrance. Where did this brat come from? Daring to cause trouble in our Guohua. "Miss Tang, please wait a moment. I will call the police," Fatty exclaimed, his tone urgent. "You kid, just wait." In a flurry, Fatty grabbed his phone, knowing full well the stakes involved. "Miss Tang, is it? I am willing to take responsibility for my words. The ginseng this boss has is indeed only 20 years old, while my specimen is genuinely 50 years, Sun Yang stated, furrowing his brow. "Boss Lin." Tang Wanru turned her gaze toward Fatty. "I will give you one more chance. Is your ginseng 20 years old or 50? The beauty's expression was as cold as ice. Fatty trembled, stammering, "F50. You should be aware of my Tang family's influence, correct?" Tang Wanru narrowed her eyes, detecting the underlying truth. "Should you deceive me, I will ensure you cannot remain in Ningxue City. Speak. Is it 20 years or 50? Fatty quaked. Fully aware of the Tang family's formidable reputation, known throughout Ningxue City, that he had previously engaged in a few transactions with Tang Wanru, merely embellishing the truth slightly, and upon noticing her lack of suspicion, had decided to take a risk this time. After all, with medicinal materials, without expert appraisal, discerning the differences would be nearly impossible. 20 years, Miss Tang, I was blinded by greed. Please, show mercy and let me go this once." Fatty fell to his knees, slapping his own face in despair. Tang Wanru cast him a disdainful glance before turning to Sun Yang and saying, "Thank you, sir, for your assistance. Otherwise, I might have truly been deceived by this Fatty." Sun Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and asked, Miss Tang, do you still need wild ginseng? My name is Sun Yang. I reside in Xia village that I assure you, this wild ginseng is authentic, should it prove otherwise. You are welcome to call the police at any time, Sun Yang assured her. Very well, 500,000, I shall purchase it. Tang Wanren nodded in agreement. The rich aroma emanating from the wild ginseng in Sun Yang's hands further solidified her confidence in its authenticity, especially since he had also come to her aid. Come, take your wild ginseng and accompany me to the bank. Tang Wanru instructed that as Sun Yang followed her outside, they reached her luxurious Maserati, and Tang Wanru, with an unusual expression, beckoned to him. Sun Yang, ride with me. She then entered the pink Maserati, leaving Sun Yang momentarily stunned and somewhat awkward, quietly pocketing the keys to his motorcycle. Chapter 8. Standing up for justice, this beauty must be exceedingly wealthy. The car was filled with a delightful fragrance, and the seats were soft and comfortable, far superior to his humble motorcycle. That it was the first time in his life he had been in such a high-end vehicle. And Sun Yang felt exhilarated that, of course, what thrilled him even more was the notification on his phone. 500,000 had been deposited. His face flushed with excitement. Here is my business card. Should you come across any high-quality ginseng in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Tang Wanru handed him a card before driving off in her luxury vehicle. Asked for the card. He didn't even glance at it, casually stuffing it into his pocket. Wild ginseng was not as common as cabbage. He had no intention of sourcing it for Tang Wanru. With an extra 500,000 in his account, Sun Yang gazed at his dilapidated motorcycle and thought, why not spend a little to upgrade it? After all, he now had money. Surely his grandfather wouldn't object. He soon made up his mind. I can finally bid farewell to this old motorcycle. Sun Yang laughed heartily, riding his old bike with the eagerness to upgrade to a new one. This motorcycle was purchased 5 years ago from Dady Motorcycle Shop, and surely he could negotiate a decent price with the owner. Speeding along, Sun Yang turned into a quiet alley, and by crossing this somewhat narrow path, he would reach Dady Motorcycle Shop. Help! Don't come any closer, stay away. Little girl, be good. I have no desire to treat you the same way as your companion. Get away from me. I will call the police. Call the police. Had to go ahead. Do you need me to lend you my phone? The voices of the beauty and the beast were jarringly discordant. Assault? Robbery? Sun Yang slammed on the brakes and cautiously peered forward. In a dead end to his right, 3 tattooed youths were cornering a female student, behind whom lay a male student, bloodied and unconscious. Each of the 3 youths bore distinct tattoos and sported multicolored hair. Sun Yang frowned slightly. Calling the police? By the time they arrived, that female student would likely have already endured significant distress. As he hesitated, the 3 men grew bolder, making unwelcome advances toward the female student. Beautiful lady, we don't enjoy resorting to violence. Just comply, and everything will be fine. Please, I'll give you money. Ning Tsai's eyes brimmed with tears as she frantically pulled crumpled bills from her pocket. Oh, you're even offering to pay. How generous! The yellow-haired thug laughed heartily, just as he was about to snatch the money. Stop! Let that girl go! Sun Yang leaned casually against his dilapidated motorcycle, his head bowed. Voice deep and steady, arms crossed that a gentle breeze ruffled his short hair, and he felt undeniably cool. If only he had a cigarette, he imagined his presence would be even more impressive. The 3 thugs turned around, momentarily speechless at Sun Yang's ostentatious demeanor. Kid, you do well to back off, the yellow-haired thug sneered. Mind your own business, or you might regret it. A scar-faced thug shot a sidelong glance at Sun Yang. Why bother? I have no intention of fighting. Sun Yang stood upright, exuding an unparalleled aura. His spine straightened like a lance, eyes sharp as lightning, and his expression as chilly as frostpoint. 1 step, 2 steps, he slowly advanced toward the trio, still keeping his head down. Ever since I awakened in the valley, my body has undergone a tremendous transformation. Besides my toned muscles, both my strength and speed have significantly increased. Just yesterday, I drove off 4 or 5 thugs. Dealing with these 3 scrawny ones should pose no challenge. As Sun Yang approached, his mind raced with thoughts. The 3 thugs shuddered, their confidence wavering at his imposing presence. Were they facing some sort of martial arts expert? Hesitantly, they exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a step. The yellow-haired thug hesitated, his gaze darkening as he seized a wooden stick from the corner, angrily declaring, "What are you trying to pull?" Suddenly, he raised the stick high and swung it towards Sun Yang's shoulder. The force was minimal. But what if he were indeed a skilled fighter? He remained poised to flee. Sun Yang's eyes widened in surprise. The thug's swing was far too slow. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Confidence swelling as if he could punch through the heavens, that he launched his right fist toward the yellow-haired thug's face. Bang! The stick flew from the thug's grip as Sun Yang's punch connected, sending blood flying and several teeth tumbling from his mouth. Damn! The thug's head spun as he slammed into the wall. The other two, witnessing their leader's defeat, were filled with rage and fear, instinctively drawing spring knives from their pockets. Shouting fiercely, "You dare to hurt our boss? We'll finish you." Both lunged at Sun Yang. Spring knives? Sun Yang's expression shifted in an instant, but he could not afford to be careless. A hint of fear crept in. Those sharp blades were no laughing matter. The two thugs, their eyes filled with malice, lunged at Sun Yang's abdomen one after the other. Sun Yang dodged left and right, fearful of being stabbed, but soon adapted. Their speed was far too slow. It was as if he were facing a pair of 70- or 80-year-old men, but of course, it wasn't that they were slow. Rather, Sun Yang's reflexes were beyond the ordinary. Time to counterattack. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Yang's eyes as he charged forward with unyielding momentum. With a punch to each thug's arm, the sound of clattering knives echoed as the spring blades fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Sun Yang pressed his advantage. Moments later, the tides of battle had turned. The three thugs sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, while the yellow-haired thug's right arm hung at a grotesque 90-degree angle. A horrific sight. Their once arrogant demeanor evaporated, leaving only fear in their eyes as they gazed at Sun Yang, pleading for mercy even amid their cries. "I'm sorry, brother. We won't dare again," the three thugs begged incessantly. "Get lost. If I see you again, I'll make you wish you hadn't tea." Sun Yang's tone was severe. "Yes, yes." They supported one another, not daring to utter a word, fleeing without a backward glance. "Are you all right, classmates?" Sun Yang asked the two students, noticing the lovely female student cautiously helping her brother. "Thank you for saving us. My name is Ning Kaikai, a student from the first high school, and this is my brother Ning Fei." The female student expressed her gratitude, her gaze lingering on Sun Yang, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. "Oh, my name is Sun Yang," he introduced himself, concernedly looking at Ning Fei. Blood still stained the corner of Ning Fei's mouth, and he clutched his shoulder, having received a harsh blow from the thugs. "Let me take you to a nearby clinic," Sun Yang suggested, assessing Ning Fei's injuries that he could treat them himself, but he lacked the necessary tools. A clinic would be far more efficient. "No, it's unnecessary." The boy's gaze flickered, clearly worried about the costs of the clinic. "Stop wasting time. With injuries like that, how can you possibly go to school?" Sun Yang shook his head, took Ning Fei from Ning Sai's hands, and supported him as they made their way outside. "Thank you, big brother." "Ning Fei, don't be stubborn. I will accompany you," Ning Kaikai urged. The two of them, one on each side, assisted him towards the nearest clinic. Chapter 9. The Quack's Rescue. Approximately 50 meters from the alley's entrance stood a clinic. Upon entering, Sun Yang was taken aback. There were quite a number of patients inside, both adults and children. The clinic had only one elderly doctor and 3 nurses. After a short wait, it was Ning Fei's turn, and Sun Yang paid the fee of over 200 yuan on his behalf. Ning Fei's wound was swiftly treated and bandaged, and the elderly doctor also reset his slightly dislocated right arm. "Brother Sun, I will contact my parents to come. They will." Ning Kaikai expressed her gratitude. "There's no need. It's just a small amount of money," Sun Yang replied, shaking his head in refusal. "You should take your brother home to rest." After some back and forth, as Ning Kaikai did not have a phone, she intended to borrow Sun Yang's to call her parents. Instead, she had to ask for his phone number, promising to contact him later and repay him. Recently having come into some money, Sun Yang was indifferent to this trivial sum, but he could only respond perfunctorily. Just as the three were preparing to leave, A cry for help suddenly rang out from outside. "Doctor, hurry, save my old man!" A man and a woman hurriedly entered, supporting a white-haired elder who was clutching his chest in agony, appearing to be suffering from a heart attack. Other patients quickly cleared a path as they laid him on a bench. Sun Yang and the siblings paused curiously, sensing the gravity of the situation and wanting to observe the unfolding events. "Did he have a history of heart disease?" the elderly doctor, Chun Yin Tong, inquired, moving to the old man's side and feeling his pulse. "No, he was in good health, that we just had a minor argument, and when he got emotional, this happened. It has never occurred before," the man in a suit lamented. "Undo his shirt," Chun Yin Tong instructed. His expression grave, that he retrieved a box of needles and swiftly began acupuncture on several key points on the elder's chest. His technique was steady, precise, and quick. Within moments, over 10 silver needles had been inserted despite the astonished gazes of onlookers. "Dr. Chun, you're amazing. You can even perform acupuncture." "Acupuncture?" Nearby patients gathered around, intrigued, occasionally gasping in surprise, clearly unfamiliar with the practice. This was Sun Yang's first experience witnessing acupuncture performed. His grandfather had often spoken of this unique method of traditional Chinese medicine, though he had never practiced it himself. Now, with the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra, Sun Yang could be considered a master of acupuncture. Watching Chun Yin Tong methodically insert the needles, Sun Yang's initial interest turned to concern. Chun Yin Tong had made a mistake. 7 or 8 of those silver needles had missed their intended points, lacking the necessary force. Sun Yang regarded Chun Yin Tong with an odd expression. The elderly doctor, maintaining an air of indifference, stood arrogantly before Lin Dao Xian, seemingly awaiting either his recovery or the admiration of the crowd. Although Sun Yang was still learning, his grandfather had often taught him the importance of compassion in medicine. Now aware that Lin Dao Xian's life was at stake, he could not remain inactive. Taking a few steps forward, he hesitantly said, "Dr. Chen, your needle placement is incorrect. This needle has strayed from the point." Sun Yang pointed out several of the misplaced silver needles. Having easily discerned Chun Yin Tong's errors, "Within 30 seconds, this patient will be fine," Chun Yin Tong retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the gesturing Sun Yang. Exuding confidence, he then mockingly added, "If you're so capable, why did you bring your friend here for treatment?" Having inherited this acupuncture technique through generations of family practice, he had learned it since childhood. How could he possibly err? Meanwhile, Lin Dao Xian, lying on the reclined chair, began to stabilize his breathing, his complexion regaining some color, indicating he was on the mend. "Exactly, if you're so skilled, why are you here at a clinic?" Other patients in the clinic jeered at Sun Yang. "Shut your mouth if you don't understand. Dr. Chun is a renowned healer in our county. The county magistrate's wife was cured of a serious illness by him." "Huh? You can't even treat your own injuries and dare to criticize Dr. Chen. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" The derisive comments made Sun Yang's expression darken. Just as their jeers subsided, Lin Dao Xian suddenly let out a pained cry. His condition rapidly deteriorating. His face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down as he gasped for breath, seemingly on the verge of suffocation. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense. All eyes widened in shock at the scene. This young man was right. Dr. Chun had indeed made a mistake. "Doctor, what is happening? What's wrong with my grandfather?" The man in the suit seized Chun Yin Tong's collar in distress. Chun Yin Tong stammered, his heart sinking. Could it be that he truly erred? Anger and embarrassment surged within him as he clenched his fists, feeling utterly helpless. Sun Yang stepped forward, seizing the moment of confusion, quickly removed several of the misplaced silver needles, and accurately reinserted them into the correct points. After a mere 10 seconds, Lin Dao Xian, who had been rigid and contorted in pain, finally relaxed, exhaling deeply as his breathing began to stabilize. "What just happened to me?" Lin Dao Xian asked groggily a moment later. Having returned to normalcy, this young man actually possesses some skill. Did Dr. Chen truly make an error? The onlookers witnessed the transformation as Sun Yang repositioned the needles, and Lin Dao Xian returned to normal, clearly validating Sun Yang's earlier claim. Where did that young man go? Chun Yin Tong sighed in relief. His career had nearly been ruined, that he intended to express his gratitude to Sun Yang, only to find that he had mysteriously vanished. Lin Dao Xian's grandson rushed outside, hoping to thank Sun Yang, but found no trace of him. As he left, Sun Yang felt an unexplainable sense of pride swelling within him, accompanied by the astonished expressions of Ning Kaikai and Ning Fei as they exited the clinic. "Do you need me to give you a ride back?" Sun Yang offered, gesturing towards his dilapidated motorcycle. "No, thank you." Ning Kaikai and Ning Fei quickly waved their hands, exchanging glances before deciding to head to school, as it was not far from there. "Very well then, goodbye." Sun Yang bid farewell to the two, mounting his battered motorcycle and arriving at the grand motorcycle dealership. The expansive showroom was filled with an array of gleaming new motorcycles, all dazzling and eye-catching. Sun Yang parked his motorcycle at the entrance. A charming young woman emerged from within, greeting him enthusiastically. "Welcome. Are you here to purchase a bike?" "It's you?" they both exclaimed in unison, eyes wide with surprise. Sun Yang looked at the young woman before him with a sense of helplessness, memories flashing through his mind, but he had never anticipated encountering her again. Her name was Lin Huaxiao, a former waitress at a small tavern in Shiyi village. Sun Yang had fallen for her at first sight, embarking on a fervent pursuit of her affection. However, Lin Huaxiao had been ambiguous in her responses, keeping him on a string. After 2 or 3 months, she finally agreed to be with him, only to demand a designer handbag worth over 2,000 yuan the very next day. Sun Yang, lacking such wealth, had firmly refused her request. Yet that evening, he pondered that since Lin Huaxiao was his girlfriend, it was only right to give her a precious gift. Chapter 10. The fallen ex-girlfriend. Thus, he fabricated a story to obtain 3,000 yuan from his grandfather, intending to take Lin Huaxiao to the city to buy the handbag the next day. However, upon finding her, he was taken aback to see her holding a stunning new handbag, the very one she had insisted he buy for her. Without a word, Lin Huaxiao had cast him aside, opting instead for a wealthy, rotund suitor. Sun Yang later discovered that Lin Huaxiao had been casting her net wide, flirting with multiple boys, all of whom were expected to buy her that handbag. "Oh, long time no see. Why are you still riding that clunky old motorcycle? It looks like a wreck." Lin Huaxiao glanced disdainfully at Sun Yang's motorcycle. Aren't you supposed to be living the life of a wealthy girlfriend? Why are you working at this dealership?" Sun Yang countered coolly, a smirk on his face. Lin Huaxiao's expression shifted slightly, glaring at him with cold eyes. "Wouldn't you be the one getting dumped if you're not buying a bike? Then scram." Lin Huaxiao snapped angrily. Sun Yang frowned slightly, preparing to retort, when footsteps echoed from the second floor of the dealership. Before anyone descended, a sharp voice called out, "Lin Huaxiao, how dare you speak to a customer like that? I brought you here to serve customers, not to drive them away." A captivating figure appeared in view, her beauty striking, accentuated by a tear mole at the corner of her eye, exuding allure, tall and graceful. She wore a pink short dress paired with black high heels. No, boss lady, this guy is just here to cause trouble. He can't afford a bike." Lin Huaxiao's face turned pale as she hastily protested. Sun Yang stared in awe at the lovely woman. Several years ago, when he had come to purchase a motorcycle, the dealership owner had been single that he never expected that now he would encounter such a stunning wife. Indeed, wealth had its advantages, Sun Yang mused. Whether he can afford it or not, is that for you to decide? Zhu Yin shot Lin Huaxiao a disdainful glance. "If I hear you speak disrespectfully again, don't blame me for using a whip on you." Sun Yang felt a surge of curiosity. Lin Huaxiao was merely an employee, yet she could be physically punished. However, noticing Lin Huaxiao shrink back in fear, it seemed there was an untold story behind this situation. "Handsome, are you here to buy a bike or sell one?" Zhu Yin, having reprimanded Lin Huaxiao, turned her smile towards Sun Yang. "Both," Sun Yang replied confidently. "Oh." Zhu Yin nodded, shifting her gaze to Sun Yang's dilapidated motorcycle. "This dilapidated state is hardly worth much," Zhu Yin remarked softly as she examined the motorcycle. "Here's the deal. If you're willing to purchase a vehicle from our dealership priced above 6,000 yuan, I can offer you a 700 yuan discount." "Above 6,000 yuan, you say?" Sun Yang hesitated for a moment. "Well, if you are unwilling, then so be it. Our dealership does not typically accept motorcycles in such a condition," Zhu Yin replied, her eyes glinting. Despite its shabby appearance, with a bit of refurbishment and replacement of key components, she knew it could fetch 3 to 4,000 yuan in the dealership. Come on, let us go. You can't even afford a handbag, yet you wish to buy a motorcycle. Lin Huaxiu mocked, her gaze dripping with disdain. Zhu Yinyan chose not to comment. Who says I can't buy one? Sun Yang's expression turned cold. Even though he had only been Lin Huaxiu's boyfriend for a day, he was no longer the impoverished boy he once was. He could afford this. I want this one, he declared, pointing to a motorcycle on display. Its design wild and fierce, reminiscent of a wild leopard, exuding primal beauty. The price tag read 11,000 yuan. What? Zhu Yinyan gasped, taken aback. This model was one of the high-end offerings from the dealership, primarily for display, with perhaps only 1 or 2 sold every few months. She was astonished to see such a seemingly shabby boy display such extravagance. Immediately, her enthusiasm surged. She stepped closer to Sun Yang, her demeanor warm and inviting. You truly have an eye for fine vehicles. This model has just arrived at our dealership. Lin Huaxiu could no longer contain herself, her derisive laughter unrestrained. Sun Yang, don't pretend to be wealthy. I know your family is hardly affluent. Are you planning to sell a kidney? If it's just 11,000 yuan. Subtract 700, and it's 10,300. Sun Yang pulled out a stack of cash from his backpack, withdrew 7 notes, and handed them to Zhu Yinyan. Count it. He exuded confidence. Lin Huaxiu's jaw dropped in disbelief as she stole a glance at the stack in his backpack, realizing there were not just a few notes but several bundles, totaling at least 50 or 60,000 yuan. Having borrowed money from the local bullies, he intended to return it upon his return to the village. Did you rob a bank, Sun Yang? Lin Huaxiu murmured in shock. Slap. Zhu Yinyan turned and delivered a sharp slap to Lin Huaxiu's face. The sound echoed loudly, leaving a vivid red mark on her fair cheek. Tears welled in Lin Huaxiu's eyes as she covered her face, looking at Zhu Yinyan with a sense of grievance, too intimidated to retaliate. Next time you mock a customer, I'll make sure to ruin your face. Zhu Yinyan, with her striking presence, surprised Sun Yang with her ferocity. He had not expected such a fierce response from the dealership owner. However, the slap brought him a sense of relief and satisfaction. Zhu Yinyan noticed his reaction. Her left hand gripping the stack of cash, she turned to Sun Yang with a radiant smile. Mr. Sun Yang, do you feel better now? If you wish, you could even give her a few slaps yourself. Sun Yang was taken aback. How generous must the dealership's wages be to allow Lin Huaxiu to endure such treatment? Zhu Yinyan, sensing his confusion, explained, that troublesome girl owes my husband over 200,000 yuan. Not sending her to work in a nightclub is already a mercy that if she misbehaves again, it's off to the club for her. Zhu Yinyan's smile held a cruel edge, as she portrayed her and her husband as legitimate business owners while secretly engaging in usury, with Lin Huaxiu being just one of their unfortunate debtors. Now, they only needed to cover her living expenses without paying her a salary. Lin Huaxiu lowered her head, mumbling as if she wished to explain herself. While Sun Yang felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight, he was also relieved by the situation. How about it? Do you want to slap her around a bit for fun? Zhu Yinyan chuckled. Lin Huaxiu shivered at the suggestion, too fearful to act. Any affront to Zhu Yinyan would only worsen her own fate. Observing the pitiable look on Lin Huaxiu's tear-streaked face, Sun Yang shook his head. No need. Moments later, Zhu Yinyan verified the cash with a counting machine, confirming everything was in order before calling a colleague to bring out a brand new motorcycle. If you wish to obtain a license and driving permit, we can handle that for you as well, for 1,500 yuan, ready in 3 days, she inquired. Sun Yang was taken aback. He had been driving without a license for several years. Given the lax regulations in the county, he had been fortunate to evade capture, but after several close calls, he decided to let the dealership handle it. Please take care. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to find me, Zhu Yinyan said warmly, escorting Sun Yang to the door, with Lin Huaxiu trailing behind, now far too wary to mock him again. Chapter 11. Spring breeze and success, pushing his brand-new motorcycle out of the dealership. Sun Yang was all smiles. Yet once he calmed down, he felt a pang of regret for spending over 10,000 yuan so swiftly that he had never handled such a large sum of money at once before. I'll take a few laps around the city. Then treat myself to a nice meal, he thought as he hopped onto the motorcycle, ready to indulge. However, before he could even drive a few paces, his old Nokia vibrated incessantly. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Li Chuanxua. "Sister Li?" Sun Yang exclaimed in surprise as he answered the call. On the other end, he heard her low sobs. Xiao Yang, have you returned? Please come to the bus station to pick me up." Her voice was filled with sorrow, tugging at Sun Yang's heartstrings. Without a moment's hesitation, he sped towards the bus station. The station, he spotted a curvaceous woman with disheveled hair, quietly weeping and wiping her eyes, drawing the attention of passers-by. As he approached, he recognized Li Chuanxua, her eyes red and swollen. "Sister, what happened? Who bullied you? I'll teach them a lesson." Sun Yang rushed to her side, his concern palpable. You came?" Li Chuanxua's face was streaked with tears as she suddenly threw herself into his arms, clutching his neck and weeping uncontrollably. After a while, she managed to compose herself, her voice lamenting, "That scoundrel Zhou Fuguei is with another woman." Sun Yang listened intently as she recounted the events, filled with joy. She had gone to the construction site to find her husband, Zhou Fuguei. Upon arriving at the dormitory, she overheard sounds coming from inside. Peeking through a crack in the door, she was devastated to see Zhou Fuguei in bed with another woman, both unclothed. The sight shattered her, especially as the woman was unremarkable and overweight. Li Chuanxua felt utterly betrayed. Enraged, she kicked the door and stormed off, yet inexplicably lingered outside the construction site, waiting for Zhou Fuguei to come after her. When he did not, her heart sank, and she resolved to return to the village. I lost my wallet, so I had to trouble you," she sobbed, realizing only at the station that her wallet was missing. "Trouble? It is my honor to assist you, sister," Sun Yang said, patting her back in comfort. "Brother Fuguei isn't like that. Perhaps he has his reasons." "Reasons? That useless, ugly thing could be threatened by that woman." "Xiao Yang, don't defend him. Just take me back. I'm going to tell my parents and divorce him." Li Chunyu vipet hertives. "Sister, don't act rashly. I believe Brother Fuguei will explain everything," Sun Yang said with a wry smile. Uncertain of what kind of justification could exist for Zhou Fuguei's actions, as they reached the entrance, Li Chuanxua's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the new motorcycle. "Is this your bike?" "Indeed. That old junk was long overdue for retirement." Sun Yang mounted the motorcycle, waving her over with a smile. "Hop on. This ride is far more comfortable than that old clunker." "Yes, it's definitely more comfortable," Li Chuanxua agreed as she climbed on behind him, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist as if to meld into him. "Sister." Sun Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, an unusual sensation coursing through him. "So, does this mean I'm the first woman to ride in your new vehicle?" Li Chuanxua smiled, seeing her red eyes and damp lashes reflected in the mirror. Her strained smile tugged at Sun Yang's heart. Sister, you can ride as many times as you like. I'm always at your service," he said instinctively. "If only that scoundrel Zhou Fuguei had half your gentleness." Li Chuanxua leaned against his back, touched by his kindness, a hint of sweetness flickering in her eyes. The new motorcycle had excellent shock absorption, but the road was too bumpy for comfort, and Sun Yang reveled in the ride back to the village. Upon arriving, he parked the bike at Li Chuanxua's doorstep, in front of a two-story red brick house with a weathered facade and patches of moss. "Come in for a cup of tea," she invited, pressing her hand on Sun Yang's arm. Not wishing to refuse her earnest request, he nodded. "Sure, that would be lovely." Following her inside, he detected a faint musty odor in the sparsely furnished living room, which seemed even more humble than his own home. Sun Yang frowned slightly. This trip to the city was not just to reunite with Zhou Fuguei, but also to collect living expenses. Now that she had lost her wallet, she likely had little money left. While Li Chuanxu entered the kitchen to brew tea, Sun Yang discreetly retrieved 2,000 yuan from his backpack, but he had considered giving her 4,000 or 5,000. But reconsidered. 2,000 would be sufficient for living expenses in the village for 2 to 3 months, and offering too much would likely be refused by her. "Xiao Yang, I just realized that we're out of tea at home. Please just have some water instead. I apologize," Li Chuanxua said with an apologetic expression as she emerged holding a cup of warm water. "Oh, it's nothing," Sun Yang replied, placing some money on the table. "Sister-in-law, Take this money. What? Li Chuanxue was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the stack of cash. If you've had a falling out with Brother Fugue, what will you do if he doesn't provide you with living expenses? Sun Yang said. No, I can't accept this money. Li Chuanxue quickly refused. Take it that I've earned quite a bit. You can't possibly ask your parents for money, can you? Sun Yang chuckled, knowing some of Li Chuanxue's circumstances. Her parents held a strong preference for sons and were not kind to her. As a married daughter, she was seen as water spilled from a jug, and with a younger brother at home, they would hardly extend a helping hand. Sun Yang stood up and pressed the money into Li Chuanxue's hands. After a brief struggle, tears sparkled in Li Chuanxue's eyes as she softly said, I will pay you back in the future. It's fine, we're like family, Sun Yang replied nonchalantly, preparing to leave. However, unexpectedly, Li Chuanxue suddenly grasped his wrist and said, Wait, sister-in-law needs your help. Come inside. Help! Sun Yang set down his backpack and followed her into the bedroom. But once inside, Li Chuanxue turned her back to him at the bedside, leaving Sun Yang increasingly perplexed. Xiao Yang? Do you think sister-in-law is beautiful? Li Chuanxue's voice was sultry. Beautiful, Sun Yang stammered, unable to resist admiring Li Chuanxue's voluptuous figure, envious that Zhou Fuge could marry such a stunning woman. Before he could finish, Li Chuanxue suddenly turned around, pulling him close and pushing him against the edge of the bed. Sun Yang, taken completely by surprise, offered no resistance and lay half reclined on the bed, staring in shock at Li Chuanxue. Chapter 12. An invitation for a night. Meeting her eyes were teary, filled with a mixture of shame and anger. Zhou Fugue had betrayed her, so why shouldn't she give him a taste of his own medicine? Compared to Zhou Fugue, Sun Yang was genuinely affectionate towards her, selflessly offering assistance when he learned of her difficulties. She had already harbored thoughts of him in her heart, and now this young man had burst through her defenses. Sister-in-law, this isn't right. Brother Fugue just acted impulsively. Sun Yang stuttered in protest. His face flushed, and it was impossible for him not to be moved by such a stunning beauty as Li Chuanxue. Don't mention Zhou Fugue. He is not my husband. Li Chuanxue's expression turned frigid. Sun Yang had never encountered such a situation before and felt his face burning. Should he continue, or should he refuse and leave? Sun Yang was at a loss, yet deep down he already had an answer. He was no saint. The bedroom was silent, their gazes locked, tension building. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the stillness from outside. Sister-in-law, are you home? It was a voice they both recognized well. Zhou Fugue's sister. Li Chuanxue panicked, quickly scrambling off Sun Yang, hurriedly adjusting her skirt. Sun Yang felt a jolt of fear. If Zhou saw them, Zhou Fugue would surely be furious. He quickly stood up. Hurry, hide in the closet. Li Chuanxue urgently pointed to a nearby wooden wardrobe. Sun Yang swiftly dove into the closet, just as Zhou entered the bedroom. That a strikingly attractive woman, clad in a light green dress, with a tear mole at the corner of her eye adding to her charm. Although she was 2 years older than Sun Yang, she was already married, though her husband had tragically died in a car accident 2 years prior. Sister-in-law, what are you doing in the room? Zhou inquired. Nothing. I just got back. What brings you here? Li Chuanxue's expression was frosty. Zhou Fugue's infidelity left her with no goodwill towards Zhou. Big brother couldn't reach you by phone, so he asked me to call and let you know he's on his way back and to not act impulsively. He can explain everything to you. Zhou frowned. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I happened to see him in the city with a woman, completely naked in bed. How could that be a misunderstanding? Li Chuanxue scoffed. What? Zhou face changed dramatically, looking at Li Chuanxue in disbelief. This, big brother is too. Sister-in-law, please calm down. Big brother really cares about you. He'll definitely give you an explanation when he returns. Zhou laughed awkwardly, but Li Chuanxue would not fabricate such claims. She was at a loss for how to defend her brother. Li Chuanxue huffed, sitting sideways on a stool, subtly glancing at the closet. After Zhou had spent some time trying to console her, she finally sighed. Let big brother explain when he comes back. He should be back in half an hour. I promised Aunt Shun I'd help pick up her child. Once Zhou left, Sun Yang reluctantly emerged from the closet. feeling his earlier excitement extinguished by Zhou Fugui. Xiao Yang, Li Chunshif bit her lip, gazing at him with guilt, realizing he was left in an awkward position. You should go back first. I'll come find you tonight, Li Chunshua whispered. No matter how Zhou Fugui explained, she would never forgive him. All right, I'll head back now, Sun Yang said, quickly grabbing his backpack and fleeing from Li Chunshua's home that he rode his motorcycle back to the herbal shop. Informing his grandfather about selling the wild ginseng for an astonishing 50,000, that his grandfather was equally delighted. After a moment, he said, Xiao Yang, since you have money now, you should return it. Understood, Sun Yang nodded. As the sun set, he stepped out with a bulging red plastic bag containing bundles of cash. He disliked being in debt and intended to repay what he owed. He first went to the home of his creditor, Li Yunshan, but found no one there. With no other option, Sun Yang turned to Huang Lily's house. Arriving at a small courtyard, he knocked on the iron gate and called out loudly, Huang Lily! Huang Lily! After 20 to 30 seconds of shouting, a voice from inside exclaimed, What are you yelling about? Are you trying to drive me mad? As the gate swung open, a damp-haired Huang Lily peeked out, shooting Sun Yang an angry glare. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'm looking for you. Come in. I'm freezing. I was in the middle of a shower when I heard your racket. Huang Lily scolded, storming back inside. Sun Yang chuckled and followed her. However, upon entering the courtyard, he was taken aback. Huang Lily was wearing a pink tank top and pink sports shorts with white trim, her long legs strikingly beautiful. What are you staring at? Huang Lily turned around, perplexed by his silence. Pervert, she exclaimed as she followed his gaze, her face instantly flushing as she covered her chest with her hands and dashed back indoors. She had been in the shower and, upon hearing Sun Yang's voice, had hastily thrown on some shorts, not expecting him to be so observant. Sun Yang awkwardly chuckled, slowly making his way inside. Huang Lily only returned downstairs after a moment. Fuming, If you stare again, I swear I'll gouge your eyes out. She slammed her hands on the table, glaring at Sun Yang with fury. Is this my fault? Sun Yang's lips twitched. Enough chatter. What do you want from me? Huang Lily scrutinized him, her brow slightly furrowed. Is it that you're short on cash? Lily, Sun Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. What? Are you about to cry? Huang Lily pouted, stammering, I don't care about you. No, I'm here to pay you back, Sun Yang said, pulling out the red plastic bag filled with cash, which amounted to 90,000 yuan, 5 of which he wanted Huang Lily to pass on to Li Yunshan. Huang Lily glanced at it casually, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the stacks of bills. Did you rob a bank? She knew all too well about Sun Yang's current predicament. How could he suddenly become wealthy after just one afternoon? How could that be? I simply sold a treasure, Sun Yang grinned proudly, feeling that fortune had finally smiled upon him. Before he could finish, Huang Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. A treasure? You, of all people, where would you find a treasure? Are you involved in some illegal activities? She then seized Sun Yang by the neck, shaking him vigorously. Whoa, this violent girl is too much, Sun Yang thought, nearly suffocating as his face turned crimson in a moment of panic. He instinctively lowered his hands, realizing his actions. He was filled with terror. He hadn't meant to do it. Huang Lily, however, froze momentarily before erupting in anger like a lioness. You touch me. I'm going to kill you. Sun Yang's pitiful cries echoed through the hall. A while later, Sun Yang emerged with a black eye, one hand covering his cheek, while Huang Lily's anger had subsided. She sat sideways with her arms crossed, her figure alluring. Chapter 13. Violent tenderness. Huang Lily glanced at him, her expression a mix of playful annoyance, as if she were ready to pounce on him at any moment. I sold a 50-year-old wild ginseng and made 50,000, Sun Yang recounted slowly. From his encounter with the wealthy girl Tang Wanru to getting a new motorcycle, Huang Lily's frown transformed into wide-eyed disbelief. She couldn't believe Sun Yang had such luck. I told you, how could you suddenly have the ability to make big bucks? It must be Grandpa Sun's doing, huh? Huang Lily scoffed, but her eyes gleamed with happiness, clearly pleased for Sun Yang. Truth be told, she didn't want Sun Yang to work in the city. That would mean. Sun Yang's lips twitched. Did she have to belittle him like that? He continued, I'm here to repay you that I just went to Li Yunshan's house, but he wasn't home. The other 50,000, could you please pass it on for me? I heard he went to the neighboring village to collect debts. That scumbag is probably bullying someone again, Huang Lili casually remarked. Scumbag? Sun Yang widened his eyes. That is Huang Lili really talking about her boyfriend? Mind your own business. Suddenly, Huang Lili stood up, grasping Sun Yang's collar tightly. If I find out you're squandering Grandpa's son's money on debauchery, I swear, I'll beat you to a pulp. So fierce. You really do match with Li Yunshan, Sun Yang muttered under his breath. Huang Lili caught every word, her eyes flickering with rage, her face instantly contorted with fury. Who is a match for him? You better clarify yourself. If it weren't for my dad. Today, I'll make sure you remember this. Huang Lili surged forward, pinning Sun Yang to the ground, straddling him, her fists raised, ready to rain blows upon his face. Sun Yang hurriedly covered his face with his hands, bracing for impact, yet, to his surprise, the pain never came. Hesitantly, he peeked through his fingers at Huang Lili. Her fist hovered before him, and as he gazed up, he noticed tears shimmering in her eyes, her lips pursed in a way that conveyed profound grievance. As she met his gaze with an expression of sorrow, Lily, what is wrong? I was just joking, I meant no harm. A pang of anguish struck Sun Yang's heart. He had harbored feelings for Huang Lili ever since he saved her from drowning when they were 8. They had spent countless days together, climbing mountains to collect bird eggs and fishing in the river, but it was only 2 years ago, as he prepared to confess his feelings, that he discovered she was already with Li Yunshan. Though they didn't appear to be a couple, when she declared him as her boyfriend, Sun Yang's heart shattered. Now, having made her cry, he panicked and grasped her hand. I'm sorry, you know I'm not good with words. I can be quite thick-skinned. How about you just hit me a few times? Upon hearing Sun Yang's self-deprecating words, Huang Lili couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, thick-skinned and ugly too. Her delicate features, with tears glistening like crystals, only enhanced her beauty, making Sun Yang's heart ache even more. That it was a pity she was such a princess of peace. Just as Sun Yang was feeling remorseful, his thoughts drifted again, unable to resist stealing glances at her. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. Huang Lili forcefully pinched Sun Yang's cheek with her left hand while her right hand wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. In this position, she quickly stood up and returned to her seat. Yes, next time I'll just let you whip me or pour wax on me. Seeing that Huang Lili had stopped crying, Sun Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brushing off his pants as he stood up, that he smiled. Lily, I'll just leave the money here and I'll... Idiot, stand still. Just as Sun Yang was about to turn and leave, Huang Lili shouted. Huh. Sun Yang looked confused. Was she going to hit him again? Huang Lili approached the table and continued. I've lent you a total of 40,000 yuan, and now we're even. You've really hit the jackpot. Saying this, she carefully placed the remaining money into a plastic bag, secured it, and handed it to Sun Yang. As for the rest, we'll discuss it once Li Yunshan returns. Sun Yang hesitated to accept. Puzzled. Wasn't he giving money back to Huang Lili the same as returning it to Li Yunshan? If I say you're foolish, can't you show me a bit of intelligence? What kind of person is Li Yunshan? You're so bold to return it directly to him. What about the IOU you signed? Has it come into your possession? Moreover, with his character, do you dare to return it through my hands without a few witnesses? Are you an idiot? Huang Lili was furious, genuinely worried for Sun Yang. Who could be so naive? A lone shark like Li Yunshan could not be trusted. Although Huang Lili had never been close to him as his girlfriend, she was fully aware of his shady dealings. Even if it passed through her hands, as long as there were no other witnesses and the IOU wasn't retrieved, he wouldn't dare to pursue Sun Yang openly, but would definitely transfer the IOU to someone else in secret to collect the debt. I see. Sun Yang suddenly understood, accepting the heavy bag. I'll notify him to come find you to resolve this matter. Huang Lili shot him an irritated glance. Oh, thank you. Sun Yang nodded. Wait a moment before leaving. Huang Lili suddenly added. Sun Yang didn't ask what was up and immediately sat obediently back down, watching her. Idiot. Just wait here. I'm going to boil an egg for you to help with the bruising. Huang Lili shot a sidelong glance at Sun Yang, focusing on the faint purple bruise around his right eye, a mark from her earlier onslaught. Honestly, how useless you are. Can't you spare some time to work out? Just one punch, and you're already bruised. As she turned to head upstairs, she continued to grumble. Sun Yang chuckled awkwardly, touching the corner of his eye. Ever since he fell into the valley, his physique had greatly improved, and his dynamic vision had sharpened considerably. Earlier, when Huang Lili hit him, he had ample ability to block or dodge. It was just that he had grown accustomed to being bullied and often let her hit him. Even when she scolded him now, he felt no resistance. Am I becoming psychologically twisted? Sun Yang forced a bitter smile. Yet his heart felt as sweet as honey that if only she were his girlfriend, he wouldn't mind her hitting him every day. Soon, Huang Lili returned with a peeled, hard-boiled egg, having cooled it in cold water. She sat beside Sun Yang, preparing to hand it to him so he could apply it himself, but then she shot him an angry glare. Forget it. Your IQ is questionable. I'll help you apply it. Up close. Sun Yang could smell a faint fragrance that resembled Lily's lightness and osmantha's sweetness. Regardless of which, it sent a thrill through him, igniting a desire to embrace this beautiful girl before him. Of course, it was merely a thought. If he acted on it, this fierce girl would surely give him a black eye to match the other. Happy times always passed swiftly. It felt like no time had passed when Huang Lili's voice broke the silence. All right, hurry up and leave. It's already dark. Chapter 14. The 80,000 yuan. Huang Lili stared at the egg in her hand, her slender fingers easily breaking the egg white. Tossing the yolk into her mouth. Oh, Sun Yang turned reluctantly, but after taking just 3 steps, that melodious voice called out from behind. Do you want to have dinner here? Huang Lili suddenly asked, turning her head as if casually. Sure. Sure. Sun Yang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he quickly sat back down. Don't just sit there. Come help me wash the vegetables. Huang Lili shot him a glance before turning to head upstairs. And Sun Yang followed happily behind, unaware that Huang Lili's cheeks were slightly flushed, her lips curved in a subtle smile. After they finished dinner, Sun Yang left Huang Lili's house with a blissful smile. Should he find an excuse to come back for dinner another day? Sun Yang's eyes flickered with thought that on the second-floor balcony, Huang Lili nibbled on a red apple, leaning on the railing as she watched Sun Yang gradually walk away. A playful smile appearing on her lips as she murmured to herself, this dullard. I wonder if he'll ever find a girlfriend. I see no chance for him to do it on his own. Should I find someone for him? How about that Li Qian at the village entrance? No way. Too pretty. She might end up putting a green hat on him one day. Forget it, I'm not his mother. Why should I worry about him? As the tall figure vanished from her sight, Huang Lili turned back into her room, but not long after, an unpleasant voice echoed from downstairs. Lily, are you home? The sound sent a shiver through Huang Lili. So disgusting. Despite its coarse tone, it pretended to be gentle, almost sounding effeminate. Upon hearing that distinctive voice, Huang Lili immediately recognized its owner, her boyfriend, Li Yunshan. Hesitating for a moment, her phone rang again. It was Li Yunshan calling. Huang Lili hung up directly and went downstairs to open the door. As the door swung open, 3 grinning young men stood awkwardly at the entrance, with a burly young man in the center, pale-faced, holding a small basket. What are you doing here? Huang Lili turned to walk inside. I went to Li Family Village to collect a debt this afternoon, and just got back that I even brought your favorite strawberries. Li Yunshan smirked, following closely behind, though not daring to get too close. Oh, which poor soul did you rob this time? Huang Lili retorted without even glancing at Li Yunshan. That fat Li from Li Family Village owes money and hasn't paid, yet he still has money to buy strawberries for his sickly mother. Oh! One of his lackeys chimed in, but before he could finish, Li Yunshan smacked him on the head. Shut up! Li Yunshan shot a look of exasperation at his lackey. If it were anyone else, he would have beaten him up already. Then he turned back to Huang Lili with a flattering smile. So it's not stealing. He couldn't pay, so he gave me these strawberries, saying they were for us brothers to quench our thirst. Huang Lili scoffed. She didn't need to ask to know that Fat Li had likely been beaten badly. Forget it. You can keep them for yourself. I'm not in the mood for strawberries lately. As she entered the house, Huang Lili didn't even spare a glance at the basket. Li Yunshan wanted to say something more, but a cold glare from Huang Lili made him instinctively cover his head, no longer daring to force her to accept. Past experiences had taught him that he could not go against Huang Lily's wishes, or he would end up in a dire situation. Even his lackey wouldn't be able to help. By the way, you should go find Sun Yang tomorrow. He is preparing to repay the money. Huang Lily recalled Sun Yang's matter. Repay? Li Yunshan was taken aback, but quickly realized, exclaiming, has Sun Yang really managed to gather the money so soon? He was just asking us to lend him some. Circumstances change. Can't he make a fortune now? Huang Lily replied coldly, yes. Fortunately, I am clever enough. Li Yunshan suddenly broke into a smug grin. His self-satisfied demeanor exuding a certain insolence that it was only when Huang Lily fixed him with a dark glare that his expression faltered, and he cleared his throat awkwardly, chuckling. Sun Jingxin came by at noon and took the IOU. Sun Jingxin took the IOU? Huang Lily inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. What does Li Yunshan need the IOU for? He bought it from me for 80,000. Li Yunshan exclaimed excitedly, pinching his fingers together. Did I not just make a tidy profit of 30,000? He threw back his head in laughter. The memory of noon flashing through his mind, that time. While he was still enjoying his lunch, Sun Jingxin had come to him, a sour expression on his face, making one wonder if Li Yunshan owed him money. Jingxin, what brings you here? Li Yunshan asked, puzzled. Sun Yang, no, isn't Sun Yang's grandfather in debt to you for 50,000? Sun Jingxin asked bluntly, his tone icy. Upon seeing Sun Jingxin's sour face, Li Yunshan immediately lost his good mood and teased. Since when did Sun Yang become your grandfather? I. Li Yunshan glared at him, his voice rising in anger. Li Yunshan, I have no time for your idle chatter. Is Sun Yang's grandfather in debt to you for 50,000? Yes, so what? Li Yunshan set down his utensils, his eyes glinting with a hint of anticipation, sensing a potential windfall. I paid it off for him, so give me the IOU. Sun Jingxin said ominously, his fists clenched, a murderous glint in his eyes. Remembering the Western doctor at the village clinic, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear Sun Yang to shreds. Sun Yang's antics had genuinely frightened him, causing him distress. He had even tried with his wife that morning, but to no avail. According to the doctor, it could be psychological, and the duration of recovery was uncertain. The key was to eliminate his psychological trauma. Sun Jingxin felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, pondering when he would recover. Would he be a eunuch for life? He yearned for vengeance. Paid it off for him. Li Yunshan smirked. What connection do you have with him? Sun Jingxin was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at Li Yunshan, asking, what do you mean? You know that 50,000, it was Lily who put her name on it, so I can't just hand the IOU over to anyone. Li Yunshan's smile was tinged with helplessness. He had no desire to be on the receiving end of Huang Lily's wrath. Sun Jingxin's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly donned a cold smile, declaring, Li Yunshan, don't be foolish. That shabby clinic has no business left. The villagers have all flocked to the new clinic. Your money is likely to go down the drain. Sun Yang will never be able to repay it. Li Yunshan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. What do you think? I paid it off for him. Otherwise, you won't be able to collect your debt. Sun Jingxin grinned smugly. Am I a fool? That dilapidated house along with the clinic could easily sell for 50 or 60,000, right? I won't be taking a loss. Li Yunshan rolled his eyes at him, then sneered. Want the IO? Fine. Bring some sincerity to the table. At this moment, it was Sun Jingxin's turn to wear a glum expression. You. Sun Jingxin struggled to find his voice, eventually clenching his fists and saying, name a price. Who would buy that rundown house? That's hard to say. Li Yunshan chuckled. 60,000, no more nonsense. Sun Jingxin grunted. 12,000. Li Yunshan shot back, his smile radiating cunning. 65,000. Don't treat me like an idiot, will you? Are you selling or not? Sun Jingxin's brow furrowed slightly. 10,000. Come on, Jingxin, be reasonable. Li Yunshan replied with a grin. This IOU isn't exactly hot property. It's still worth that much. The two engaged in a tug-of-war for a solid 10 minutes, during which Sun Jingxin felt increasingly aggrieved. With a wave of his hand, he declared, 80,000, take it or leave it. Li Yunshan knew very well who he was dealing with. If they couldn't reach an agreement, He would have to devise another plan to get to Sun Yang. He turned to leave. Li Yunshan's expression fluctuated, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Just as Sun Jingxin reached the door, Li Yunshan's gaze sharpened, and he said, all right, for the sake of our past friendship, 80,000 it is, cash on delivery. I'll go fetch the IOU. Good. I'm heading to the village entrance to get the money. Sun Jingxin gritted his teeth, reflecting on how much extra he had to pay just for that IOU. Half an hour later, Sun Jingxin returned to Li Yunshan's home, carrying a bag, looking at the somewhat worn and yellowed IOU in his hand. A dark smile spread across his face. Sun Yang, just wait. I will make you pay dearly. Li Yunshan snapped back to reality, displaying a sycophantic smile. Lily, see how clever I am? I just made 30,000 in one go. Tomorrow, shall I take you to the city to buy some clothes? However, Huang Lily's cold laughter echoed in response as she tightened her grip around Li Yunshan's neck. Who gave you the right to hand the IOU to someone else? Isn't there money to be made? Li Yunshan stammered defensively, but his expression quickly morphed into one of horror as he yelped, Lily, be gentle. My neck is going to snap. With her grip around his neck, Li Yunshan resembled a shrimp that had been boiled, hunched over in agony. Meanwhile, two of his lackeys discreetly turned their heads away, too afraid to intervene. Please, Lily, didn't Sun Yang just pay back the debt? The IOU is of no consequence in anyone's hands, Li Yunshan explained through gritted teeth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes due to the pain. That is true. Huang Lily paused, nodding as she released Li Yunshan. Get lost. Li Yunshan felt a twinge of disappointment. His bottom had barely warmed the seat before he rubbed his neck. But upon meeting Huang Lily's fearsome gaze, he shuddered and forced a smile. Then, Lily, I shall take my leave for now. Good night. He stood to leave, only to hear Huang Lily's command from behind. Take that basket of strawberries with you. Yes. Li Yunshan wore a woeful expression, signaling for his lackey to pick up the basket as he left Huang Lily's house, glancing back repeatedly. In the hall, Huang Lily sat on the stool, her expression one of disdain as she watched the three depart. She held no fondness for Li Yunshan. Despite his obsequiousness towards her, he was the epitome of a rogue to outsiders, a quintessential villain. Previously, due to her father's influence, she had acquiesced to Li Yunshan's requests. But he had attempted to take liberties with her. That time, Huang Lily did not hold back, delivering a beating that left him bedridden for 3 days. Since then, whenever she was in a foul mood, she would give Li Yunshan a thrashing, keeping him utterly subdued. Meanwhile, Sun Yang returned to the clinic, which was nearing 8 o'clock. However, as per usual, the clinic would not close before 11, after placing the money back in his room. He noticed that his grandfather was already asleep, so he turned off the lights and made his way to the hall. Soon, he found himself squatting beside the herbal medicine cabinet, fiddling with the herbs. Even though he had money now, the clinic was his grandfather's life work, and he wanted to elevate its reputation. Danshin, Hishowu, Sun Yang opened the cabinet to check for any missing herbs. Before long, he was left speechless. The herbs were plentiful, but what astonished him was their quality. Before he had acquired the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra, he had paid little attention to the quality of herbs. However, now, with a discerning eye, he could immediately identify the superior quality of all the herbs in the cabinet. Every single one of the over 100 varieties was of the highest grade. The better the quality of the herbs, the more potent their effects, and their prices could soar by 50 to 100% compared to ordinary herbs that he was puzzled, wondering where his grandfather had sourced such high-quality herbs. He had never seen him purchase any. Could they have all been foraged from the mountains? But were there really such a wealth of medicinal herbs near Kunlong Valley? As he pondered this, he remained oblivious to the approaching footsteps. Xiao Yang. Li Chuanxue playfully tapped the table, startling Sun Yang so that he jumped. It's sister-in-law. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Sun Yang looked up to see Li Chuanxue in a light white dress, her charming smile illuminating her graceful figure, exuding an enchanting allure. Are you lost in thought about some woman? Li Chuanxue teased with a smirk. No, not at all. Sun Yang shook his head vigorously, but then he found himself staring blankly at Li Chuanxue, recalling her words from earlier that afternoon when she had mentioned coming to find him. Was she planning to continue what they had left unfinished? His heart raced at the thought, as a passionate young man. It was natural for him to indulge in wild fantasies. That it was only when he noticed Li Chuanxue's flushed cheeks that he snapped back to reality. Sister-in-law, how are things going with Brother Fugue? Sun Yang asked, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, wondering if Zhou Fugue had returned home by now that he hoped Li Chuanxue had forgiven him. Sun Yang's heart raced with anticipation, secretly wishing for a fallout between Li Chuanxue and Zhou Fugue, as that would open the door for him. As this thought crossed his mind, he inwardly scolded himself, yet he could not shake off that ugly desire. Li Chuanxue's smile faded, her eyes bearing a hint of sorrow. As she placed a small red pouch in front of Sun Yang, the translucent bag hinted at a stack of money inside. Yes, I'm sorry, Li Chuanxue apologized, pushing the pouch toward Sun Yang. I have reconciled with him. Sun Yang's expression grew complex, and after a moment, he managed a forced smile. Oh, reconciled. That's how it should be. Couples should understand and forgive one another. Brother Fugue was just, before he could finish, Li Chuanxue shook her head, offering a wry smile. Just a moment of foolishness. He explained to me that the woman was his female supervisor, who coerced him, that he got involved with her to keep his job. Do you believe that? With his looks, he coerced him? Moreover, he declared that he would sever all ties with her upon his return, should she threaten him. He would resign and no longer work at that construction site. Such matters can only occur once or infinitely. This man lacks intellect. He possesses only physical strength, aside from laboring at the construction site. What else can he do? Li Chuanxue sighed deeply, lamenting that if she had the means, she would never consider reconciling with Zhou Fugue. Betrayal is betrayal, and no rationale, however grand, could justify it. Then Sun Yang hesitated, pondering why, if Li Chuanxue felt this way, she would still reconcile with Zhou Fugue. Chapter 16. The Arrival of an Adversary. When Zhou Fugue returned to the village, he even summoned my parents from a neighboring village. Feigning remorse and shedding tears in a theatrical display of apology, it took little time for my parents to forgive him. Li Chuanxue discerned Sun Yang's confusion and shook her head in resignation. Moreover, my parents hold conservative views, believing that as a woman, I ought to listen to my husband and forgive him, she continued. Oh, Sun Yang nodded, his lips pursed, feeling a mix of emotions. Well, that is not entirely wrong. After all, one should advocate for harmony rather than division. After this incident, Brother Fugue has surely learned his lesson and will not repeat such mistakes. Enough about him. Take this money back, Li Chuanxue gestured towards the bag. Return it to me. But what about your future? Sun Yang began, but was cut off. Silly, I have reconciled with him. Would he not provide me with living expenses? Li Chuanxue chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. Thus, dear brother, I temporarily do not require your assistance. Sun Yang nodded. Clutching the bag tightly, momentarily at a loss for words, the two exchanged glances, falling into silence for a while, until Li Chuanxue finally spoke with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, dear brother. I have broken my promise. Now, I understand. Since you have reconciled, it is only natural that you should not engage in anything that would betray Brother Fugue, Sun Yang affirmed, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. After all, should something inappropriate occur between him and Li Chuanxue, being discovered would render him unable to remain in Shiha village. Li Chuanxue scrutinized Sun Yang's expression and broke into a playful laugh. Look at how sorrowful you appear. I am several years your senior, old and unattractive. Hardly a match for a young man like you. How about this? I will introduce you to a few lovely young ladies on another day. I am sure you will find someone to your liking, Li Chuanxue proposed. Sun Yang's lips twitched, taken aback at the thought of being introduced to potential romantic interests. What are you surprised about? You are not a child anymore. It is time for you to seek a girlfriend. I shall arrange it for you, Li Chuanxue replied. The two chatted casually for about 10 minutes, after which Li Chuanxue glanced at the time and remarked, Let us leave it at that for now. It is getting late, and I must return to an empty home. Brother Fugue has apologized and hurried back to the city. How vexing. Oh, then goodbye, sister. Sun Yang accompanied her to the door. Li Chuanxue turned back multiple times, her enchanting eyes reflecting a peculiar emotion. Seemingly reluctant to part. Regardless, it made Sun Yang's heart race. An empty home. As he watched her graceful silhouette disappear, he could not help but let his imagination wander, sighing as he turned back toward the clinic. Upon arriving home, Li Chunxue found the dim light within her residence disheartening. She glanced back and muttered, "This young man surely lacks the courage, right, Sai? The hints have been obvious enough. If he does not come, so be it." Once inside, she shut the door and leaned against it, feeling helpless. Remembering her earlier agreement with Sun Yang, she recalled how Zhou Fugui had returned with her parents and apologized, almost begging for her forgiveness. Having received an apology, the impulse and fire within her had been extinguished. While the desire for revenge against Zhou Fugui remained, the restlessness that had fueled it was absent. As a woman, how could she muster the audacity to initiate such a relationship with Sun Yang? Thus, all she could do was hint at Sun Yang that if he were brave enough to seek her out at midnight, she might acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Reflecting on Sun Yang's expression at their parting, she surmised the outcome. This young man was hardly bold. That night, after a cold shower to calm his thoughts, Sun Yang resumed his practice of the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra, substituting sleep with cultivation. The next day, he felt the dragon energy within him grow minuscule yet perceptibly, and as he examined his meridians, he chuckled wryly. At this rate, will I ever truly achieve the stage where my dragon energy condenses into an actual dragon? Recalling the sutra's description, he understood that once the dragon energy reached a vast and overwhelming state, it could condense into a dragon within him at that moment. Sun Yang would not only transform into a true dragon, but also wield the ability to control it with his consciousness, soaring through the skies and fulfilling the true functions of a dragon. Presently, however, that goal seemed distant, so he continued to channel the dragon energy into his grandfather, gradually mending his grandfather's physical ailments. After tending to his grandfather, Sun Yang opened the clinic's doors, only to find it still desolate. Years ago, his grandfather had been somewhat renowned in the surrounding areas, with patients traveling from afar to seek treatment. However, with recent county policies, every village now boasted a proper clinic at affordable prices, leading to a steep decline in business for their clinic. Villagers, whenever they experienced minor ailments, opted to visit the local clinics for quick infusions, believing that a single bottle would cure all maladies, leaving them invigorated and healthy. Sun Yang vividly remembered his grandfather's warnings that such prolonged dependence on infusions could be detrimental to one's health. Yet sadly, the patients remained unconvinced, some even accusing Sun Yang's grandfather of deceiving them to drive them to his clinic. Sun Yang could still picture his grandfather's sorrowful expression, a memory etched in his mind. Sigh. Well, it will take time. At least I won't starve, Sun Yang mused, surveying the clinic's interior, the walls riddled with age, and the furniture old and worn. Suddenly, an idea struck him. People rely on appearances. A fine exterior can make a significant difference. The clinic's decor was too shabby. Sun Yang felt that now, with some financial stability, it was imperative to renovate the clinic, especially when he recalled the impressive clinic at the village center, spacious and tastefully decorated. Although he was confident in his medical skills being superior to the clinic's physician, he could not deny that from an aesthetic standpoint he was at a disadvantage. Comparing the two, he thought that if given the choice, he too would opt for the more lavishly adorned clinic. With this thought in mind, Sun Yang intended to contact the carpenter Chun at the village's inn to order a new sign for the clinic, along with new furniture. However, just then, he heard a commotion of footsteps approaching, a considerable number of them seemingly heading toward his clinic. Sun Yang looked up to see over a dozen individuals, among whom stood a man with a haughty demeanor and a mocking smile, one he recognized all too well. Sun Jingxin. Sun Yang's lips twitched as he immediately recognized the man who had masqueraded as a ghost to frighten Sun Jingxin just the previous night. Was he here for revenge? Sun Yang was not surprised. After all, in a village where people frequently cross paths, it would be difficult to keep the truth hidden from Sun Jingxin. Observing the group surrounding Sun Jingxin, he noted the presence of the ruffian Lan, Hu and his 4 lackeys. Along with other familiar faces, some were village officials, and one was a respected elder. The group surged into the clinic like a tide, instantly filling the space with commotion. Sun Jingxin's expression darkened as he glared coldly at Sun Yang, who was seated in a chair. Brother Exine, what brings you and your entourage here? Seeking medical attention. Sun Yang replied with a light chuckle, casting a pointed glance at Lan Hu, whose unsettling visage was marred with dark scabby lesions resembling writhing worms. The same could be said for his 4 lackeys, all bearing similar injuries, ones inflicted by Sun Yang's earlier assault. Seeking medical attention, I'm here to collect a debt, Sun Jingxin retorted. Puffing out his chest, Chapter 17. Assembling the troops, the others remained silent, while Lan Hu and his minions glared at Sun Yang with barely concealed rage, as if ready to pounce on him for retribution. Meanwhile, a few others settled onto benches against the wall, casting pitying looks in Sun Yang's direction, shaking their heads. Collect a debt. Do I owe you any money? Sun Yang raised an eyebrow, recalling how after being kicked off the cliff, all the money Sun Jingxin had given him had scattered, and he had not taken anything. Besides, was it not Sun Jingxin who had kicked him? What audacity to demand money! Of course you do. The IOU is right here in my possession, Sun Jingxin said, spreading his hands and waving an aged, yellowed piece of paper in front of Sun Yang. Is this not? Sun Yang paused, examining the signature on the IOU, recognizing his own handwriting. How did it end up in your hands? Haha, that is none of your concern. Today, I have invited Wang Yi, Deputy Secretary Sun Chongwei, Lin Shu, the Plant Protection Director, and several village committee officials. Sun Jingxin gestured toward the individuals seated nearby. An elder rose from his seat. He was Wang Yiqing, one of the oldest and most respected figures in the village. Young Yang, it is only right to repay debts, Wang Yiqing said gently. Indeed. Since your grandfather owes the money, you ought to repay it on his behalf, several others echoed in agreement. Sun Jingxin lifted his chin and declared, with everyone present, it is time for you to settle the debt. Sun Yang's expression turned peculiar as he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had sold that wild ginseng for 50,000 yuan, an amount he could manage. However, Sun Jingxin's aggressive demeanor suggested that he was not merely here for debt collection. He lost himself in thought. The others assumed Sun Yang was financially strapped, pondering how to delay the matter. Sun Jingxin shared this belief as well. Slapping the table, he asserted, you must repay this debt today, of course, as fellow villagers. I shouldn't pressure you too much, but you know I have opened a supermarket in the village, which has provided a great deal of convenience for everyone. Currently, I am short on funds and urgently need this money. What if I don't have the money? San Yang inquiret. Don't have the money? Do you not still possess this building? Hand over the property deed to me, and you can move out today. Sun Jingxin chuckled slyly, just as he had anticipated. Forcing Sun Yang out of his home and destroying this medical clinic was merely the first step in his quest for vengeance. This place may be a bit dilapidated, but with some renovations, it could easily be transformed into a guest house. Our Shia village is nestled against the Kunlong Valley, boasting exquisite scenery, so we needn't worry about attracting visitors. Sun Jingxin scanned the room, nodding in agreement. Stepping forward, Lin Shu, the Plant Protection Director, remarked, Sun Yang, we have no intention of deceiving you. This house is only worth a maximum of 50,000 yuan, if it weren't for Jingxin's need. Even if you wanted to sell it, no one would be willing to buy. So, this is your scheme? Sun Yang laughed, sizing up Sun Jingxin. I knew you, petty man, wouldn't let this go, that am I not just a thorn in your side. He furrowed his brow, choosing not to elaborate. Sun Jingxin certainly deserved punishment, but revealing his affair with the village chief's wife, Zhou Tao, would also implicate her. Zhou Tao was not a bad person. After some contemplation, Sun Yang decided to keep this matter to himself. Meanwhile, Sun Jingxin grew impatient, glaring at Sun Yang as he faltered. Stop spouting nonsense that if you can't repay, don't tarnish my name. Hand over the deed, and we shall consider our debts settled. Wang Yiqing sighed. Xiaoyang. Just comply, there's no need to suffer, that if you find yourself without a place to stay, you can come squeeze in at my place. Nearby, the group led by Lan, who eyed Sun Yang menacingly, their fists itching for revenge. They had come prepared, ready to retaliate. They believed that only by marring Sun Yang's face would their grievances be avenged. Their own wounds had scabbed over, and it was uncertain if they would scar, leaving them disfigured. Even during the day, they faced judgmental stares from passers-by. Sun Jingxin raised his chin in smug anticipation, waiting for Sun Yang to either concede or beg for mercy. He was well aware that this clinic was a labor of love for Sun Yang's grandfather. If Sun Yang possessed even a modicum of filial piety, he would choose to plead for leniency, hoping that Sun Jingxin might spare him. Begging on his knees? Weeping and wailing. Sun Jingxin could already envision Sun Yang's supplicating demeanor. Chuckling inwardly, once Sun Yang had exhausted his pleas, he would firmly reject him and cast him out of the Sun family clinic, which would then belong entirely to Sun Jingxin. However, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Sun Yang shook his head. Just wait here. I'll go fetch the money. That it's only 50,000 yuan after all. With all this fuss, one might think it's 500,000. Haha. He turned and walked inside. What? Sun Jingxin and the others were taken aback. Was it truly only 50,000? Did Sun Yang have the means? When Sun had passed away, many villagers whom he had treated had voluntarily come to assist, and a portion of the funeral expenses had been pooled by the villagers. Did Sun Yang truly have money? Or was he simply putting on a fade? Lan Hu, take your brothers to guard the back door and the windows, Sun Jingxin said coldly to Lan Hu and the others. Understood, Lan Hu nodded, grinning maliciously as he led for subordinates outside. So, he intended to flee. But one can run from the monk, but not the temple. What good would it do to escape with the property deed? Wang Yiqing and the others shook their heads in exasperation, thinking Sun Yang was being foolish. Sun Yang entered his bedroom, retrieving a backpack filled with stacks of money, each bundle worth 10,000 yuan, over 70,000 in total. As he hoisted the backpack, he suddenly heard his grandfather's voice from the other room. Xiaoyang, what's going on? It's quite noisy out there. Sun had also heard the commotion. Nothing much. I've invited them over today to repay what I owe, Sun Yang replied at the door. Don't worry, Grandpa, I got this. Ah, then you should hurry, Sun said just as Sun Yang heard the noise outside intensifying, with cries for help echoing through the air. What was happening? Had Sun Jingxin been attacked? Sun Yang said mischievously. Where's Sun Yang? Get out here and save my sister. Soon. Sun Yang could hear it clearly. The hall was crowded, with 7 or 8 unfamiliar men and women, all dressed extravagantly, seemingly from the city. They anxiously gazed at the makeshift stretcher on the floor, where a pale young girl lay, her delicate brows knitted in pain, issuing muffled groans. Wang Yiqing, Lin Shu, and the others huddled in a corner, confused as they observed the newcomers to the north of Xia village. Over 1,000 meters away lay the highest peak of Kunlong Valley, Longyin Mountain, renowned for its breathtaking scenery, often attracting visitors, many of whom hail from distinguished backgrounds. Judging by the attire of this group, it was evident they were not ordinary folk. Upon catching sight of them, Sun Jingxin's eyes lit up with a sycophantic smile as he approached a pale young man among them, bending slightly as if he were a lapdog greeting his master, leaving Wang Yiqing and the others astonished. Sun Jingxin was one of the few wealthy individuals in the village, and they had never witnessed him display such subservience. Could this young man be a high-ranking official from the city? Young Master Fong, what happened to the young lady? Sun Jingxin asked nervously, fixating on the well-dressed young man. Stop the nonsense. Where's the doctor? Who's the doctor? Hurry, save my sister. She has been bitten by a venomous snake. Fong Tianhua exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency as he scanned the area. At the sight of Fong Tianhua, Lin Shu and the others instinctively retreated, repeatedly waving their hands to indicate they were not doctors. This young man clearly had a significant background. Fong Yinhua, irate, seized Sun Jingxin by the arm. Where's the doctor from this clinic? He's in the back room, Sun Jingxin stammered, gesturing toward the dimly lit corridor. He's just a quack. Young Master Fong, let me take you to the village clinic instead. We've already been there. That useless doctor sent us here, that if anything happens to Li Yun, I'll make that doctor pay dearly, a stylishly dressed woman with sunglasses retorted coldly. Sun Jingxin exchanged glances with his companions, bewildered. If even the clinic's Chenwei couldn't help, was it possible that he intended to shift the blame onto Sun Yang? Sun Jingxin's eyes gleamed with a sense of hidden delight that he recognized Fong Yinhua, the heir to the Wanli real estate group, with a fortune nearing 100 million. Anyone associated with him was bound to be either wealthy or of noble birth. If Sun Yang failed to save this girl, he would undoubtedly face their wrath. Sun Jingxin's mind raced with possibilities. Get him out here. If anything happens to my sister, I'll take your lives. Fong Yinhua pushed Sun Jingxin aside and hurriedly leaned down to check on the frail beauty on the stretcher. Her complexion was ashen, her lips exhibiting a striking shade of purple, and her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly in agony. Her once captivating beauty was now heart-wrenching to behold. Yes, 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 Sun Jingxin, amidst his panic, felt a twinge of triumph as he dashed into the inner room. His actions piqued the curiosity of Wang Yiqing, Lin Shu, and the other villagers, who began to speculate about the origins of this group of young people. Hey, it looks like she was bitten by a Huang Jiao snake. It does seem so. Last year, didn't Wang Erling display a similar condition after being bitten at the village entrance? Young man, was the snake golden yellow all over, with a small bump on its head resembling a horn? Lin Shu and others began to discuss animatedly, with Wang Yiqing probing for answers. The Huang Jiao snake was particularly distinctive, especially with its horn-like protrusion, and was notorious in Kunlong Valley. Each year, there were at least 4 or 5 reports of villagers succumbing to its bite. While its venom wasn't particularly potent, it was notoriously incurable. Its fearsome reputation far exceeded that of wolves or tigers in the surrounding areas. Yes, the snake was indeed golden yellow. Several wealthy young men nodded eagerly in response. Point 1 even stepped forward to grasp Wang Yiqing's arm. Has anyone in your village been bitten? Is there any way to treat it? Fang Yinhua's face was filled with urgency and regret. Had he known better, he would never have brought his sister to Kunlong Valley for a picnic. They had just reached the mountainside when his sister, Fang Liyun, sat down to rest on a rock, only to be bitten on the ankle by a snake that emerged from a crevice. Though some among them were knowledgeable about emergency snakebite treatment, their efforts were in vain. They had tried to cut open the bite and extract the venom, but Fang Liyun still fell unconscious. Her breathing growing increasingly labored as they moved closer. They could hear her heart racing in distress that I end this dire situation. There was no time to transport her to the city. A way? What way could there be? Wang Yiqing shook his head. If there were a method, that sturdy young man at the village entrance wouldn't have died. Dr. Sunda could only extend his life by an hour or 2. Even the county hospital's top specialists couldn't save him. And he perished there. What? Fang Yinhua and his companions gasped in shock. Slap. Fang Yinhua, enraged and embarrassed, struck Wang Yiqing across the face, gritting his teeth. You old fool. Are you cursing my sister? Wang Yiqing was momentarily stunned by the sudden slap. He had merely spoken the truth. Covering his face with one hand, he stared in horror at Fang Yinhua. Fang Yinhua had intended to continue his assault on Wang Yiqing, but was restrained by his companions. Young Master Fang, don't lose your temper. Look, the doctor is coming out. Lian will be fine. They pointed toward the corridor. Sun Yang was being pulled out by Sun Jingxin, who exclaimed, Sun Yang, your good fortune has arrived. There are important people outside. If you can save his sister, you will rise to great heights. Sun Jingxin's demeanor was overly enthusiastic, a hint of malice lurking beneath his smile. Save her. If even the clinic's Chun Wei couldn't manage, what could this inexperienced Sun Yang possibly do? Unless Sunda rose from the grave, no one could save Sun Yang this time. In the presence of Fang Yinhua's status and influence, Sun Yang was merely a tiny insect. Sun Yang's lips twitched as he realized Sun Jingxin's sudden shift in attitude was not a good sign. That as soon as he stepped out into the corridor, he was surrounded by several unfamiliar men and women. Quick, save Li Yun. If you can't save my sister, I'll make you pay with your lives. Fang Yinhua threatened. My sister absolutely cannot come to harm. Before Sun Yang could respond, Fang Yinhua seized him and pulled him towards the stretcher behind them. Heal her. Fang Yinhua pointed at the frail girl lying on the ground. A physician's parental heart. Sun Yang had encountered numerous family members of patients who were frantic and aggressive, so he paid little heed to Fang Yinhua's impolite demeanor. With a helpless shake of his head, he placed his backpack on the table, leaned beside the girl, and peered down, his eyes widening in shock. She was bitten by a Huang Jiao snake? Sun Yang recognized it immediately, recalling a past incident when he had treated a similar case with his grandfather. Though regrettably, his grandfather had been powerless in that situation. However, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the girl. Quick, save her. Fang Yinhua impatiently nudged Sun Yang, fearing that with each passing second, his sister might perish. Doctor, is there hope? His companion spoke with slightly more composure. Sun Jingxin huddled in a corner, watching Sun Yang with a smirk, knowing that once Fang Yinhua's sister succumbed, Sun Yang's fate would be dire. Wang Yiqing and the others similarly shrank back, afraid to speak up after Wang Yiqing had received a slap for his earlier remarks. They certainly did not wish to provoke further trouble. Do you think Sun Yang can heal this girl? Ah! How ridiculous! Sun Yang's medical skills don't even compare to half of Sunda's. How could he possibly succeed? The group whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with mockery. All men, please step outside. The women remain to assist me, Sun Yang declared firmly. With the assistance of the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra, he contemplated for a few seconds before pinpointing the cause of the girl's condition, which was linked to the familiar energy within her body. Sun Yang's eyes lit up with joy. It turned out, she was not poisoned, or rather, the Huang Jiao snake was not venomous. His gaze fixated on the girl's chest, where he sensed a wisp of dragon energy coiling near her heart. This was the root cause of her unconsciousness and perilous state. Fang Yinhua frowned slightly before glancing at Sun Jingxin and the others. Out! What a charade! Sun Jingxin shot a glance at Sun Yang. Chapter 19. Shocking everyone, he was the first to exit the clinic. Wary of incurring Fang Yinhua's wrath, Wang Yiqing and the others hesitantly followed, occasionally glancing back at Sun Yang. Only Fang Yinhua remained inside with 7 men and women, 3 women and 4 men, each exuding an extraordinary demeanor, eagerly watching Sun Yang. Xiaoqian, please close the door, Fang Yinhua instructed. Sun Yang shook his head. I need to remove her top. It's not convenient for you men to stay. Aren't you a man too? One of the girls with a ponytail frowned slightly. I am a doctor. If I leave, you treat her. Sun Yang shot her a glance, turning to the cabinet to retrieve a needle pouch. Fang Yinhua's face was filled with conflict. He feared Sun Yang might have ulterior motives while also worrying about his sister's safety. Fang Xiao. Let us step outside. We can't outrun fate. Kid, let me tell you, if you dare take advantage of this situation or fail to heal Miss Liyun, we will make you pay dearly. 2 wealthy, young men dragged Fang Yinhua out, continuing to threaten him. Sun Yang grimaced. Indeed, being a doctor was a thankless job, and he didn't wish to treat the female patient in such a manner. Yet the issue was that the wisp of dragon energy within Fang Liyun was threatening her life. Anyone who had not cultivated the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra could not refine this energy. If it were to surge toward her heart, it could easily overwhelm it, leading to a cardiac rupture and death. The only solution was to expel the dragon energy, or for Sun Yang to channel his own into her to envelop, refine, and reclaim it. However, Sun Yang feared that his own dragon energy might burden Fang Liyun further. A small misstep could result in her immediate demise. Therefore, he could only resort to acupuncture, expelling some energy while absorbing it back into his own body as necessary. Remove her top, Sun Yang instructed. Observing the 3 fashionable girls in the room, each strikingly beautiful, making him glance a moment longer. I hope you can truly heal Liyun. Otherwise, the tall girl called Xiaoqian threatened with a frown. Oh, spare me the theatrics. If I can't heal her, do you think I could escape? Sun Yang rolled his eyes. They had threatened him multiple times since he entered. This group of rich second-generation youths was truly difficult to handle. Xiaoqian and her 2 companions cautiously lifted Fang Liyun's top, revealing her exquisite form. The pink cartoon-style bra accentuated her flawless figure, skin like creamy jade, with graceful curves. Sun Yang's gaze trembled. This girl was indeed a rare beauty. Even her figure was perfect. Yet now, saving her was paramount. He had no time for idle thoughts. He stepped closer, squatting beside Fang Liyun, and gently pulled the obstructive bra down slightly. What are you doing? Xiaoqian shrieked immediately. What do you think? Sun Yang shot her an irritated glare. Outside, Fang Yinhua knocked on the door, fearing Sun Yang might engage in some inappropriate act. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Sun Yang ignored her, swiftly extracting silver needles to puncture numerous acupoints along Fang Liyun's chest, forming a web that encircled the wisp of dragon energy within. Nothing at all. Fang Xiao, don't worry. Xiaoqian sighed with relief. Realizing it was for acupuncture as for what Sun Yang had seen, it paled in comparison to the urgency of saving a life. Sun Yang held a slender 10-centimeter long silver needle between his fingers, and with a quick motion, he thrust it straight toward the area where the dragon energy was coiling, about an inch above the center of her chest. The moment the needle pierced, Sun Yang's dragon energy immediately coalesced into a thin line, making contact with the dragon energy within Fong Liuyun. That as soon as they touched, Sun Yang retracted the needle, a smile breaking across his face. The dragon energy had been enveloped within his own body and was being refined as if the dragon energy he generated was akin to 2 strands of hair. Then the dragon energy within Fong Liuyun was less than half a strand, allowing Sun Yang to subdue it swiftly, in less than 3 seconds. His eyes sparkled with joy. Refining the Huang Jiao snake's dragon energy had increased his own by approximately a quarter. This meant he could potentially utilize the Huang Jiao snake for future cultivation. Sun Yang could hardly contain his excitement. "It is done. You can dress her now." Sun Yang's elation flickered as he stored the needles away and turned back towards the cabinet. "Is it really over?" Xiao Qian and her 2 companions gazed at Fong Liuyun with uncertainty. Her complexion remained pale, though the purple tint in her lips was rapidly fading, and her breathing was stabilizing. The 3 women were filled with overwhelming joy as they hurriedly dressed Fong Liuyun. One of them dashed to the door, allowing Fong Yunhua and the others to enter. "What is the situation? How is my sister?" Fong Yunhua asked urgently, rushing to Fong Liuyun's side. "She will awaken shortly," Sun Yang replied, his expression unchanged. "Sun Yang, don't be boastful. You must understand that Fong Shao is a person of great significance in the county. He could crush you with a mere finger." Sun Jingxin and the others were unwilling to leave, eager to witness Sun Yang's impending misfortune. "Exactly, Sun Yang, your medical skills barely reach half of your grandfather's. How can you?" Lin Shu trailed off, casting a nervous glance at Fong Yunhua, afraid to continue lest Fong Yunhua unleash his wrath upon him. "Humph. If you fail to heal her, I'll wager my life for hers," Sun Yang stated gravely, sitting still in his chair and awaiting Fong Liuyun's awakening. Fong Yunhua and his companions ignored Sun Jingxin and the others, holding their breath, their eyes filled with hope as they gazed at Fong Liuyun, each silently wishing for her recovery. The hall fell into silence until, after 3 or 4 minutes, Fong Liuyun's eyelids fluttered, as though she were about to awaken. "Ah, she is waking up!" Fong Yunhua and the others exclaimed with joy, their faces lighting up with excitement. "No way!" Sun Jingxin felt a jolt in his heart, while Lin Shu and the others wore expressions of shock. How could this be? Wasn't the Huang Jiao snake's venom supposed to be incurable? Even the county hospital had been at a loss. "Brother, what would happen to me?" A weak voice reached the ears of everyone present, and the reality was undeniable. Sun Yang had truly healed Fong Liuyun. The delicate Fong Liuyun lay in Fong Yunhua's embrace, gazing around the room in confusion. Liuyun, you're truly all right? That's wonderful. You scared your brother to death." Fong Yunhua and the others rejoiced. Sun Yang beamed, turning to the stunned Sun Jingxin, and pushed forward. "Sun Jingxin, here is a total of 50,000. Count it, then give me an IOU." His voice jolted Sun Jingxin and the others back to reality. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the stacks of bright red bills on the table. All brand new. Sun Yang had money to settle his debts? Sun Jingxin was greatly shaken, but he had never considered this possibility. It was inconceivable that Sun Yang could have money, according to his plan. He would accept Sun Yang's property deed, shatter Sun Yang's dreams, ruin this dilapidated clinic, and expel him from Xia Village. Chapter 20. The priceless watch. Now that Sun Yang had money to pay, everything was evidently impossible. Sun Jingxin clenched his fists. He had spent 80,000 to obtain this IOU from Liuyun Shan. Did that mean he was now at a loss of 30,000? Transforming 80,000 into 50,000 in an instant. If outsiders learned of such a maneuver, Sun Jingxin would become the laughingstock of the village. Impossible. Sun Jingxin and Lin Shu approached, meticulously counting and examining the bills, their expressions growing increasingly grim. "What is the verdict?" Sun Yang smirked, feeling immensely pleased. Sun Jingxin trembled with rage, gritting his teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze. "Please hand me the IOU," Sun Yang beckoned. "Jingxin, give it to him." Wang Yiqing shook his head at Sun Jingxin, reluctant to show favoritism over such tangible wealth. After a moment, Sun Jingxin, trembling, raised his hand to pass the IOU to Sun Yang, but smack, a figure suddenly intercepted the document that a group of onlookers turned to the intruder. Impeccably dressed, none other than Fong Yunhua, that he glanced at the IOU. then turned to Sun Yang with a grateful expression. You are Dr. Sun, correct? You saved my sister's life. I shall repay this debt on her behalf. Consider it a consultation fee. Saying this, he tore the IOU into shreds with both hands. Ah! Sun Jingxin's face stiffened. Sun Yang frowned slightly. There's no need for that. Your sister's injury was merely a small effort on my part. No exorbitant fees are required. Are you implying my sister's life is not worth 50,000? Fang Yunhua's demeanor darkened. My sister is worth a fortune. Not merely 50,000. I would gladly part with millions. Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to counter, as it was clear these individuals were affluent second-generation heirs. Sun Jingxin, I currently lack cash on hand. Since you are acquainted with me, feel free to visit me at Heianting to collect it another day. Fang Yunhua cast a sidelong glance at Sun Jingxin, who he vaguely recognized as a former junior manager at Heianting from a couple of years ago, not realizing he hailed from this village. Sun Jingxin was torn. Should he refuse outright to win Fang Yunhua's favor, or should he indeed pursue the debt? Fang Yunhua seemed indifferent to his response, turning back to Sun Yang and removing a silver-white watch, placing it directly on Sun Yang's desk. This watch is a token of my gratitude. I owe you a favor, and should you find yourself in need, you may use it to seek my assistance. Sun Yang glanced at the exquisite timepiece, its crystal-clear face and mechanical precision indicating its extraordinary quality. Rolex? I saw an identical one at a purchasing shop in the city last year. Priced at 197,000 yuan, exclaimed Lin Shu, the plant protection director, his voice trembling with astonishment. What? Wang Yiqing and the others were instantly filled with a mix of shock and greed. Their eyes fixated on the watch resting on the table. 190,000 for such a small watch. Ah, you do possess a discerning eye, Fang Yunhua remarked, casting a sideways glance at Lin Shu, concerned that these rural folk might misjudge the value of his gift. Thus, he added that Sun Yang could use it to request his assistance in the future. Sun Yang shook his head and pushed the watch back towards Fang Yunhua. You've already compensated me for the consultation. Let us forego the watch. But Fang Yunhua's gaze hardened. What I give? I do not take back, Dr. Sun, accept it. With that, he took Fang Liyun from his friend, supporting her as they swiftly departed. As they left, Fang Liyun weakly turned her head to glance at Sun Yang. But her frail state rendered her unable to express her gratitude. The hall fell considerably quieter, with Lan Hu and others peeking in hesitantly before finally entering the room. Sun Yang, with a wry smile, accepted the watch, thinking he would return it to the wealthy young master another day. The others watched with lingering reluctance as he tucked the watch into his pocket, suddenly reminded of something. Sun Yang cheerfully approached and stuffed the cash from the table into his backpack, reclaiming a remaining stack of bills from Lin Shu. Do any of you have further business here? He inquired, feeling immensely relieved, unburdened by debt. Noticing Sun Jingxin staring blankly at his backpack, Sun Yang raised an eyebrow. The IOU is gone. You wouldn't still expect me to pay you the 50,000. Would you? Haha. You might as well ask the young master for the money, and perhaps you could bring along Grandpa Wang, Director Lin, and Lan Hu as witnesses. These individuals can certainly corroborate. That young master is unlikely to default, Sun Yang chuckled. Sun Jingxin's expression soured drastically. Did he dare confront Fang Yunhua? The bodyguards under Fang Yunhua were no trifling matter. Jingxin, Xiaoyang, since your disputes have been resolved, I shall take my leave now, Wang Yiqing sighed. Having gained nothing and instead suffered a slap from the young master, a significant loss indeed. Xiaoyang, I assure you I meant no offense. I merely sought to mediate a conflict among fellow villagers. Do not misunderstand. I shall take my leave now. Lin Shu offered a friendly smile, waving goodbye to Sun Yang as several officials followed him out of the clinic. And what about you lot? Do you wish me to keep you here for lunch? Sun Yang shot a sideways glance at the remaining Lan Hu and others. Sun Yang, we shall see. Sun Jingxin's face reddened with rage as he stormed out, closely followed by Lan Hu and the others. The clinic fell into a hushed calm, and Sun Yang sighed, pondering the troubles that lay ahead, that if only the clinic could be as lively as it had just been. Who knew when such a scene would unfold again? After a while, he heard his grandfather's faint voice from the back room and hurried into the bedroom. Grandfather, what is it? Sun Yang asked anxiously, fearing there was an urgent matter. Was that group just now Sun Jingxin and Wang Yiqing? Sunda inquired. Worry etched on his face, having overheard snippets of their conversation, which seemed to be troubling Sun Yang. I've sent them on their way. They can't possibly cause more trouble now that the dead is settled, Sun Yang replied with a smile. Humph. Wang Yiqing and Lin Shu, those scoundrels. I once treated their ailments, yet they conspired against us. Sunda's fists clenched in anger. Grandfather, do not let them upset you. It is quite ordinary for such small-minded individuals to shift allegiances. We have money now. Why concern ourselves with them? Sun Yang quickly reassured, concerned for his grandfather's health, especially after his recent recovery, that he then recounted Fong Liyun's situation to divert Sunda's attention. You can eliminate the venom of the Huang Jiao snake? Sunda was momentarily taken aback, momentarily forgetting the disgraceful antics of Wang Yiqing and the others. Sun Yang nodded. Actually, it IST precisely snake venom. After uttering this, he fell silent, uncertain how to articulate the complexities surrounding it, especially given the incident of him being thrown down the valley. Not snake venom? Sunda furrowed his brow. Soon, a bitter smile emerged on his face as he lay helplessly in bed. His hands powerless. What good was understanding the intricacies if he could do nothing about his own paralysis? Noticing his grandfather's dismay, Sun Yang quickly crouched beside him, offering a gentle smile. Grandfather, rest assured, I can heal you. Just grant me a little time. Heal me? Sunda blinked in surprise, then shook his head with a sigh. Xiaoyang, do not speak in jest. Spinal injuries are far too severe. Even the advanced medical facilities of large hospitals are incapable. Yet I consider myself fortunate. At least my hands still have some mobility. Sunda forced a wry smile, raising his hands to indicate it was not as dire as it could be. His cervical spine had remained intact. Otherwise, he could have faced complete paralysis. With this perspective, Sunda felt somewhat comforted. Grandfather, I truly can heal you, Sun Yang insisted. Very well, very well. I trust you, my boy, Sunda replied, a smile of reassurance gracing his features, though he held no real expectations that he was well aware of Sun Yang's medical capabilities. Sun Yang scratched his head in frustration. Actions spoke louder than words, and further explanation seemed futile. Exiting the room, he contemplated several prescriptions suitable for his grandfather's recovery as for the paralysis. He would need to devote more time to cultivating the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra. The more dragon energy he amassed, the quicker his grandfather would heal. He had numerous remedies in mind for curing paralysis. But regrettably, the primary ingredients were exceedingly rare medicinal herbs, some worth as much as 50-year-old wild ginseng. Acquiring such materials was beyond Sun Yang's means. That evening, Sun Yang entered the room with a medicinal concoction, assisting his grandfather in taking it, followed by a thorough massage to stimulate his limbs. Once his grandfather was peacefully asleep, Sun Yang returned to his room to practice. Lu Mei, 18,500 yuan. Wang Bing, 1,000 yuan. Li Xiaonan, 1,000 yuan. Early the next morning, Sun Yang retrieved a ledger from his drawer. Following his grandfather's serious injury, villagers nearby, along with patients his grandfather had treated, had contributed funds. Sun Yang meticulously recorded each donation, with the largest sums coming from Huang Lily and her boyfriend Li Yunshan, as well as Lu Mei. Others contributed amounts ranging from 1 to 2,000 to as little as 300. These funds would need to be repaid. After reviewing the entries, Sun Yang gathered his backpack filled with cash and informed his grandfather before departing from home. His first visit was to Lu Mei's residence. Sister Lu. Sun Yang knocked on the door and waited. Dressed casually, Lu Mei peeked out curiously. Xiaoyang, so early in the morning. Where are you off to? Do you need my help with grandfather's son? No, not at all. Sun Yang shook his head, producing the wrapped cash. I've come to repay the money. Fearing Lu Mei might worry, he briefly explained the source of these funds. 500,000. Lu Mei gasped, astonished. Grandfather's son truly possesses remarkable capabilities to procure such treasures. She hesitated, glancing at the bag of money, then smiled. Since you've earned this, I want to press further. If you need more funds, just let me know. Taking the bag from him, Sun Yang finally sighed in relief, having feared Lu Mei would refuse the money when grandfather fell gravely ill. Liu Mei promptly sent money to alleviate Sun Yang's pressing predicament. Xiaoyang, would you like to come in for some tea? Liu Mei invited. No, I still need to repay my debts, Sun Yang replied, shaking the notebook in his hand. Most of the money recorded therein was a token of gratitude from patients whom grandfather had treated. They had never expected Sun Yang to repay them. However, considering that everyone struggles to earn a living, with villagers barely making around 2,000 yuan a month through hard labor, grandfather had instructed that the money should be returned. For most of the morning, Sun Yang wandered through the streets and alleys of Shihe village, visiting households to repay each individual. After delivering the 500 yuan to Uncle Wang, I'll head home, since it's on the way. The rest can wait until the afternoon, Sun Yang mused to himself as he stepped out of Aunt Yi's house. As he made his way to Uncle Wang's residence, he passed by the clinic in Shihe village and peered inside enviously. Approaching noon, there were still 8 or 9 patients seated in the waiting area. In contrast, Sun's medical hall received no more than 6 or 7 patients a day. Sighing at the thought, Sun Yang slowed his pace. Upon reaching Uncle Wang's home, a newly constructed 2-story red brick building, he noticed a child, around 7 or 8 years old, playing marbles alone on the ground. Is Uncle Wang at home? Sun Yang inquired, looking down at the boy, who was Uncle Wang's grandson. Yes, but he has a headache and went to the clinic, the child replied. The clinic? You say? Sun Yang scratched his head in contemplation. Are your parents home? They went to the fields and won't be back until around noon, the child said, engrossed in his game and not even glancing at Sun Yang. Until noon. Sun Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The clinic was less than half a street away from Uncle Wang's house. Never mind, I'll just go to the clinic and give Uncle Wang the money there, he decided, turning towards the clinic. Inside the clinic's main area, a lovely young nurse was busy hanging in for an older woman. Aside from that, he didn't see any other patients. And Zhou, have you seen Uncle Wang? Sun Yang asked the older woman, who had previously been a frequent visitor to Sun's medical hall. Now, however, he forced a smile. Oh, Xiaoyang, he's inside. Aunt Zhou gestured towards the inner room, her eyes flickering with a hint of embarrassment. Is your grandfather feeling any better? She asked, reflecting Sun Yang's own thoughts. Yes, he's doing better, Sun Yang nodded, just about to step inside when Aunt Zhou added, Xiaoyang, don't force things. The clinic is simple and the fees are a bit cheaper. So, Sun Yang's lips twitched in irritation. Aunt Zhou seemed to think he was there to poach patients from the clinic and drag Uncle Wang away. He smiled bitterly, choosing to ignore her. Humph. After all these years, do you really think you can deceive me, you little brat? Aunt Zhou muttered under her breath. Sun Yang paused for a moment, then entered the inner room, where a crowd had gathered around a table. Peering into the throng, he spotted a young doctor with gold-rimmed glasses, surrounded by admirers. This was Qin Wei, the doctor at the Shihe village clinic, rumored to be a graduate from a prestigious medical university in the province, with offers from county hospitals eager to recruit him. Just his illustrious title alone could overshadow the decades of reputation grandfather had built. Sun Yang had often wondered if Qin Wei truly hailed from such a distinguished background. If he did, why would he be content to work in a small village like Shihe? Chapter 22. Truth and deception. Sun Yang harbored serious doubts about Qin Wei's credentials, yet he lacked concrete evidence. A quick glance around revealed that seated opposite Qin Wei was none other than Uncle Wang, whom Sun Yang had been searching for. Dr. Chen, I've been taking the Western medicine you prescribed for 2 days now, Uncle Wang said, a look of distress on his face as he rubbed his temples. But I still feel dizzy, have a headache, and feel nauseous. Qin Wei's expression soured as he shook his head, exasperated. Uncle Wang, didn't I suggest you go to the county hospital for a CT scan or MRI? You hit your head. It could be a concussion or even a cerebral hemorrhage. You can't afford to delay. Qin Wei was thoroughly annoyed. He found elderly patients like Uncle Wang to be a hassle, always reluctant to spend money, yet expecting miraculous results. All he had given Uncle Wang was a box of ibuprofen and advised him to seek further examination at the county hospital. Oh, Dr. Chen, all those tests, CTs, MRIs, cost 700 or 800 yuan in total. That's so expensive. Uncle Wang lamented. How could he possibly justify such an expense for what he thought was just a minor bump on the head? Qin Wei shot him an incredulous look. Uncle Wang, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I lack the necessary equipment here. Your condition cannot be taken lightly. You must spend the money if it's needed. Dr. Chun, you possess remarkable medical skills. You must have a way to help me. The medicine you prescribed seems effective, Uncle Wong said, attempting a smile. Is there something else you can give me that works even better? Chun Wei was at a loss for words, shaking his head. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure and his eyes brightened. Leaning back in his chair, he said apologetically, I'm sorry, but my skills are limited. You either need to go to the hospital or find someone more capable. Then he pointed at Sun Yang. Look, the miraculous physician of Sun's medical hall, Sun Yang, is right behind you. Why not ask him? Chun Wei smirked, not believing for a moment that Sun Yang could offer any assistance, but relishing the opportunity to pass off this troublesome patient on to him. If anything were to go awry with Uncle Wong, it would have nothing to do with his clinic. Sun Yang? Uncle Wong turned in surprise. Dr. Sun, you're here too? Surely you're not here for treatment? Various patients nearby remarked. Their expressions mixed as a few patients parted to create a path. Everyone caught sight of Sun Yang. Uncle Wong, I'm here to return the money. Sun Yang hesitated for a moment, producing the 500 yuan he had prepared and handing it to Uncle Wong. This is the 500 you lent me earlier. I thank you on behalf of grandfather. This. Uncle Wong was taken aback, accepting the money. Is grandfather all right now? He's fine, Sun Yang nodded. Thank you for your generous assistance back then. What a coincidence, Sun Yang. Uncle Wong helped you, and now he's having some issues with his head after bumping it against the corner of a bed. He refuses to go to the hospital. Since you've inherited grandfather's skills, why not lend him a hand? Chun Wei chuckled at AS competitors. They were rivals. Over the past year, he had lowered the prices of most medications in his clinic by 20% to undermine Sun's medical hall and attract patients. Refusing to charge exorbitant consultation fees, Chun Wei wished for Sun's medical hall to close its doors, making his clinic the only medical facility in Shia Village, at which point he could raise his prices without fear. Sun Yang hesitated, assessing Uncle Wong's condition closely as he placed a hand on the back of Uncle Wong's head, feeling more certain of his assessment. But Uncle Wong hesitated. He hadn't visited Sun's medical hall in over 6 months. Preferring to seek treatment from Chun Wei for any ailments, doubts about Sun Yang's medical abilities lingered in his mind, but he glanced at Chun Wei uncertainly. Dr. Chin, what do you think? Uncle Wong, don't underestimate Sun Yang. Just yesterday, he treated a girl bitten by a yellow viper. An old man interjected. Turning to scrutinize Sun Yang, he added, Lao who told me about it. It should be true, right? Chun Wei's expression darkened as he recalled the incident when a group of people rushed in carrying an unconscious girl. Initially, he had thought she was suffering from heat stroke, but upon inquiry, he learned she had been bitten by a yellow viper. Having lived in Shia Village for over a year, he was well aware of the snake's notorious reputation. Those poisoned by it had little chance of survival. He had dared not even touch her, but had sent the group to the county hospital. Then he had reconsidered and offered them an alternative. Sun's medical hall, .as for the outcome. It was of no concern to him that, of course, if the girl died, it would only benefit his clinic further. To his surprise, the outcome had defied his expectations. That afternoon, Sun Jingxin had come to tell him about the incident. The yellow viper. A couple of patients who were unaware of the situation looked shocked. That's impossible. Many people die each year from yellow viper bites. I remember experts from the province once studied it. One expert died from yellow viper venom, and the research project was subsequently halted. An elderly man looked at Sun Yang seriously and asked, Can you really cure it? Sun Yang's eyes sparkled. With so many people present, admitting he could indeed cure, it would surely enhance the reputation of Sun's medical hall. Chun Wei realized this as well, and he hesitated to speak, lacking any evidence to refute the claim. Just as the crowd awaited Sun Yang's affirmation, a cold laugh suddenly pierced through the air from behind. Ah! How could that be? Everyone turned to see Sun Jingxin entering with a sinister smile, pointing a finger at Sun Yang. I was right there in Sun Yang's clinic, witnessing the entire process of him curing someone. That person was not even poisoned. She merely fainted from being startled by the yellow viper, Sun Jingxin said, raising an eyebrow at Sun Yang, a look of triumph on his face. Sun Jingxin. Sun Yang's lips twitched in disbelief as he stared at Sun Jingxin, who was like a persistent ghost, having come to harass him again after yesterday's encounter. Before Sun Yang could retort, Sun Jingxin continued, Sun Yang, You wouldn't be so shameless as to take credit for someone else's work, would you? Lao Hu and his brothers also witnessed the event. Should I summon them to recount the tale? He leaned closer to Sun Yang, tilting his chin defiantly. What? You look so flustered. Is it my fault for exposing you? Sun Jingxin cast a glance at the elderly man and said, Old Chun, do you truly believe the drunken ramblings of the ruffian land? If you're so convinced, why not catch a yellow viper and let it bite you? If Sun Yang manages to heal you, I shall reward you with 5,000 yuan. Sun Jingxin spoke with such eloquence that the onlookers nodded in agreement immediately. I told you, even the experts from provincial hospitals can't handle a yellow viper's venom. Yet Sun Yang, who never attended university and lacks the medical prowess of Sunda, how could he possibly cure you? One patient chimed in. Old Chun retracted his neck. For 5,000 yuan, he would not risk his life. Sun Yang was left speechless, realizing just how cunning Sun Jingxin was, recalling every possible way to undermine him. There was no need to elaborate on Lan's loyalties. He would undoubtedly side with Sun Jingxin, and no one had been bitten by a yellow viper, and it would be foolish to intentionally provoke one just to seek treatment. Chapter 23. More persuasive than words with a resigned expression, Sun Yang sighed deeply and replied coldly, Sun Jingxin, we both know the truth. After speaking, he ignored Sun Jingxin and turned to Wang Haishan. Uncle Wang, I can certainly alleviate your headache, Sun Yang declared. Wang Haishan had helped fund his grandfather's hospitalization, a kindness Sun Yang had not forgotten, and thus he intended to reciprocate. Can you truly cure it? Wang Haishan asked cautiously. Of course. Even if you doubt me, you must trust my grandfather, Sun Yang smiled gently. Did he not heal your foot injury a couple of years ago? That is true, Wang Haishan nodded. If I can't cure it, I won't charge you a dime. Come to my clinic. I simply forgot to bring my acupuncture kit. Sun Yang added. Oh, very well. Wang Haishan turned to Chen Wei, grinning. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Since you can't help, Uncle Wang, don't rush, Chen Wei interjected, grasping Wang Haishan's hand, that he then addressed Sun Yang. Since you have a method to treat Uncle Wang, do it here. Let us witness your skills. You can fetch your acupuncture kit later. Indeed. Sun Yang, your clinic is rather desolate. Should your skills be lacking, and something happen to Uncle Wang, Sun Jingxin sneered. Upon hearing this, Wang Haishan shivered. Sun Jingxin, what nonsense are you spouting? It's merely a headache. How could anything happen? Uncle Wang, that is not guaranteed, Chen Wei shook his head. Let us do it here. With so many eyes watching, if there is a charlatan among us, we shall see through it. The others wore peculiar expressions, clearly directed at Sun Yang, yet they refrained from defending him, that a few nodded in agreement. Dr. Chen has a point. Besides, Haishan, if you're feeling dizzy, what if something happens on the way? That? Wang Haishan hesitated, looking at Sun Yang. Uncle Wang, just wait for me here, that I'll grab what I need in return, Sun Yang replied with an understanding smile. Turning to leave, since these individuals wished to observe his treatment of Wang Haishan, he would oblige. It was not an embarrassing method of healing. Sun Yang, do not disappear on us, Sun Jingxin called out, exchanging a glance with Chen Wei. Jingxin, here's a phone number for you, that he is my mentor. I informed him of your situation, and he believes he can help. Chen Wei produced a slip of paper from his drawer and handed it to Sun Jingxin, leaving his sentence unfinished. The nature of Sun Jingxin's ailment could not be publicly discussed. It would only serve as fodder for villagers' ridicule. Thank you. Dr. Chun, Sun Jingxin bowed repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he stared at the paper. His visit was solely for this phone number, rumored to belong to an expert at a top-tier hospital within the province. Surely capable of remedying his ailments. The thought ignited a wave of resentment towards Sun Yang. Had it not been for him, he would not be in this predicament. The image of his wife's sorrowful face resurfaced in his mind. Sun Yang, I will ensure you regret this. Wang Haishan sat upon a bench, accompanied by 7 or 8 other villagers who remained, awaiting Sun Yang's return. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, one elderly man scoffed. Do you think Sun Yang might be too afraid to show up? I think that's quite possible. He was merely trying to deceive Haishan earlier. Others glanced at Wang Haishan, their expressions skeptical. Chen Wei smirked with derision. This was perfect, as he could spread rumors about Sun Yang's ineptitude, branding him a fraud to the villagers. However, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted the atmosphere. Sun Yang burst into the room, shouldering a cloth bag. You returned. I was worried you had fled, Wang Haishan chuckled. How could I? Uncle Wang, this is hardly a serious issue, Sun Yang replied, retrieving a package of acupuncture needles from his bag, supplemented by cotton swabs and disinfectant alcohol borrowed from the nurse. Acupuncture? The crowd watched with curiosity as Sun Yang deftly prepared the silver needles. After sterilizing them, he swiftly inserted them into various acupoints on Wang Haishan's face, while simultaneously channeling his energy into his palms, gradually massaging the back of Wang Haishan's head. The energy meandered through the meridians within Wang Haishan's mind. What a charlatan, Chen Wei scoffed, crossing his arms with a mocking smile as he observed Sun Yang's needling technique. Sun Jingxin's eyes widened in disbelief, muttering, This won't end well. If he fails, it'll be a disaster. Fixated on Wang Haishan, he fervently hoped he would collapse and convulse, as his family would undoubtedly seek revenge against Sun Yang. Wang Haishan dared not take a deep breath. His complexion turned rosy, and his eyes sparkled with vitality that he felt no pain. Instead, the dizziness and headache vanished, leaving him with a comforting warmth. Thus he did not impede Sun Yang's subsequent actions. After a while, Sun Yang halted, deftly withdrawing all the needles in a flash and returning them to the bag, smiling at Wang Haishan. Uncle Wang, all done. How do you feel? No pain, no dizziness. I feel incredibly relaxed, as if a massive stone has been lifted from my head. Wang Haishan beamed with delight. Is it truly cured? The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Wang Haishan, then turned to Sun Yang. Even Dr. Chen was at a loss. Sun Yang, you are quite remarkable. By the way, my wife has been experiencing headaches lately. Can I bring her by for you to examine? An elderly man inquired. Of course, Sun Yang nodded. Among the crowd, only Chen Wei and Sun Jingxin wore grim expressions, their faces contorted with malice. Humph. Who can predict such matters? Perhaps Uncle Wang's headache is merely temporary. Sun Yang might have stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. And who knows, Uncle Wang could very well relapse, Sun Jingxin remarked sarcastically. The others were momentarily taken aback. Chen Wei nodded, adding, That is indeed a possibility. Uncle Wang has not undergone any examinations. It may not even qualify as a concussion. Perhaps it's merely psychological. The smile that had just graced Wang Haishan's face faltered. Sun Yang shook his head, casting a resigned glance at Chen Wei and Sun Jingxin. Uncle Wang, you will not relapse. Should you experience any further headaches, do not hesitate to seek me out. After saying this, he packed up his belongings and departed, realizing there was no point in arguing with such shameless individuals. Wang Haishan, still uncertain, eventually returned home, in the span of 2 days. News of the incident at the clinic spread through Wang Haishan and the other villagers. Sun Yang learned from various sources that Sun Jingxin was slandering him, while Chen Wei was subtly distorting the events. That he chose not to elaborate on the matter, understanding that no amount of explanation would suffice. He could only prove himself through his medical expertise. The sole silver lining was that over these 2 days, 3 or 4 villagers had sought his help, all of whom he had successfully treated. Perseverance prevails. The clinic's reputation shall only continue to grow, Sun Yang mused with a smile, later returning from the kitchen with a medicinal concoction for his grandfather. Compared to the other matters, his primary concern lay with his grandfather's health. For days on end, he had been using his energy to massage and brew medicinal soup for his grandfather, who had shown significant improvement, though the injury to his spine had only marginally healed. Chapter 24. The Materialistic Woman with Sun Yang's Assistance. Sunda reclined against the pillow, his hands now able to move freely. He slowly sipped from the bowl of soup, eventually handing it back to Sun Yang. Xiao Yang, I never expected you to possess such skill. Sunda remarked with a satisfied smile that he was puzzled as to where Sun Yang had acquired these medicinal formulas. Since consuming the soup Sun Yang had prepared, his health had progressively improved at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, the massage techniques were entirely different from what he had previously taught Sun Yang. They were more refined, with a mastery of strength and skill far surpassing his own, along with an impressive understanding of acupoints. Grandpa, I told you I could heal you, Sun Yang replied, his expression one of pride, a hint of arrogance creeping in as he suddenly found himself in a position of affluence. Sunda's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Sun Yang. A great physician must embody sincerity. One must be diligent, humble, and cautious. Your hands hold the fates of others, as well as your own future. I do not care who imparted these skills to you. You must remain modest and prudent. Do you understand? Sunda wished to prevent Sun Yang from becoming overconfident. After years of practice, he had witnessed numerous colleagues fall from grace due to negligence or arrogance, thereby destroying not only the lives of others but their own as well. Yes, I understand, Grandpa, Sun Yang replied, his eyes sharpening with seriousness. Good, that's more like it. Sunda nodded in approval. At that moment, Sun Yang's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number, but he stepped outside to answer the call. Is this Mr. Sun Yang? This is the Datian car dealership. A woman's sweet voice came through the line. Sun Yang immediately recalled that she was the dealership's owner. Yes, have the documents been prepared? He inquired. Yes. When you have some time in the next few days, please come by to collect them, the woman responded with a gentle laugh. All right. Sun Yang nodded, foregoing any further pleasantries as he hung up the phone and stepped into the house. Grandfather, since you are currently unable to move your lower limbs, I would like to go to the city to purchase a wheelchair for you, Sun Yang proposed to Sunda, with grandfather's health improving. It was no longer suitable for him to remain confined to bed all day. For both psychological and physical reasons, Sun Yang hoped that his grandfather could use a wheelchair, allowing him to take him out for some fresh air. Well, wheelchairs aren't particularly inexpensive, are they? Sunda hesitated. This is not a disposable item, grandfather. If you no longer need it in the future, we can sell it to someone in need. It won't be a waste, Sun Yang gently countered. His grandfather was notoriously frugal with himself, but remarkably generous towards others, often refusing to charge patients for medication and even giving them money. Sunda's gaze flickered, clearly swayed, yet he hesitated before mumbling. Then, let us just get a cheaper one. No need to buy an expensive one, all right? Understood, Sun Yang replied with a smile, though inwardly he grumbled. Can a cheap option truly offer quality? We are not in such dire straits that we should shortchange grandfather. Once his grandfather consented, Sun Yang prepared to head into the city, though he was still concerned about leaving him alone at home, that he had no choice but to seek assistance from Lu Mei. Despite feeling guilty, Sun Yang had no other option and called Lu Mei to see if she was available. Half an hour later, after tidying up her chores, Lu Mei jogged over to Sun Yang's house. Sister Lu, I am sorry to trouble you again, Sun Yang said apologetically. Now that you call me sister, how could I possibly refuse such a minor request? Lu Mei replied nonchalantly. She had plenty of free time as her late husband's inheritance ensured her financial security. Sun Yang scratched his head, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. I'll head to the city, and I'll bring you back some of Chenji's osmanthus cakes. Did I ask there anything else you'd like? The osmanthus cakes will suffice. Oh, and I'm running low on lipstick. Could you bring me back a tube? I'll pay you when you return, Lu Mei added with a light laugh, appreciating that Sun Yang remembered her favorite treat. Of course, Sun Yang waved his hand. Sister Lu, I truly appreciate your help, that if any patients come to the clinic, please ask them to return in the evening. With that, Sun Yang exited through the back, mounting the newly acquired motorcycle he had purchased 2 days prior, and waved goodbye to Lu Mei as he rode off toward the county town. The journey was smooth and comfortable on the new bike, and upon entering the urban area, Sun Yang made his way directly to the Datian motorcycle shop. In the expansive showroom, a slender figure was busy dusting the tables and motorcycles with a feather duster. Recognizing the silhouette, Sun Yang realized it was his ex-girlfriend Lin Huaxiu, who had broken up with him less than a day prior and now owed the shop owner over 200,000. It seemed she would be working there for a considerable portion of her life. However, if she were to muster the resolve, a few years might be sufficient to repay the debt, Sun Yang thought with a smirk. You've come. Lin Huaxiu turned her head upon seeing Sun Yang, her face a mask of mockery, igniting a surge of anger within her. This man had truly thrived in his misfortune. The boss lady has stepped out for a moment. Please wait here. Lin Huaxiu's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice softening, which made Sun Yang somewhat uncomfortable. All right, he nodded, casually sitting down. Lin Huaxiu took a seat as well, her smile enticing and her gaze sparkling as she fixated on Sun Yang. Are you thirsty? I could make some tea, she offered. No thanks, I'm not thirsty, Sun Yang replied dismissively, increasingly convinced that Lin Huaxiao had ulterior motives. Are you hungry? I can bring you some snacks, she persisted before Sun Yang could refuse. Swiftly dashing upstairs to retrieve a platter of fruits and snacks, placing it before him. Sun Yang glanced at it and quickly averted his gaze. Could this woman have poisoned it? Naturally, it was merely speculation, and he had no desire to accept Lin Huaxiao's seemingly kind gesture. You're not eating. Shall I shell some peanuts for you? Lin Huaxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment, yet her face blossomed with a smile as she delicately peeled the peanuts, attempting to feed them to Sun Yang. Miss Lin, we are not well acquainted. If there is something you wish to discuss, please be direct. Sun Yang shot her a disapproving look. He recalled vividly the moment she had mocked him while clutching the arm of that pudgy man, her designer pink handbag in hand. The memory was all too fresh. Any lingering fondness he had felt for her, sparked by her innocent demeanor and gentle attitude, had evaporated. Do you still harbor resentment toward me? Lin Huaxiao asked, her eyes glimmering with tears as she wiped her cheeks, appearing pitiful. Sun Yang contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. No resentment. It's not a significant matter. And besides, Haven you suffered enough now. Where is that pudgy man now? ISNT, he's supposed to be a wealthy tycoon in the county. My downfall is entirely due to him. Lin Huaxiao spat through gritted teeth. Sun Yang regarded her with confusion. Suddenly, tears brimmed in Lin Huaxiao's eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she whispered. That man lost everything in stock trading with his friends and borrowed 120,000 from Boss Xiao at the motorcycle shop. In the end, he lost that too, and now he has disappeared without a trace. Chapter 25. Deceit. Lin Huaxiao's face bore a look of despair. She had been deceived by her boyfriend, unwittingly signing a promissory note. And naturally, the shop owner came to her demanding repayment. That 120,000 had accrued interest, now amounting to 250,000. A burden far beyond her means to bear. The shop owner had made it clear. Without the money, she would be forced to work there for life. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's mouth twitched, finally understanding why Lin Huaxiao found herself in such a predicament. It seemed the shop owner could not locate that pudgy man, and thus sought to trouble Lin Huaxiao instead. However, she had chosen her boyfriend. Who else could she blame? Moreover, given Lin Huaxiao's nature, Sun Yang found it hard to believe she hadn't squandered the pudgy man's money. That truly is unfortunate. Hang in there. Life is full of twists and turns, and things will improve. He offered a few words of consolation. Indeed, life is unpredictable. Who would have thought you'd become wealthy? Lin Huaxiao replied, wiping her tears with a smile. Gazing at Sun Yang with eyes full of affection, Sun Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily shaking his head. You misunderstand. I am not wealthy at all. Stop deceiving me. If you were broke, how could you afford to buy a motorcycle for 10,000? Lin Huaxiao countered, shaking her head. Upon hearing her, Sun Yang felt a surge of irritation. After all, it was her mocking comments that had prompted him to spend that unnecessary sum of money. Was there truly a significant difference between a 3,000 to 4,000 motorcycle and one priced at 11,000? Sun Yang didn't think so. Given the choice, he would have preferred to save a bit more. As modest affluence comes from frugality, seeing Sun Yang fall silent, Lin Huaxiao assumed he was being modest and forced a smile. How did you manage to earn such a fortune? I recall your family runs a clinic, right? Sun Yang hesitated. I earned from selling medicine. You are quite capable, Lin Huaxiao said, her doe-like eyes lingering on him, suddenly reaching out to place her hand on his. Sun Yang, I realize my mistakes. I was blind and greedy. It was all my fault for saying a bunch of foolish things. Will you forgive me? Lin Huaxiao's expression was one of sorrow, her eyes filled with guilt. Sun Yang frowned slightly. Was this woman's mind unhinged? Had her personality changed so drastically? People rarely change their fundamental nature. He had never believed in the ability of someone to reform in just a few days. After a moment of deliberation, he replied, It's all in the past. I bear no grudges. Then, could we start anew? I could be your girlfriend, Lin Huaxiao said shyly. Sun Yang was taken aback, at a loss for words. A girlfriend? He felt a pang of interest. Lin Huaxiao was indeed beautiful, and despite her materialistic tendencies, she exuded a certain purity. Without understanding her intentions, one might easily mistake her for a good girl. Yes, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Lin Huaxiu giggled. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come alone to buy a motorcycle. I'm afraid not. Sun Yang shook his head, withdrawing his hand from her grasp. I don't think we are suited for one another. He still possessed a modicum of self-awareness. He could not handle a woman like Lin Huaxiu. Or rather, only wealth could keep her in check. What? Are you rejecting me? Lin Huaxiu looked at Sun Yang with a heartbroken expression. Sun Yang managed an awkward smile, inwardly feeling a twinge of disdain for Lin Huaxiu. After all, she had been someone else's girlfriend for years, who had been dumped, now burdened with debt, and suddenly remembered him. A sudden realization struck him. Could this woman be hoping he would help her pay off her debt? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Sun Yang finally understood. He shot Lin Huaxiu a silent glance, thinking to himself, I knew it. How could her demeanor change so suddenly? This woman is quite ruthless. Lin Huaxiu remained silent for a moment. Her head bowed as anger and resentment filled her eyes. How could this scoundrel disdain her after she had lowered herself to such depths? Sun Yang, oblivious to her expression, picked up a pastry and took a bite. Sun Yang, what if I were to be your mistress? I can do anything. Lin Huaxiu threw him a flirtatious glance, laughing. As long as you help me. I'm willing to do anything. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Yang nearly choked on the pastry, caught off guard by Lin Huaxiu's proposition, and hurriedly leaned over the trash can to spit it out. Oh dear! You should be more careful while eating. Lin Huaxiu approached him, patting his back. After a moment, Sun Yang finally regained his composure, patting his chest as he stepped back. I'm sorry, but the truth is I genuinely have no money. Even if it were 20,000, I couldn't manage it, let alone the debt. You should seek help elsewhere, Sun Yang said with a wry smile. This was a game he could not afford to play. While his grandfather had not demanded money from him, Sun Yang was wary of spending recklessly, especially not for a woman like Lin Huaxiu, who was not even family. Lin Huaxiu's smile froze as she stared at Sun Yang. Rendered speechless. I'm sorry, but I truly can't help you, Sun Yang shrugged. Lin Huaxiu exhaled deeply, as if trying to release the pent-up frustration within her, and forced a smile. If you can't spare 30 to 40,000, how about lending me 20,000 instead? If you're willing to lend me money, I could, Lin Huaxiu stammered, casting a flirtatious glance at Sun Yang. Her every frown and smile quickened Sun Yang's heartbeat. Yet 20,000? He was not so naive. He turned to leave. Since Boss Zhu is not here, I think I'll browse elsewhere. Sun Yang? Lin Huaxiu clenched her fists, indignantly retorting. You're nothing but a coward, utterly useless. Unable to part with such a trivial amount. Here I am, humbling myself, and yet I knew it all along. You will forever be a pauper. Lin Huaxiu cursed behind him. Sun Yang shot her a cold glance. Oh, what's wrong with being a pauper? I live debt-free. Before he could finish, applause echoed from outside as Zhu Yinyan gracefully entered, smiling at Sun Yang. Mr. Sun is absolutely right. It's best to live freely. She shot a fierce glare at Lin Huaxiu. You ungrateful wretch. If you're not a pauper, then repay this debt. Can't you manage 25,000? How dare you mock the customers of my dealership? Just wait. I'll deal with you slowly. Lin Huaxiu trembled, instinctively shrinking away, too frightened to retort. Observing her terrified demeanor, Sun Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, villains had their own ways of dealing with one another. It seemed Lin Huaxiu had been well taught by Zhu Yinyan. Forget it, Sun Yang shrugged and turned to Zhu Yinyan. Madam Boss, where are the documents? Zhu Yinyan rummaged through her handbag and handed him a plastic folder. The driver's license and license plate are inside. That I also have installation tools. You can set it up here. Zhu Yinyan glanced toward the entrance, where Sun Yang's motorcycle was parked beneath a tree. How does a motorcycle ride? Zhu Yinyan playfully nudged Sun Yang's shoulder. Quite well, actually, though it's a bit pricey. That gentle nudge stirred something within Sun Yang, causing him to step back hastily, his face slightly flushed. Good merchandise doesn't come cheap, but if you ever need anything in the future, do come to my dealership. I will surely offer you even greater discounts, Zhu Yinyan smiled. Chapter 26. The expensive lipstick. All right, I will. Sun Yang nodded, attaching the license plate to the motorcycle at the dealership's entrance. Would you like to sit a while longer? I can have Lin Huaxiu give you a back rub, Zhu Yinyan teased. No. Let's save that for another time, Sun Yang replied awkwardly, glancing at Lin Huaxiu, who was now remarkably subdued. Zhu Yinyin was indeed quite capable. Mounting his motorcycle, Sun Yang left the dealership and found a pharmacy where he purchased a wheelchair for over 2,000 yuan. Feeling a pang of regret, yet it was for his grandfather, so he couldn't buy something inferior, that he then headed directly to the commercial center in the county town. Although labeled a commercial center, it was merely a plaza with a fountain and a 6-story building, festooned with decorations and lined with shop signs. This was the liveliest spot in the county town. Sun Yang parked his motorcycle by the roadside of the plaza and entered the building, not forgetting Lu Mei's request to buy her lipstick. He had already purchased 3 boxes of osmanthus cake. After searching for a while, he spotted a cosmetic store named Yitzi on the 2nd floor. This was the largest cosmetic store in the county, spanning over 100 square meters. Its interior lavishly adorned with marble floors, and each staff member more beautiful than the last. As a first-time visitor to a cosmetic store, Sun Yang peered around, feeling somewhat shy that he had seen lipsticks in some small shops outside, but found them too cheap that he wanted to gift Lu Mei a lipstick. Surely, a 200 or 300 yuan one wouldn't be excessive. His grandfather would surely approve, especially since Sister Lu frequently came to care for him. "Welcome," a staff member at the entrance greeted enthusiastically. Sun Yang smiled awkwardly, scanning the store, and soon discovered the lipstick counter, where the packaging was exquisite and the bottles gleamed brightly. "What kind of lipstick are you looking to buy?" A staff member at the counter glanced at Sun Yang. Though not unattractive, he was dressed in cheap clothing, appearing somewhat dazed. Having worked at the counter for 2 or 3 years, Li quickly concluded that he was likely a stingy man wanting to buy a gift. What shade, brand, and how expensive? Before Sun Yang could respond, she bombarded him with questions. Sun Yang was taken aback. Were there that many nuances? He lowered his gaze to the array of lipsticks before him, each resembling a work of art, stunningly beautiful. The ones in front of you range from 300 to 400 to over 1,000 yuan. Dior, Yves Saint Laurent, Chanel, these are all high-end brands, Li remarked casually. 300 to 400 to over 1,000? Sun Yang leaned in to examine the price tags, gasping in disbelief. It was evident that money was easily made from women. Back when he worked at the clinic, even during the busiest days, he might not earn 300 yuan. 300 to 400 sounds just right, Sun Yang mused, carefully surveying the options indifferent to the staff's brusque tone. When Sun Yang finally selected a Dior lipstick, he was asked for the color, but he had no idea about such details and was about to say something neutral. However, Li shook her head. "If you're gifting your girlfriend, I suggest choosing a set instead. Just gifting one seems rather thoughtless. If you encounter someone who doesn't know the ropes, they might just think you're giving away cheap goods. Look at the set, the packaging alone is different. A set of 10 or more looks far more impressive when presented." Li's smile held a hint of mockery. Men were often like this. Last month, for her birthday, she had asked her boyfriend for a set of Dior lipsticks, which cost around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, still the cheapest option. And what did she get? Just one lipstick. She had promptly dumped him for being so miserly. How could he ever treat her well in the future? For a girlfriend, one mustn't be stingy, right? Li declared. She's not my girlfriend, Sun Yang replied, a bit embarrassed. If she's not your girlfriend, then you should be even more generous. Otherwise, how will she ever notice you? Look at this set from Yves Saint Laurent. 4 pieces for 1,700 yuan. Expensive, right? If you don't act generously now, how will that woman ever look your way? Li expounded her theory on pursuing women. Sun Yang, however, could not agree. Only gold diggers would think this way. And Lu Mei was not that kind of person. Furthermore, it seemed Lu Mei had previously bought lipsticks for only 20 or 30 yuan. Thus, buying her a 300 to 400 yuan lipstick would be quite substantial. Was the salesgirl attempting to make him a fool? Thankfully, she hadn't pointed out the set priced over 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly complied. Sun Yang glanced at a striking set of 20 Armani lipsticks. Priced at 12,000, he shook his head with a smile. It was ostentatious and impractical, as he had yet to earn substantial money. He couldn't afford to throw money around. Just as he was about to signal the salesgirl to retrieve the lipstick he had initially chosen, he heard Li's mocking voice again. You men are so stingy, yet you want to chase women. You can't even afford hundreds while eyeing that 12,000 yuan set. I reckon this is as far as you'll ever get. You won't even qualify to queue up for a beautiful woman. L.V. Lee's scornful remarks reminded Sun Yang of his previous girlfriend. When he asked her to buy something, it felt like he was asking for his life. For her birthday, she had asked for a more expensive gift. Was that wrong? Sun Yang was taken aback. Such a large store had such a large attitude. He frowned slightly. Whether I qualify or not is none of your concern. Right now, I'm a customer, here to purchase something, not to hear your twisted logic. Isn't it acceptable to buy something cheaper? Shouldn't you be removing the lower-priced lipsticks from your counter? Sun Yang felt a surge of anger rise within him. Was this how business was conducted? Mocking customers for not buying? Other staff members began to glance curiously in Sun Yang's direction. That's not my decision to make. If you don't like it, please take your business elsewhere. L.V. Lee sneered, unbothered by the possibility of a complaint, as her sister was the store manager. Sun Yang was furious. Was this how customers were treated? Not your decision. Am I not allowed to make a decision? A cold, sharp voice suddenly interjected that a graceful figure stood by the counter not far away. And as Sun Yang looked over, he was momentarily stunned. The woman was stunningly beautiful and dignified. He recognized her as Tang Wanru, the one who had purchased wild ginseng from him, but he couldn't recall where he had tossed her business card. Miss Tang, he stammered. L.V. Lee's expression turned anxious as she exclaimed, You are L.V. Lee, right? Her voice trembled as she shot accusatory glances at the other staff members. The owner of Yitzi, Tang Wanru, was someone whose authority was unquestionable. If she could not intervene, who could? Why hadn't anyone greeted Miss Tang upon her arrival? If she had heard, L.V. Lee certainly wouldn't have dared to confront Sun Yang. You are L.V. Lee, correct? Tang Wanru's expression darkened. Setting aside the fact that Mr. Sun is my friend, doesn't this store have policies regarding how to treat customers? Is this how you choose to behave? Miss Tang's friend. L.V. Lee trembled, realizing her grave error. Had she known, she would never have dared to insult Sun Yang, especially since he was dressed in cheap attire. His pants faded and worn. How could he possibly be friends with someone like Miss Tang? Tang Wanru picked up her phone and dialed a number. Go to finance and collect 2 months' salary. You're fired. I will not have you working in any of Tang family's establishments. Tang Wanru's voice was cold and unyielding. Why yes, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it. L.V. Lee's face was filled with panic, as she vaguely recalled her sister mentioning Tang Wanru's background. Chapter 27. Seeking help. Tang Wanru was the daughter of the Tang family, which was said to hold significant influence in the province. Nearly 80% of the major companies in the county had dealings with the Tang family. Moreover, the salary and benefits associated with this position at Yitzi are unparalleled in this county. That it was no easy feat for her to secure this opportunity through her sister. Sir, I apologize. I merely spoke thoughtlessly, and it was not my intention to mock you. Lu Li hurriedly bowed in apology to Sun Yang, her face awash with anxiety. She did not wish to leave this place. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a woman in a suit rushed in. Sister, Lu Li called out, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Hong. Tang Wanru cast a glance at the woman who had entered. Previously, I turned a blind eye when your sister came in through the back door, but now, I would prefer not to see her again. Miss Tang, Both Lu Li and Lu Hong were at a loss for words. Finally, Lu Hong sighed and pulled her sister away, curious as to how her perceptive sibling had managed to provoke the boss. Sun Yang, in a state of shock, thought to himself how imposing Tang Wanru was. He could only wonder about her background, which seemed quite substantial. After a moment, he regained his composure. Even if he felt a twinge of pity, he had no intention of interceding on her behalf. In truth, his relationship with Tang Wanru was limited to a single transaction, and he had no leverage to sway her decision. Furthermore, Lu Li had brought this upon herself. With a sigh of exasperation, Sun Yang addressed a nearby staff member, saying, Then, please take out this lipstick. I will purchase it. The staff member, visibly nervous, fumbled to retrieve the lipstick when Tang Wanru raised her hand, commanding, Bring out that set of Armani lipsticks. The staff member nodded and cautiously laid the box before Sun Yang on the counter. This. Sun Yang was taken aback. Consider this a gesture of apology from our store, Tang Wanru stated earnestly. No, you've already punished that staff member. There's no need for further apologies. This lipstick is far too precious. Sun Yang quickly declined, reasoning that if the lipstick were merely a few hundred yuan, he might accept it reluctantly. But over 10,000 yuan, that was too much to accept. Tang Wanru shook her head. Mr. Sun, this is our store's apology. Regardless of who it is, I will extend such compensation. She then surveyed the staff with a fierce gaze. The customer is king, that if any of you dare treat patrons with the same attitude as Lu Li, you should consider the consequences. With that, she thrust the packaged lipstick set into Sun Yang's arms. Take it. Tang Wanru's brows furrowed slightly, exuding an air of authority without anger. Sun Yang hesitated, cradling the box, feeling somewhat bewildered. Miss Tang, just accepted that I have something I need your assistance with, that if you feel uncomfortable, consider it a deposit. Tang Wanru added. A deposit? Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled ruefully. Miss Tang, I don't have any wild ginseng. Such rare herbs are hard to come by. I have no means to procure them for you. Who mentioned wild ginseng? Tang Wanru smiled brightly. Not wild ginseng. Sun Yang was puzzled. His only previous transaction with Tang Wanru had involved wild ginseng. And beyond that, he had little else to offer. Did she need him to treat someone in her family? Sun Yang's thoughts drifted. You are from Xia village, aren't you? I recall you mentioned that you are a doctor and often forage for herbs in the mountains. Tang Wanru continued, seemingly oblivious to Sun Yang's distraction. Yes, indeed that I am from Xia village. Sun Yang nodded, contemplating how to return the expensive set to Tang Wanru, realizing that her generous gift likely came with strings attached. Are you familiar with Kunlong Valley? Your Xia village is near one of the peaks of Kunlong Valley, Longyin Mountain. Tang Wanru inquired further. I am familiar. I often go to Longyin Mountain to gather herbs, Sun Yang confirmed with a nod. Tang Wanru's expression brightened as she said, I have heard that Kunlong Valley is home to a uniquely shaped herb, entirely golden, with 3 leaves and 1 flower, extremely rare, called dragon essence grass. I have indeed heard my grandfather mention it. It is quite uncommon. And I once saw him harvest a specimen, Sun Yang nodded. Is that so? Tang Wanru suddenly became ecstatic, grasping Sun Yang's hands. How much? Name your price. I need dragon essence grass. Well, that has already been used by my grandfather. There was a patient in dire need, and he had the patient consume it directly. Sun Yang scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face. His grandfather had mentioned that dragon essence grass was extraordinarily effective, even more potent than ginseng, capable of reviving the dying and alleviating ailments. What? Tang Wanru's complexion paled considerably. Does your grandfather have any dragon essence grass left? He should not have any remaining, Miss Tang. What do you need it for? Sun Yang asked, intrigued. My uncle has fallen ill with a strange ailment, and the doctor requires a prescription, which is only missing the dragon essence grass. It is the only thing that can save him. Tang Wanru revealed the full story without reservation. Her uncle was currently in a coma, hanging by a thread. Please help me find dragon essence grass, and you may set your price. Tang Wanru pressed her lips together, using the lipstick set as a means to strengthen their relationship. Hoping to persuade Sun Yang to agree to this request, she had already dispatched numerous individuals to search the mountains surrounding Kunlong Valley, but the area was vast, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon seeing Sun Yang, she suddenly remembered that he had sold her a piece of wild ginseng, indicating that he was an experienced herbalist, far more reliable than her inexperienced subordinates. This, Sun Yang hesitated, before finally nodding. Lives are at stake. I will consult my grandfather and additionally help you search Longyin Mountain for the herb, though I cannot guarantee results. As he spoke, he prepared to place the nearly half-meter-long lipstick box on the counter. Mr. Sun, please be sure to accept it. Otherwise, I would not dare ask you to do this. Tang Wanru interjected, shaking her head. This amount of money was insignificant to her. All right, I will do my utmost to help you find the herb, Sun Yang sighed in acquiescence, realizing he could not afford to be lazy when someone had extended such a generous gesture. Then I thank you in advance. Tang Wanru's face lit up with a gentle smile, precisely what she had hoped for. Please ensure you find it for me. Of course. If it truly cannot be located, then it is simply fate for my uncle. Sun Yang reluctantly departed, clutching the expensive lipstick set, The exquisitely crafted box attracted considerable attention as he exited the mall, drawing glances from numerous onlookers, both men and women, clearly recognizing the luxurious item. Upon returning to the village, when Lu Mei saw the box in Sun Yang's hands, she expressed surprise before her gaze shifted to the osmanthus cake on a nearby table. "I was afraid you might forget." "Humph. Only 3 boxes?" Sun Yang's lips twitched. Shouldn't she be asking what he was holding? Over 10,000 yuan, and she was more concerned about a few boxes of osmanthus cake. He had imagined Lu Jie would display a particular expression upon his return. Nevertheless, Sun Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Lu Jie was different from those gold-digging women. She was a true foodie that he then smiled and said, "I was worried I might buy too much. And you wouldn't be able to finish it, as osmanthus cake doesn't taste good after sitting for too long. I'll buy it for you when you want to eat," Sun Yang added. Lu Mei's smile faltered momentarily. Then she shyly glanced at Sun Yang. Who believes that? With delicate fingers, fair and graceful, she pinched a piece of osmanthus cake and extended it towards Sun Yang, calling out, "Come here." Sun Yang, fixated on the piece of osmanthus cake, took a step closer. "Open your mouth," Lu Mei instructed, casting a glance at the exquisite box Sun Yang was holding. "Oh, all right." Sun Yang grinned as he bit into the osmanthus cake she offered, feeling quite pleased. Lu Mei, meanwhile, shifted her focus to the box, her curiosity piqued. "What are you holding? It looks quite beautiful." "Lipstick," Sun Yang replied, his face beaming with pride. Although the Armani set was quite expensive, he figured no woman could resist its allure. He placed the box on the table in front of Lu Mei. "Lipstick? That big?" Lu Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the box. "Xiao Yang, have you lost your mind? How much did this cost?" While she was unaware of the exact price, the luxurious packaging alone suggested it was far from cheap. "I haven't lost my mind. It just so happens that I stumbled upon a windfall today," Sun Yang chuckled, pointing at the box. "This entire set of Armani lipsticks retails for 12,000. Everyone has a sense of vanity, and Sun Yang was no exception. Having given such an extravagant gift, he instinctively revealed the price. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's eyes widened in shock. 12,000. Grandpa's son had only recently recovered and earned a little money, and here he was casually squandering it on such frivolities. She ground her teeth, scolding, "Are you out of your mind? Spending so much on this?" Lu Mei suddenly stood up, gripping Sun Yang's collar. She had merely wanted him to bring back a lipstick that cost a few dozen yuan. Yet he returned with something so extravagant, leaving her feeling extremely conflicted and more than a little panicked that if she had not suggested getting lipstick, Sun Yang would not have gone to such lengths. "No! Lu Jie, please listen to me." Sun Yang hurriedly explained the entire situation. The relief that washed over Lu Mei when she learned he had spent nothing was palpable, but she still glared at him. "You scoundrel. I thought you had scammed it from somewhere. You scared me half to death. Next time, if you only tell half the story, I'll hit you." "Well, I didn't have the chance to explain." Sun Yang scratched his head sheepishly. Lu Mei pushed the box away, saying, "Take it back. Go give it to those young girls that I can't get used to such expensive lipstick." "Lu Jie, this is a gift for you, that you're naturally beautiful. No other girl deserves such an extravagant lipstick." Sun Yang flattered her. Lu Mei's face flushed crimson, and she shot Sun Yang a glare. "If you dare speak nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Then you should just accept it." Sun Yang once again presented the box before Lu Mei, saying, "If you refuse to accept it, I shall hesitate to ask for your assistance in the future." After a brief tug-of-war, Lu Mei resignedly accepted the box. Her cheeks flushed. She clutched the box along with the osmanthus cake and said in a sweet, sulky tone, "I can't be bothered with you. I'm going home now and will visit Grandpa's son later." Without waiting for Sun Yang's response, she turned and dashed outside with small steps. Sun Yang stared at her retreating figure for a moment, before picking up the unopened wheelchair nearby and making his way inside. "Xiao Yang, you're back." Sun De greeted him with a warm smile as he entered. "Yes," Sun Yang nodded, gesturing towards the folded wheelchair. "Grandpa, IV brought the wheelchair. Let us try it out now." He squatted down, patiently beginning to assemble the components of the wheelchair. "What did you buy for Lu Mei? You seemed quite jovial outside," Sun De inquired. Sun Yang was taken aback, his cheeks reddening slightly. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a lipstick for her." Sunda's eyes twinkled with understanding as he nodded slowly, seemingly pleased with Sun Yang's gesture. Shortly, the wheelchair was assembled, looking quite elegant and comfortable. How much did it cost? Sunda suddenly asked as Sun Yang carefully lifted him and placed him onto the wheelchair, his hands exploring the armrests. Not much, just a few hundred, Sun Yang fibbed. You little rascal. Do you take me for a fool? Sunda glared at him. Well, it was just a tad more than a few hundred, Sun Yang replied awkwardly, gesturing with his hand. Sunda shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Sun Yang's filial intentions, and refrained from saying more. After all, the wheelchair would be needed for a long time, and a slightly higher price would ensure better quality. Grandpa, here's the thing. Sun Yang recalled Tang Wanru's request and began narrating the background to Sunda. Dragon essence grass. Sunda stiffened, lost in thought. You must have harvested it before. You must know something about it, right? Sun Yang asked tentatively, eager to fulfill Tang Wanru's request. The dragon essence grass grows primarily on cliffs, thriving in harsh conditions that Tio harvested. One must face perilous dangers. Alas, when I sought that particular dragon essence grass, I nearly fell to my death. I cannot bear the thought of you risking such danger, Sunda sighed, a glimmer of fear crossing his eyes as he recalled his own experience harvesting it. The cliffs were treacherous, relying solely on protruding rocks for footholds. One misstep could lead to a fatal fall, and he had come perilously close to that fate. Grandpa, do you mean to say that you know where there is still dragon essence grass? Sun Yang exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, disregarding his grandfather's warning. Indeed, when I harvested that particular dragon essence grass, I spotted another one about 10 meters away, but I was nearly terrified out of my wits and did not dare approach it. It should still be there, Sunda replied. Then please tell me the location. Sanyang urgid impatiently. Sino? Sunda frowned and spoke sternly. I can tell you the place, but you ought to assess the situation first before deciding whether to harvest it. Be calm. Sanyang nodded, taking a deep breath before smiling and assuring, rest assured, Grandpa, I will not act recklessly. The lives of others are undoubtedly important, but his grandfather is his only kin, and he needs care now more than ever. If something were to happen to him, what would his grandfather do? Therefore, if that location truly posed significant danger, he would not venture forth without considerable assurance. Observing Sun Yang's serious demeanor, Sunda nodded and said, Do you remember when we harvested white peony at Longyin Mountain? There is a massive stone at that little hill, and on the cliff obscured by the stone, there is a patch of dragon essence grass. Oh, is that the place? Sun Yang recalled, having frequented that spot with his grandfather for herb gathering. Understood. Grandpa, I will assess the situation first, and then I will take you to explore the village, he said, committing the location to memory as he wheeled his grandfather out of the bedroom. That sounds good. Having been cooped up in a room for so long, I felt as though I might suffocate, Sunda remarked, his spirits lifted with a sense of rejuvenation, feeling the air around him refreshingly invigorating. Chapter 29. Conspiracy. A gentle breeze wafted through a small courtyard where 7 or 8 individuals gathered around a table laden with food and drink, their faces slightly flushed as they shared amusing anecdotes from the village. Brother Sean, it seems that Sun Yang has struck it rich recently. I wonder where he found his fortune that he repaid your debt and has begun settling debts with other villagers, one remarked. Now that you mention it, he did repay my mother 500 this morning, another chimed in. He also repaid my mother, yet another added. The conversation shifted to Sun Yang, as news of his substantial repayment to the villagers had spread throughout the village of Xia. Xia village is neither too large nor too small, making this development quite a curious incident. Should we try to extract some information from him? One suggested. I've heard that he made a fortune selling medicine. Let us bring him in and inquire about the medicinal herbs and their growing locations so that we can gather them ourselves. What do you think? Another echoed. Are you foolish? If such medicinal herbs truly existed, wouldn't Sunda and Sun Yang have already become wealthy? They were even in need of our financial assistance during the hospital stay, someone countered. Exactly. It's a pity that Brother Sean lent him money without collecting interest. Otherwise, we could have profited significantly, another lamented. Did Brother Sean not earn 30,000 from that fool Sun Jingshin? Isn't that a substantial profit? A lean man chimed in with a smirk. Let us not digress. What I mean is, How do we extract money from Sun Yang now that he has a considerable sum on hand? A burly man questioned with a cunning grin. The group fell into contemplation, knowing that while they coveted Sun Yang's fortune, they could not resort to blatant theft. They needed to devise a clever plan. Li Yunshan, equally troubled, pondered, who would ever think that money is too little? What if we staged a scam? One suggested excitedly. Isn't his family running a medical clinic? We need not worry about finding an opportunity to extort him. That plan has merit. I believe it could work, another agreed. However, Sister Lily seems to have a good relationship with Sun Yang. If we approach him, what if she finds out? Are you prepared to be beaten? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged helpless glances towards Li Yunshan. They had all faced Lily's wrath before, a small part of it stemming from the fact that she was the boss's girlfriend. But more importantly, she was formidable. They simply could not match her strength. They all imagined the consequences of genuinely attempting to scam Sun Yang at his family's clinic. Li Yunshan grimaced, waving his hand in resignation. Forget it. Sun Yang harbors no enmity towards us. Why should we target him? Yet his eyes flickered. The brother's suggestion stirred something within him. Sun Yang's bond with his girlfriend was excessively close, to the point of evoking jealousy in Li Yunshan, that he had long sought an opportunity to teach Sun Yang a lesson. And this seemed like a prime opportunity, albeit a plan that required careful refinement. In the subsequent days, Sun Yang diligently wheeled his grandfather to the village square for sunbathing, where friendly villagers often brought fruits and milk to visit Sunda. Seeing his grandfather's spirits lift, Sun Yang felt immense joy. However, he had not forgotten his responsibilities. After lunch, he donned his backpack and set off for Longyin Mountain, wishing to survey the area first. Years had passed, and it was possible that the dragon essence grass had withered or been consumed by birds or beasts. After an hour's journey, Sun Yang arrived at the hill mentioned by his grandfather. The surroundings were lush with vegetation, and he stood before a colossal rock, towering 5 to 6 meters high, oddly shaped like a roaring tiger. Hence the hill was also known as Tiger's Roar Cliff. Where is the dragon essence grass? Sun Yang circled the giant stone, ultimately deciding to approach its edge, where a cliff loomed before him. A single misstep could lead to his demise. At an altitude of 400 to 500 meters, it was sufficient to shatter him to pieces. His previous experience of falling had instilled a shadow of fear regarding cliffs. He could hardly believe that any true dragon would come to his rescue should he fall again. Hesitating, he pressed one hand against the giant stone, peering over the cliff's edge, when a gentle breeze brushed against him, revealing a golden-hued plant swaying in the wind, with 3 leaves surrounding a flower resembling a peony. It was strikingly beautiful. Dragon essence grass. Sun Yang was overwhelmed with joy, a shiver coursing through him as he stepped on a loose stone, causing it to crack and tumble down the cliff. He stumbled backward, landing awkwardly on the ground. The stone was far too fragile, and he had narrowly escaped a fall. Regaining his composure, Sun Yang frowned in contemplation. The location of the dragon essence grass was precarious. Situated right in the middle of the giant stone, 5 to 6 meters away from the edge. Attempting to reach for it from the side was utterly impossible, and the gap between the stone and the cliff was hardly wide enough for a foot. He would have to climb atop the stone, secure a rope, and hang down to harvest it. With his arm strength, he could manage to climb back up using the rope. Perhaps I should return and prepare properly, Sun Yang pondered, his expression troubled. Though the plan seemed straightforward, executing it could lead to fatal consequences with a single misstep. He was not unafraid. A notion surfaced in his mind to inform Tang Wanru of the location, so she could send someone to harvest it, which would indeed be the safer option. Yet, that would merely shift the danger onto someone else, and he felt a reluctance towards such an approach. Sun Yang resolved to try it himself first. If it proved too perilous, he would then consider seeking assistance from Tang Wanru. As he turned to leave, Sun Yang caught a glimpse of a golden flash darting past him in the corner of his eye. Moving with astonishing speed, accompanied by a rustling sound, he abruptly turned his head, only to find that the light had vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow, Sun Yang pondered, could it be a Huangjiao snake? With this thought in mind, he made his way down the mountain. While the yellow python might pose a significant threat to others, to him, it represented a valuable source of medicine. Upon returning to the village, he discovered a crowd gathered at his doorstep. A closer look revealed that Chen Wei and Sun Jingxin were among them, both wearing expressions of indignation as they gestured animatedly, seemingly condemning someone. That a sense of dread settled in Sun Yang's heart. He instinctively felt that something untoward had occurred. These two, one a clinic doctor and the other a supermarket owner, held grudges against him, and if there were any good news regarding the clinic, they would certainly not be involved. Sun Yang hurriedly made his way to the clinic. Before he could approach, he overheard voices of accusation. "Oh, Sunda, you're already crippled and confined to a wheelchair, yet you still dare to treat others. If your medical skills are inadequate, then don't overreach. This could lead to a fatal incident." The cacophony was interspersed with the anguished cries of an individual lamenting their impending demise and demanding the police be called. Sun Yang pushed through the crowd, his expression darkening. "Sun Yang has returned," Chen Wei and Sun Jingxin exclaimed upon spotting him. The others turned to look at Sun Yang, some with pity, others with sighs of resignation, while a few wore expressions of mockery. Inside the clinic, a tattooed young man writhed on the floor, moaning in agony, his face flushed and drenched in sweat. Chapter 30. Extortion. Meanwhile, grandfather sat in his wheelchair, visibly anxious, muttering, "This shouldn't be happening. The prescription was correct, and there were no toxic herbs like toad venom or chuanwu that shouldn't have resulted in this." Lu Mei, equally distressed and with tears glistening in her eyes, said, "Grandfather, did I perhaps miscalculate the prescription? But I was meticulous, double-checking it 2 or 3 times." Upon seeing Sun Yang's return, they seemed to latch onto him as their anchor of hope. Lu Mei sobbed, "Sun Yang, you're finally back. What is going on?" Sun Yang scanned the young man on the floor, his brow slightly furrowing. "After you left, this person came to the clinic for treatment. Grandfather diagnosed him with iron deficiency and excessive heat. So he prescribed medication. This individual claimed to be from a neighboring village, stating he had no time to brew the medicine and asked us to prepare it for him. An hour later, he returned, and I handed him the brewed medicine. Shortly after drinking it, he began to scream about stomach pain." Lu Mei anxiously recounted the sequence of events to Sun Yang. "Here is the prescription," she added, moving to the counter to show it to him. Sun Yang glanced over it, puzzled. "This prescription seems fine. It contains Diwa Pai San, Jimu, Chaihu, and Gan Chao, none of which are toxic herbs that it's unlikely they would cause him stomach pain. Are you implying that I did this deliberately to cause trouble for you?" The young man's face twisted in anger, his complexion reddening as he shouted at Sun Yang. "Everyone come and see. The Sun Clinic is recklessly administering treatment. Now I'm in excruciating pain, and they're framing me." Sun Yang scrutinized the young man, noting that his demeanor did not suggest deception. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his shirt was soaked with sweat. This was not something that could be feigned. Sunda frowned, initially believing the young man was deliberately causing trouble for the clinic to extort money, as he certainly did not appear to be an upstanding character. However, the young man's current state left Sunda at a loss for how to defend himself, even though he knew his prescription was sound. Lu Mei hung her head in self-reproach, increasingly convinced that she had made an error in the prescription. "I was contemplating bringing my niece to see Sunda and Sun Yang, thinking their medical skills were exceptional. Thankfully, I refrained, or it would have been a disaster." A few village women whispered to one another, relief evident on their faces. Sun Yang approached and crouched beside the young man, taking his pulse, his brow furrowed as he quickly deduced the cause of his abdominal pain. "Stop pretending. I'm calling the police." The young man yelled, "You charlatans, call the police." Lu Mei and Sun's expressions grew increasingly frantic. "I think that's a splendid idea. Sunda's medical skills are lacking, and he administers treatment indiscriminately. Let the police handle this matter to prevent harm to the villagers of Xia," Chen Wei sneered. Alas, the villagers around him shook their heads and sighed. "We cannot call the police," Lu Mei urged the crowd. "It was my mistake. I miscalculated the prescription. Not grandfather's fault." Wiping her tears, Lu Mei addressed the crowd. "One must take responsibility for their actions." Sunda shook his head, expressing his resignation. "Lu Mei, this matter has nothing to do with you. Sir, please state your demands. I am willing to compensate you for your medical expenses." His eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. although he suspected the young man was likely trying to pull a fast one. He could not find any flaws in his case. Escalating it would benefit no one, and it was best to settle matters amicably. The young man scoffed. "What do you take me for? Now you want to resolve this with money. It sounds like you are trying to extort me. Humph. Then go ahead and call the police. Old man, we'll see how long you can drag this out." Sunda glared at the young man, resolutely stating, "I have only a few years left anyway." The young man's expression shifted slightly as he cast a furtive glance at the crowd. "Zhou Bing, Dr. Sunda has contributed significantly to our village, and he once treated the village head of your family village. Considering his age and frailty, let us take a step back," a thin man interjected. Several villagers nodded in agreement, urging, "Let us not push this further. You're only experiencing stomach pain. Nobody has died." Many recognized the young man as Zhou Bing, an unemployed drifter from the neighboring Leaf family village, who was known for his poor behavior. Despite this knowledge, no one wanted to intervene, and it wouldn't be fair to judge the Sun Clinic solely based on Zhou Bing's past conduct. Some wished to help but felt powerless, resorting instead to offering kind words in support of Sunda. Zhou Bing appeared to hesitate, finally conceding, "Fine, just give me 80,000. I want to go to the provincial hospital for a full-body checkup. Who knows what other issues I might have." "What? 80,000? Lu Mei exclaimed in shock, while Sunda's eyes widened. This young man was indeed ruthless. What is wrong with that? My mental anguish, time, travel expenses, and my stomach feels like it's being cut with a knife. 80,000 isn't excessive." Zhou Bing's expression darkened. "If you give me 80,000 and I die or become disabled because of your medicine, it's none of your business. Isn't that generous enough? If not, I'll call the police. Even if you can't be imprisoned, I'll ruin the reputation of your Sun Clinic." Zhou Bing's face reflected his determination, suggesting that if he didn't reach an agreement, he would ensure mutual destruction. "I think calling the police is the best option." Chun Wei and Sun Jingxin chuckled. "Besides, 80,000 isn't that much, Sun Yang. Didn't that rich second-generation fellow give you a Rolex last time you saved him? Worth over 100,000. You could pawn it for 11 or 12,000. Sun Jingxin crossed his arms, a glimmer of envy in his eyes that he still hadn't dared to approach Fang Yunhua for the 5,000. Just as Sunda and Lu Mei's expressions fluctuated between uncertainty and dread, Sun Yang suddenly smiled. "I also believe that calling the police is a good idea." He cast a cold glance at Zhou Bing. "Then let us go ahead and call the police and see who has the patience for this." Zhou Bing remained unfazed, retorting with a cold smile, "If you're a quack, I'll have my brothers come to your clinic every few days to stir up trouble. Whoever backs down first is the coward." "Heh. Have you consumed some Xiaoyang fruit?" Sun Yang asked, half smiling. "What Xiaoyang fruit? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Bing's expression turned anxious as he hastily denied it. However, the onlookers were left in shock. Xiaoyang fruit. Xiaoyang fruit was well known in nearby villages, a brightly colored toxic fruit that many children and adults had mistakenly ingested before. Those with weaker constitutions would suffer vomiting and diarrhea, while those with stronger constitutions would experience abdominal cramps akin to Zhou Bing's symptoms. What a coincidence! Zhou Bing has abdominal pain, and the symptoms resemble those of having eaten Xiaoyang fruit. The surrounding crowd began to understand, casting suspicious glances at Zhou Bing. Given his past reputation, it was plausible that he might have consumed Xiaoyang fruit to feign illness and extort the Sun Clinic. "Heh. Sun Yang, are you suggesting he has stomach pain because he ate Xiaoyang fruit?" Sun Jingxin interjected. "There's no evidence, and everyone only knows he started having stomach pain after taking your medicine. By saying this, you re-absolving yourself of any responsibility. That is quite irresponsible," Chun Wei chimed in. "Exactly. Let us call the police and let them handle it." Zhou Bing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chun Wei and Sun Jingxin. "You must testify for me. The Sun Clinic is unqualified and falsely accuses patients." Chapter 31. An unexpected visitor before anyone could respond. Sun Yang pointed to the ground beside Zhou Bing and coldly remarked, "Then tell me, what is that bag next to you?" The crowd turned to look, spotting a package of light gray powder by Zhou Bing's leg. As soon as Zhou Bing caught sight of it, he swiftly grabbed the bag, attempting to shove it into his pocket. "What is this?" Does it have anything to do with you? Sun Yang seized his wrist, causing Zhou Bing to cry out in pain as the bag fell into Sun Yang's left hand. Opening the bag and taking a whiff, Sun Yang taunted, "Nothing to do with you? This is the powdered form of Xiaoyang fruit. Why are you carrying it around? What gives you the right to claim it's the powder of Xiaoyang fruit?" Zhou Bing retorted, panic evident in his voice. Sun Yang smirked at Sun Jingxin. "What gives me the right? If everyone wants to test it on the spot, let us find someone to try it. Sun Jingxin, come and try it. If you consume it and feel no symptoms, I'll give you 80,000. Sun Yang stated calmly. Of course, anyone else who wishes to try is welcome. He cast a fleeting glance at the onlookers, particularly fixating on the villagers who had just mocked him. 80,000. These individuals were momentarily taken aback, collectively recoiling. Furthermore, Zhou Bing's panicked expression only served to bolster the crowd's belief in Sun Yang's assertions. What a jest! They were certainly unwilling to take such a risk. Why involve me? Does the Xiaoyang fruit have anything to do with me? Sun Jingxin chuckled awkwardly. Then Dr. Chen Wei, why don't you give it a try? Sun Yang directed the bag towards Chen Wei. This, Chen Wei shrank back, shaking his head. It has nothing to do with me either, if you wish to report it to the authorities. This could serve as evidence. Zhou Bing, is it? Since no one is willing to undergo the test, and now your stomach no longer aches, why not ingest a bit more? San Yang Tia said. No, this is rat poison I bought. How can I test it? Zhou Bing adamantly refused, regaining his composure. Rat poison? Truly, one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Sun Yang's countenance darkened as he pointed to the bowl on the table. The substance inside has not yet been consumed. And combined with this bag of evidence, do you truly think the institution cannot identify it? Then let's call the police. Sun Yang proclaimed, retrieving his phone from his pocket, his voice stern. Do you think I can afford to waste this time? With that, the sound of buttons being pressed echoed. Zhou Bing trembled. He was all too aware of the powder in the bag. It was the very powder from the Xiaoyang fruit, which he frequently used against those he found displeasing. Anyone who dared to provoke him would find a sprinkle of this powder in their food, causing immense suffering without resulting in death. You are ruthless indeed, a quack harming others, and yet you attempt to frame me. Just wait, Zhou Bing exclaimed, springing to his feet in fear and fleeing. Sun Yang sighed and shook his head, tucking his phone away. Observing his panicked escape, Sun Yang had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Such scoundrels, even if reported, would likely be incarcerated for merely a few days before being released, while he and his grandfather would be left to squander their time. I trust everyone now understands. Sun Yang addressed the crowd. This rogue sought to extort the clinic, concocting this charade of self-harm. That rascal is truly cruel. He has deceived us all, one villager seethed. I always said, Dr. Sun's medical skills have never faltered. How could he possibly prescribe the wrong medicine or use faulty ingredients? Brother Sun, I shall visit you again another day. Several individuals, some displaying satisfied smiles while others wore awkward expressions, gradually departed. Chen Wei and Sun Jingxin exchanged glances, sighing as they too took their leave. Zhou Bing was indeed a fool. Failing to conceal the powder properly, the clinic returned to tranquility, yet Lu Mei's tear-streaked cheeks revealed her distress as she patted her chest. You scared me. I thought I had misprescribed something. Lu, you were far too reckless. How could you take such a burden upon yourself? Sun regarded Lu Mei with a complex expression. I was merely concerned for the clinic, and since I am not well-versed in medicinal herbs, it was entirely possible I made a mistake, Lu Mei replied sheepishly. Given Sunda's limited mobility, she was the one tasked with fetching the medicine, even though Sunda had inspected it alongside her. Next time, do not act this way. Even if there is a mistake, it is my responsibility as the elder to bear it, Sunda admonished. Oh! Understood. Lu Mei playfully stuck out her tongue and cast a glance at Sun Yang. Fortunately, Xiaoyang is resourceful. Otherwise, that scoundrel would have succeeded this time. Lu Mei added, in the alley of Xia village, Zhou Bing. Did you not assure me of success? How could you be foolish enough to leave evidence on yourself? Li Yunshan glared at Zhou Bing, his anger palpable. I was bound to succeed, but I never anticipated that Brat would intervene and immediately see through my use of the Xiaoyang fruit. Zhou Bing lamented, tears of frustration welling up. In his eagerness to appear convincing, he had consumed the powder, resulting in a complete debacle. Li Yinshan scrutinized him for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. Just return to Li family village. He turned to leave, originally intending for Zhou Bing to perform, while he had arranged for others in the crowd to assist in the ruse and manage behind-the-scenes operations, ensuring that even if the police arrived, they would lean in favor of Zhou Bing. Stepping out of the alley, Li Yinshan halted briefly before turning back towards the village committee building. This incident involving being framed had sounded the alarm for Sunda and Sun Yang, making them increasingly cautious in their endeavors. The following day, Sun Yang ventured into the county town once more, preparing ropes, safety harnesses, and other such tools. Harvesting the dragon essence grass required utmost precision, as any mishap with the equipment could lead to dire consequences. Upon returning with a set of climbing gear and placing it on the table, Sun sighed. Xiao Yang, have you truly thought this through? Grandpa, rest assured I am fully prepared. There will absolutely be no mistakes, Sun Yang asserted confidently. Sun scanned the table and nodded. Then it would be prudent to invite a few more people along for safety. Well, Sun Yang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he shook his head. Grandpa, I can manage on my own. Such matters cannot solely rely on numbers. It was not that he was unwilling to invite others, but rather that he bore a psychological scar from the past when Sun Jingxin had kicked him down a valley while he was unguarded. Once bitten, twice shy, he was reluctant to find himself in a similar predicament again. As they conversed, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. The village chief, Sun Yang, and Sunda glanced towards the entrance, where 7 or 8 individuals approached the clinic, including Wang Yiqing, Lin Shu, and others, with Sun Renyan, the village chief of Shihe village, leading the group. Li, my dear brother, are your injuries healing well? Sun Renyan inquired warmly, his voice robust, while the others echoed similar sentiments, extending their well wishes to Sunda. Much better, thanks to the village chief and the assistance of several officials. I have managed to hold on to my life, Sunda replied, casting a glance at the file Sun Renyan held. Chapter 32. The Dilemma as for the officials of the village. Sunda held no particular affection for them. They would not visit unless they had something to gain. Even now that he was on the mend, that of course, he did not show them any disdain. Sun Yang, perplexed, shared his sentiment. The collective visit of these individuals surely indicated a matter of significance. We are all fellow villagers. Mutual assistance is only right. Sun Renyan smiled and nodded. The others concurred. After a moment, Sun Renyan finally broached the main topic. Li, my dear brother, the reason for my visit is not solely to inquire about your health. With that, he produced several documents from his file and placed them on the table. Sun Yang leaned forward to inspect them, noting they pertained to a land lease contract, with his grandfather's signature at the bottom. A year and a half ago, did you not lease the 6 acres of land on the west side of the village? The annual fee was 1,800 yuan, and you signed for 5 years, correct? Now, Sun Renyan hesitated. Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of this matter, having assisted with the land previously. However, his grandfather deemed him too hasty, ultimately allowing him to help only during the harvest while handling other tasks himself. What is it? The time has not yet elapsed, has it? Sunda furrowed his brow. That area has become quite awkward. Aside from your leased plot, there are other uncultivated lands totaling 130 acres that a wealthy individual from the neighboring village wishes to lease it for an orchard, Sun Renyan explained. And your 6 acres were chosen near a pond, placing them right in the center of the uncultivated area. It cannot be said that you are farming in someone else's orchard, Lin Shu added with a wry smile. Are you suggesting we terminate the contract? Sunda's expression darkened. The once desolate land had been overlooked by the villagers, and he had assumed it would be a bargain, thus leasing the 6 acres to cultivate medicinal herbs. Now, they were saying it could be reclaimed. Not exactly, Sun Renyan replied, his smile tinged with regret. The individual from the neighboring village wishes to lease that entire area of uncultivated land. It would be a shame to let those resources go to waste. If you are willing to lease the uncultivated land, we could simply amend the contract, though it may prove somewhat challenging. However, I am offering 300 yuan per acre, and he has agreed, for 130 acres. The annual fee would amount to 39,000 yuan. He intends to lease it for 20 years, totaling 780,000 yuan. Sun Rinyin shrugged apologetically, his gaze fixed on Sunda as fellow villagers. I naturally lean in your favor. Yet the members of the village committee have discussed this matter. If you are willing to lease it, the price would be 35,000 a year. For a total of 525,000 over 15 years. One official wore a peculiar smile. Over 50,000? Could Sunda afford such a sum? They harbored doubts, but offering an additional option made them appear benevolent. It was not that they were unwilling to lease it to him, but rather that Sunda lacked the financial means. What? Both Sunda and Sun Yang's expressions shifted dramatically, shocked by the figure. There is no choice. We must consider the village's interests. We cannot let that 6 acres of yours lead to the neglect of the remaining land. I believe you understand, my dear brother Li. Sun Rinyin smiled apologetically. Moreover, if you wish to cultivate, there are still better plots of arable land to the north and south of the village. I will not take advantage of you. The lease will be at the original price, Sun Rinyin added. They had already made significant concessions. The plots to the north and south would typically command over 200 yuan per acre. However, Sunda hesitated, his brow furrowed. Grandpa. Sun Yang was increasingly perplexed, based on his understanding of his grandfather. He would have unhesitatingly agreed. There are still 2 to 3 acres of medicinal herbs ready for harvest. Give it a few days, and we shall gather them first. Sunda forced a smile. Sun Yang nodded slightly. Ever since his grandfather was injured, he had neglected to tend to the medicinal herbs, and indeed, many had already matured. He addressed Sun Rinyin, saying, You all came in such a rush, surely. A few days for us to tidy up is not too much to ask. That's true. The local tycoon in the neighboring village shouldn't be too anxious either. How about I grant you 4 days? Sun Rinyin suddenly raised an eyebrow and teased. During this time, if you change your mind, renting them out is also an option. He picked up his briefcase and turned to leave, followed by a few other officials who chuckled. For how could Sunda possibly come up with over 500,000? Inside the Sun Medical Clinic, Sunda frowned slightly, but he sighed and said, Xiao Yang, work a bit harder these next few days and find someone to help you harvest those herbs. If I had the money, I would indeed be reluctant to change locations. That piece of land seems particularly suitable for growing medicinal herbs, and the quality of the herbs produced is exceptional, Sunda mused to himself. Compared to sourcing from herb merchants, where quality is inconsistent, self-sufficiency is a much better choice. That 1/3 of the herbs in the clinic were cultivated by his grandfather and himself, primarily including commonly used and easily grown varieties such as white peony. Some are withering grass and kudzu root. Of course, he merely mentioned this in passing. Along with Sun Yang, they still had to manage the clinic, and cultivating 6 acres was already too much, let alone over 100 acres. Renting would simply be a waste of money. Sun Yang nodded. Xiao Yang, why don't you head to the fields first? You haven't watered them in over half a month. Who knows how many have withered away, Sunda advised. Okay, I will go right now, Sun Yang replied. Glancing at the rope tools on the table, that he decided to postpone the herb gathering until the following morning. Sun Yang turned and entered the storage room to grab a hoe and some other tools before heading to the medicinal herb field. The field was located over 1,000 meters to the west of the village, in a vast expanse of wasteland overgrown with weeds. Parting the tall, white grass revealed a patchwork of neatly arranged beds, with lush crops thriving, especially a striking cluster of pink flowers, which were the blossoms of white and red peonies. Furthermore, part of the herb field lay fallow. Earlier, Sun Yang and Sun had planned to plant goji berries there. Having not visited for too long, a considerable amount of weeds had grown. Sigh, Sun Yang lamented that he and his grandfather had invested over a year of effort, and the quality of these herbs was top-notch. Sun Yang tossed aside a burlap sack and was about to grab his hoe to begin harvesting the herbs when he casually glanced eastward. 30 meters away, he spotted a shimmering blue pond. One of the reasons they had chosen this location for the herb field was its proximity to a water source, making irrigation convenient. Just one glance left him in a daze. Sun Yang had never noticed anything wrong with the pond before. But now, having practiced the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra, he could sense previously invisible elements. He vaguely felt a mist floating above the pond, presenting a faint green hue. With spiritual energy, Sun Yang murmured. The existence of the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra had enlightened him. revealing that the dragon energy within him was derived from absorbing spiritual energy. That he set down his hoe and swiftly approached the pond. The blue pond was crescent-shaped, roughly 40 square meters, leading directly to an underground river. Indeed, it is with spiritual energy. As he spoke, Sun Yang crouched by the pond, scooping up a handful of icy, crystal-clear water. It emanates from the water. Chapter 33. The mysterious pond. Sun Yang's face lit up with joy. With spiritual energy contains the essence of plants, greatly benefiting vegetation. Initially, he had thought that the high quality of the herbs stemmed from the careful nurturing by himself and his grandfather, but now it appeared that this pond was the primary reason. Sun Yang gazed at the pond, lost in thought. While I do not understand the cause of the ponds with spiritual energy, that does not hinder my ability to utilize it. With this water, the crops irrigated will naturally be of the highest quality. Furthermore, the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra encompasses numerous dragon spells, one of which is a minor technique called moistening rain technique, capable of enhancing plant vitality and shortening the growth cycle. The combination of the two. Sun Yang's excitement grew. This pond inspired a sudden idea. Although the clinic's business was gradually recovering, he could not rely solely on it for his livelihood. Could he? Just like this time, with his grandfather's unexpected incident. The medical expenses had to be cobbled together, and repaying debts relied on the wild ginseng his grandfather had harvested years ago, an elusive and rare medicinal herb. What if, next time, he needed money urgently? Could he expect to find another wild ginseng? Not only did he need funds for emergencies, but to expand and establish a reputable clinic, financial resources were indispensable that he had to make money. The opportunity lay before him. A pond imbued with spiritual energy combined with spells. With favorable timing and conditions, as long as he put in some effort, this vast stretch of wasteland could become a treasure trove, continuously generating wealth that could be utilized for cultivating medicinal herbs or even fruits and vegetables. This was indeed a prudent strategy. Rent this wasteland. Over 500,000. It's not as if I don't have the chance to earn it. Sun Yang's eyes sparkled as he murmured, in recent days, I've repaid Huang Lily, Lu Mei, and several other villagers a total of 200,000. And after purchasing a motorcycle and wheelchair, I have about 280,000 left. Now, I only need 240,000. Previously, Fang Yinhua gifted me a Rolex watch worth over 100,000. If I pawn it, I should be able to get at least 100,000, right? Additionally, as long as I manage to collect dragon essence grass, with Tang Wanru's affluence, she should be willing to give me 70 to 80,000. Once that's done, I will be nearly there. The remaining few thousand can be borrowed from others. Sun Yang's thoughts wandered as a confident smile crept across his face, that he felt that 70 to 80,000 from Tang Wanru was an understatement, given the rarity and efficacy of dragon essence grass. He could easily ask for over 100,000 if he had the audacity. Without further ado, Sun Yang dashed back to the clinic without even gathering his tools. You want to lease that wasteland? Upon hearing Sun Yang's audacious idea, Sunda's face was filled with astonishment. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and said, setting aside the risks, we cannot produce over 500,000. Grandpa, we have 280,000 on hand, and I can secure the rest in the next few days, Sun Yang stated earnestly. Discussing the leasing of the wasteland was a significant matter that required his grandfather's input first. This, Xiao Yang. One must not be overly ambitious. It's not that Grandpa does not support you. It's just that we lack the capital to take such a gamble. The remaining 240,000 deficit. No, it's more than that. Once you lease it, you will certainly need to hire workers, buy materials, and so forth. That in the short term, you will need to spend around 400,000, right? If you were to borrow that 400,000, we simply cannot withstand that pressure. Even loan sharks would not lend to you. Sun sighed heavily. He could see that Sun Yang had made up his mind. With ambition, he only regretted his inability to assist Sun Yang, for he could not procure a second wild ginseng. Grandpa, where are you going with this? How could I possibly resort to loan sharks? Sun Yang shook his head and smiled. I can assure you, the source will be entirely clean. Then, let us say you manage to gather the funds. What about the risks? Have you considered that if farming were profitable, would so many people in our village still be working at construction sites? Sunda asked helplessly. Farming is not as simple as planting a seed and reaping a harvest. One misstep could lead to total loss. Years ago, a rice blight occurred near the county town, causing nearly a 50% reduction in rice production. And at that time, Sunda witnessed many people crying bitterly. Fortunately, the county had implemented a subsidy policy then. The examples are countless: pestilence, natural disasters, and floods, among others. Grandpa, I've thought it through that I can secure the money, although there are risks. Where in this world can one find a guaranteed profit? Even in our clinic, do we not occasionally encounter unscrupulous individuals? Sun Yang responded in his heart. However, he thought, what I aim to do is indeed a guaranteed profit. Just that pond alone is a rare opportunity, let alone hundreds of thousands. It could be worth millions, and such prospects are hard to come by. Sunda fell silent, staring at Sun Yang. You have ambition and have thought it through. Grandpa will not obstruct you. Sunda nodded, suddenly appearing guilty. You have grown up. It is time for you to have your own career, but unfortunately, Grandpa lacks the ability to assist you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang quickly replied, Grandpa, you have already helped me immensely. Your willingness to support me is the greatest help of all. Sun Yang sighed in relief. Before returning, he had been anxious, fearing his grandfather would disapprove. Sunda revealed a gratified smile and said, Then you should go speak with Sun Renyin right away to prevent someone from the neighboring village from getting ahead of you. Understood. Sun Yang turned and dashed out, heading towards Sun Renyin's home. Soon, he arrived at Sun Renyin's residence, entering a luxurious 4-story house where Sun Renyin was enjoying tea while his wife, Zhou Tao, was engaged in household chores. Sun Yang? Sun Renyin looked at him with surprise. Village chief. I wish to lease that patch of wasteland, Sun Yang stated directly. What? Sun Renyin thought he misheard and repeated. Lease that 130 acres? Yes, Sun Yang nodded. Can you come up with 525,000? Sun Renyin's expression turned peculiar as he shook his head, saying, This is already the maximum discounted price the village can offer you. It cannot be lowered further. I understand, but village chief, I need you to grant me 4 days. During this time, you cannot sign a contract with anyone from the neighboring village, Sun Yang insisted. He did not want to find the funds only to discover that the land had already been leased to someone else. Well, Sun Renyin's face froze. 4 days to procure over 500,000. Could Sun Yang somehow print money? Of course, that wasn't his concern. If Sun Yang could come up with the money, it would be ideal. That he chuckled helplessly. Didn't I mention this before I left? If you say 4 days, then it shall be 4 days. During this time, unless you are involved, I cannot agree to anyone else wishing to lease this land. Thank you, village chief. Sun Yang sighed in relief upon hearing the village chief's assurance. After he left, Zhou Tao emerged from the kitchen, her gaze flickering as she watched Sun Yang's retreating figure. She genuinely feared that Sun Yang might reveal her connection to Sun Jingxin a moment later. She covered her lips and chuckled softly. This young man is quite accomplished, managing to gather over 500,000 in just 4 days. Who knows? But what is so special about that barren land? He is making such a fuss. One would think he has found a treasure. Sun Renyin scoffed, lowering his head to continue sipping tea. Chapter 34. A frightening herbal quest as dawn broke. The mist enveloped Longyin Mountain, and the air was crisp and cool. Sun Yang set off early to Longyin Mountain, standing before Tiger's Roar Cliff. The scenery before him breathtaking, yet his heart trembled despite being well prepared. He forced a strained smile. After all, bungee jumping and glass bridges came with safety measures. Yet here he was, feeling utterly timid, for the sake of dragon essence grass and the promise of wealth. He resolved to take the plunge. With his current physique, could he not handle this situation? He securely tied one end of a 50-meter rope to a sturdy tree branch, donned his climbing harness, and confirmed the rope's stability. Before proceeding, he lay on the massive rock of Tiger's Roar Cliff and peered down. A shiver coursed through him, hundreds of meters above the lush forest below. He shifted his gaze inward and spotted a golden plant swaying in the breeze, its surface adorned with glistening dew, resembling a flower of gold embellished with diamonds. Beautiful, Sun Yang marveled, letting the end of the rope drop down. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the thick rope with both hands and began his descent. To his surprise, it was remarkably easy. If he didn't look down, he felt no psychological pressure. With newfound strength, he hung from the rope, descending slowly as he alternated his hands, quickly reaching a point just over 10 meters from the ground. The wall was rugged and dark gray, with small pine trees and grass sprouting from the crevices. To his right stood the enchanting dragon essence grass, its unusual fragrance tantalizing his senses, invigorating him with its mere aroma. More importantly, as he drew closer, he realized this dragon essence grass was imbued with rich dragon energy, equivalent to the amount he had painstakingly cultivated over 10 nights. Could it enhance my dragon energy if I consume it? Sun Yang stared, dumbfounded, at the plant. For days, he had replaced sleep with cultivation, and the dragon energy within him was merely the thickness of a fine needle. Just as he became entranced by the dragon essence grass, a sudden hiss made his hair stand on end, and he stiffly turned his neck to look ahead. A mere 10 centimeters away, a long snake, entirely golden, coiled around itself, its eyes a pale yellow with a small protrusion between them that was about half a meter long, its girth resembling that of the rope in Sun Yang's hand. Before him lay a small hole the size of a watermelon. Was this the lair of the golden glutton snake? Sun Yang felt tears welling up. No wonder he had seen a golden shimmer just before leaving yesterday. This was the very snake. It had constructed its den beneath the cliff, and he found himself at a loss for words in his peripheral vision. He noticed a narrow crevice extending from the hole upwards. Sun Yang's lips twitched as he locked eyes with the creature. Hiss, hiss. It continuously flicked its forked tongue, its venomous fangs barely visible. Only a mere 10 centimeters separated him from the snake. Sun Yang's smile was strained. Dear snake, I didn't come here looking for you." As he spoke, he grasped the dragon essence grass, his fingers acting like tiny shovels, digging into the soil around it, hoping to extract the plant along with its roots intact. It stuck too firmly, Sun Yang lamented internally. The dragon essence grass was securely anchored in the crevice, unless he was willing to forego the roots. Yet he feared that doing so might compromise its medicinal efficacy. Otherwise, he could simply snap it off above the roots. The golden glutton snake remained still, its head slowly emerging, swirling in front of Sun Yang, as if sniffing his scent. It's all right. Its poison has no effect on me. If it bites me, I might even enhance my dragon energy," Sun Yang reassured himself. Though his smile had vanished, replaced by a sense of rigidity and helplessness, the venom might be ineffective, but what about the pain? If it were more excruciating than he imagined, and he couldn't hold on, wouldn't he fall? Fortunately, I'm wearing a harness. At worst, I'll drop a little over 10 meters and can climb back up. Sun Yang's thoughts drifted. The dragon essence grass roots began to loosen in his grasp. Soon, he would be able to extract the entire plant, roots and all. Sweat poured down his face, droplets rolling off his eyelids and obscuring his vision, but he wasn't tired. Rather, his mind was stretched to its limits. The golden glutton snake showed no inclination to bite him. Instead, it coiled gently around his neck, without squeezing tightly. Sun Yang felt no malice from it. It was akin to a pet greeting its owner. Despite this, he felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps forming all over his body. With a sudden pop, he successfully pulled out the dragon essence grass, its roots still clinging to the soil. He stuffed it into his chest pocket and took a deep breath that a surge of joy welled up within him, though he wished the golden glutton snake's head would move a bit further away. Casting a glance back at the snake, he began his ascent. He remained vigilant of the seemingly benign creature until he finally crawled out of the cliff and lay on the massive rock. Releasing a sigh of relief, the anticipated ambush did not occur. "Hey, snake friend, you should come down now," Sun Yang said with a wry smile, having concluded that the snake posed no threat. While he climbed, it had repeatedly brushed against his cheek, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Sun Yang speculated whether it had sensed the dragon energy within him and mistook him for one of its kind. He gently patted its body and tugged at it lightly, prompting it to loosen its grip around his neck. "What a good snake. I'll come see you again another day." Sun Yang stroked the golden glutton snake's forehead, reached for his backpack, and carefully placed the dragon essence grass inside. The snake remained in its position, but as Sun Yang walked a couple of meters away, it followed closely behind. "You can't possibly want to come home with me?" Sun Yang's expression shifted slightly. If this golden glutton snake followed him all the way to the village, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Its venom was notorious, capable of silencing even the loudest child. Sun Yang was at a loss. He couldn't very well kill it. Could he, with a sense of helplessness? He urged it not to follow as he made his way down the mountain. Fortunately, upon exiting Longyin Mountain, he turned back to find the golden glutton snake had vanished from sight, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the village, he found Lu Mei pushing a wheelchair, waiting at the entrance with her grandfather, as soon as they spotted Sun Yang. Both broke into relieved smiles. "So, did you manage to gather any?" Sun scrutinized Sun Yang, concerned for his safety. "Of course not. With your grandson on the job, how could anything go wrong?" Sun Yang patted his chest, and then waved the dragon essence grass in front of Sunda. "Not bad. The quality of this dragon essence grass seems even better than the one I collected previously," Sunda remarked, examining it closely. "You little rascal, engaging in such perilous activities while deceiving me into going up the mountain to gather herbs." Lu Mei glared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Earlier that morning, he had asked her to help look after her grandfather while he went to gather some herbs, but after he left, Sunda had informed her of the risks involved. Chapter 35. Judged by appearances, isn't this just medicine? Sanyang chuklet aukwardli. Pointing at the dragon essence grass. "But you didn't tell me how dangerous it was." Lu Mei pouted, her expression adorably feisty. "Well, it's not that dangerous. I picked it quite easily," Sun Yang replied. "Humph." Lu Mei gritted her teeth in frustration. Had it not been for Sunda's presence, she would have given Sun Yang a proper scolding. "Sister Lu, don't be angry that I'll head into town later and buy you some osmanthus cake. Did I ask there anything else you'd like?" Sun Yang flashed a charming smile. "No." Lu Mei shot him another glare. After chatting with Lu Mei for a while at the clinic and pushing her grandfather around the village, Sun Yang set off for the county town with the dragon essence grass in hand. Upon entering the city, Sun Yang called Tang Wanru. "Miss Tang, where are you now?" he asked, suppressing his excitement. "I'm at home," came her reply from a luxurious balcony, where she donned an elegant ink-wash-style qipao. Her figure graceful, her voice melodious like a songbird in a tranquil valley. I've managed to get my hands on some dragon essence grass. Where's your home? I can bring it to you," Sun Yang continued. "What? You found dragon essence grass?" Tang Wanru's expression shifted from casual observation of the flowers in her courtyard to one of astonishment as she repeated his words that in recent days, she had sent multiple teams to search various peaks of the confined Dragon Valley countless times, only to come back empty-handed. She was on the verge of giving up when, unexpectedly, Sun Yang had truly obtained it. Tang Wanru's emotions were complex. When she had gifted Sun Yang that set of clothing, she hadn't expected much from him. She merely wanted him to accept her token of apology. "Head to Villa number 5 in the Golden Emperor community. We'll meet there," she instructed hurriedly, as it was her uncle's residence. "All right," Sun Yang nodded. After hanging up, Tang Wanru made another call to notify others. Everything was in place for her uncle's illness. They were just missing this dragon essence grass. Meanwhile, Sun Yang repeated the name Golden Emperor Community to himself, filled with envy that he had certainly heard of its reputation. Even villagers who had never set foot in the city were familiar with it. This residential community is renowned in Linhai County as an affluent enclave. Nestled against the mountains and beside serene waters, with the picturesque Fonting Mountain as its backdrop, it is said that within the community lie lakes, gardens, and well-appointed facilities, boasting a level of sophistication that rivals some of the upscale neighborhoods found in first- and second-tier cities. Those fortunate enough to reside within its gates are either wealthy or of noble lineage. As Sun Yang approached the grand entrance, he was struck by its opulence. It was the most magnificent portal he had ever laid eyes upon. A slight lift of his gaze revealed intricately carved walls and towering buildings that punctuated the skyline. "Once I earn some money, I'll buy a place for Grandpa here," Sun Yang mused to himself. "Dreaming big. Are we? A luxury apartment outside costs over $1 million. And you, on your motorcycle and dressed in street market attire, think you can afford it." A mocking voice suddenly broke his reverie that a haughty security guard, wielding a baton, pointed directly at him. "Do you realize you're blocking the way?" Behind him, the sound of a car horn blared. Sun Yang quickly turned to see a black Mercedes GLS not far behind him, occupied by a man and a woman. Ignoring the guard's arrogant demeanor, he realized he had indeed been obstructing the entrance and hurriedly pushed his motorcycle aside, offering an awkward apology. The guard, adopting a sycophantic stance, grinned obsequiously as the black Mercedes glided into the community. The driver, a pale young man, cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yang. "Country bumpkin," he murmured, though Sun Yang heard him distinctly, that a surge of anger welled within him. Had he truly offended anyone? He had merely stepped aside, the insult stung, and he fantasized about dragging the young man out and giving him a beating, though he knew it was a mere fantasy as the Mercedes vanished from sight. Fortune's turn. Poverty is merely temporary, Sun Yang thought, his brow furrowed in anger. Still looking? Not accustomed to high-end communities, I see. After the Mercedes left, the guard resumed his arrogant demeanor. Sun Yang began, but the guard interrupted with a sneer. "Well, you're just a country bumpkin. It's only fair you indulge in a few daydreams. I am here to meet someone." Sun Yang took a deep breath. What right did this guard have to look down on him? Did he truly believe himself superior, residing in a mansion worth millions? Yet, he was merely a gatekeeper, a glorified watchdog. Did he have any grounds for disdain? Sun Yang's thoughts swirled, but he kept them to himself. Looking for someone? The guard raised an eyebrow. Bewildered. Who in this community was not wealthy? "Miss Tang has asked me to meet her in front of Villa number 5 in the Jinwang community," Sun Yang replied. "Miss Tang? You must be referring to Miss Tang Wanru. Villa number 5? You're killing me. You think you know Miss Tang Wanru?" The guard burst into laughter. Sun Yang's expression darkened as he replied coldly. "Is there a problem with that?" "Of course there is. Miss Tang Wanru is of such high standing. How could a country bumpkin like you possibly know her? Do you have any idea how much Villa number 5 costs? 20 million. You could never earn that in several lifetimes. Do you take me for a fool?" The guard, Wang Qing, shot Sun Yang a disdainful glance. "Get lost." His brazen confidence stemmed from his knowledge of Tang Wanru's background. The property management of the Jinwang community was closely tied to the Tang family. The notion that Sun Yang could be a poor relative was immediately dismissed. Even the poor relatives of the Tang family were assuredly wealthier than an average person. Sun Yang's expression shifted as he felt the tension rise. The guards around him bristling with unspoken hostility. "You," he fumed, feeling utterly humiliated. "What's wrong? Want to take a swing at me?" Wang Qing chuckled mockingly, waving towards the security office. Instantly, 6 colleagues rushed out, surrounding Sun Yang. Sun Yang's jaw tightened as he surveyed the hostile expressions of the guards, letting out a long sigh. I am indeed a friend of Miss Tang." "Friend? Is that what you call it?" he thought. Not entirely sure. "Fine, I'll just wait here at the entrance for her. That shouldn't be against the law, right?" He relented, wishing to avoid further trouble. "Get lost, this ISNTA place for you." Wang Qing brandished his baton, gesturing outward. "If you want to wait, go wait by the roadside." "You," Sun Yang's breath quickened, frustration boiling within him. "What are you going to do about it? You think we care?" Wang Qing sneered. "Brothers, toss him and that junk motorcycle to the side of the road." His annoyance was palpable. As mere security guards, they faced no repercussions for dealing with a country bumpkin. Sun Yang's expression shifted, tension coiling in his body as he readied himself to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, a sharp screech of tires pierced the air, causing the guards to freeze, familiar with the sound of luxury vehicles. "What do you intend to do to my friend?" A sleek Bentley had come to a halt, and a stunningly slender woman stepped out, radiating more brilliance than any television star. Upon seeing her, Sun Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed Tang Wanru. His earlier thoughts of retaliating against the guards dissipated, realizing that with her presence, many troubles would vanish. "Miss Tang." Wang Qing and the 6 guards trembled, bowing and smiling ingratiatingly. "You've arrived. I'm asking you what you intend to do to my friend." Tang Wanru's expression was as frosty as ice. Sun Yang, encircled by the guards, felt her gaze on him from afar, taking note of the situation. "Is he truly your friend?" Wang Qing's face drained of color, stammering. "Do you have a problem with your hearing?" Tang Wanru glared at Wang Qing. glancing at his badge before surveying the rest, memorizing their names. The guards, acutely aware of her scrutiny, began to panic, one of them hastily pointing at Wang Qing. "Miss Tang, no, it's not us. We were misled by Wang Qing. He said your friend was a country bumpkin and told him to wait by the roadside." "Exactly. If it weren't for Wang Qing, we wouldn't have treated your friend with such disdain. It's all his fault." The rest chimed in unison, directing blame at Wang Qing. Wang Qing's name was met with a chilling gaze from Tang Wanru, who nodded slowly. She did not resort to threats. Instead, she turned to Sun Yang, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I overlooked this that Mr. Sun, please get in the car. My uncle and the others are waiting for your herbs." The use of such respectful language left the other guards in disbelief. Who among ordinary folk could command such deference from Tang Wanru? The fear in their eyes shifted toward Wang Qing, who was now trembling. "I didn't mean to. I wasn't aware. The captain didn't inform me." Wang Qing stuttered, desperate to explain. Yet, no one cared for his excuses, regardless of the reasons. His treatment of Tang Wanru's friend would undoubtedly lead to his dismissal from the security team. Sun Yang glanced at his motorcycle, deliberating whether to leave it here or drive it in. "Mr. Sun, we will take good care of your motorcycle. We promise it won't lose a single part." One guard bowed ingratiatingly. "Thank you." Sun Yang sighed and climbed into the car with Tang Wanru. His resentment had lessened considerably with her arrival, and he chose not to pursue the guard's transgressions further. Wang Qing, however, faced a grim fate. The other guards regarded him with dark expressions. "You all can't do this to me," Wang Qing whimpered, the arrogance he once held evaporating. "What's wrong? Wang Qing, I isn't it rather dishonorable of you. You couldn't see the situation and drag your colleagues into it," one guard said coldly. "Exactly. I could tell at a glance that this young man was extraordinary. His demeanor and presence are not what a country bumpkin possesses," another guard added. Even if Sun Yang could not hear their words. "Wang Qing, let me tell you, if the higher-ups decide to punish us lightly, I might let it slide for the sake of our past camaraderie. But if I lose my job because of you, I will make sure you regret it." A burly guard's eyes gleamed with malice, knowing they were on the brink of disaster. Being dismissed from the Jinwang Community's security department would mean no other local companies would hire them. The others nodded in agreement, the gravity of their situation weighing heavily upon them. "Brother you all do this quite often, don't you? How was I to know that he would truly be Miss Tang's friend? Miss Tang didn't even call the security room, after all?" Tears glistened in Wang Qing's eyes, filled with deep remorse. The thought of losing such a well-paying position, with a monthly salary nearing 6,000 and festive gifts, sent a wave of despair through him. Without this job, given his qualifications and background, securing even a 3,000 salary job in Linhai County would be a daunting challenge. "Did we compel you to insult Miss Tang's friend? Did we instruct you to strike him?" sneered the security guard known as Brother Hu. As the others hurled accusations at Wang Qing, their property security team's captain finally arrived, remembering Wang Qing's stunned expression. Sun Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Upon getting into the car, he noticed an elderly man with frosted hair seated in the back, dressed in antiquated robes, resembling a scholarly sage. The old man maintained a stern gaze, not even acknowledging Sun Yang as he entered, his demeanor exuding a subtle air of arrogance. Unlike Wang Qing, who, despite his arrogance, regarded him with a measure of respect, this elderly figure seemed to embody the essence of a meditative monk, rendering Sun Yang nothing more than an insignificant ant. "Mr. Sun," Tang Wanru began to speak. "Miss Tang, you may call me Sun Yang, addressing me as Mr. Feels rather awkward," Sun Yang replied with a wry smile. Fully aware of his own status, though Tang Wanru was polite, her continuous use of Mr. felt difficult for him to accept. "All right, then I shall call you Sun Yang, and you need not refer to me as Miss. Friends may call me Wanru," she said with a light laugh. Before Sun Yang could respond, Tang Wanru glanced at the rearview mirror. "Sun Yang, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Yang Xianhai, the 35th generation heir of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine." "Yang's traditional Chinese medicine?" Sun Yang frowned slightly, as a flicker of recognition lingered at the edge of his memory, but he could not place it. Chapter 37. Uninvited guest Yang Xianhai closed his eyes in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to Tang Wanru's words. He had already heard her introduce Sun Yang as a fellow practitioner on the way here, initially believing him to be a remarkable person capable of procuring Longjing grass, only to find out that Sun Yang was merely a country doctor. Anger and frustration coursed through him. Had it not been for Tang Wanru's respectful demeanor, he might have taken offense. How could a small-town physician from Shiha village dare to claim to be his peer? He likely lacked even the proper qualifications, and one could argue that he was no more than a barefoot doctor, a charlatan in the realm of medicine. Yang Xianhai had intended to befriend him and discreetly inquire about the specifics of Longjing grass, such as its habitat and characteristics, as he wished to acquire another specimen himself. However, now he found himself devoid of any interest in engaging with Sun Yang. Tang Wanru's smile turned awkward as she sensed Yang Xuanhai's lack of recognition towards Sun Yang. Quickly redirecting her words, "Sun Yang, thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, it was my duty. One cannot refuse a hand given," Sun Yang replied sheepishly. "Please present the Longjing grass, but be careful not to mix it up." Yang Xianhai suddenly opened his eyes. Casting a glance at Sun Yang, Tang Wanru's expression faltered. Indeed, she had yet to verify the Longjing grass, and if she were to make a mistake, it would mean a wasted trip for Mr. Yang. Sun Yang, unconcerned with Yang Xuanhai's frigid tone, promptly retrieved the Longjing grass from his backpack. To prevent any damage, he had carefully stored it in a wooden box that as he slowly opened it, a peculiar golden flower emerged. Glistening with an oily sheen. Under the light, it shimmered with a flowing golden hue, both extraordinary and beautiful. The moment Yang Xianhai laid eyes on the Longjing grass, his expression shifted dramatically, and with a swift motion, he seized the wooden box from Sun Yang's hands, his fingertips caressing the plant. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Observing his reaction, Tang Wanru, focused on driving, exhaled in relief. It appeared that the herb was indeed genuine. Sun Yang frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discontent at Yang Xuanhai's rudeness. However, since the Longjing grass was meant for Tang Wanru, he refrained from escalating matters with Yang Xianhai. Moreover, it seemed he held considerable stature, so it was not surprising for someone of his caliber to look down upon him. Sun Yang turned his gaze to the window, disinterested in pursuing an unreciprocated interaction, as luxurious buildings whizzed by outside. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Golden Emperor community, where a serene emerald lake lay, adorned with blooming lotuses, quaint pavilions, and bridges evoking an ancient charm. The air was imbued with freshness, faintly scented, while the trees on either side were meticulously trimmed, and flowers flourished abundantly. Just the sight of this scene dazzled Sun Yang. This environment rightfully deserved its reputation as one of the most upscale communities in Linhai County and even surrounding provinces. Furthermore, upon entering the center, Sun Yang noticed that rather than towering apartment buildings, there were exquisite villas spaced every 40 to 50 meters apart at the lakeside. He spotted a villa that, based on its design and number of stories, was undoubtedly far more expensive than the others. "We've arrived," Tang Wanru announced. Sun Yang hesitated before stepping out of the car, surveying the surroundings that in the courtyard. Aside from the Bentley, several other luxury cars were parked. His attention was particularly drawn to a black Mercedes GLS, the vehicle belonging to the young man who had called him a country bumpkin, causing Sun Yang's expression to darken. "Cousin Wanru." A group emerged to greet them, comprising individuals of various ages, all wearing expressions that bordered on overly flattering. "How is Uncle?" Tang Wanru inquired, addressing a woman who was her uncle's wife, Lin Shiyu. There has been no change. However, his heartbeat and breathing remained normal. Lin Shiyu forced a smile before turning to Yang Xianhai. "Mr. Yang, I hear you have procured Longjing grass." "Indeed," Yang Xianhai replied haughtily, opening the wooden box to reveal the Longjing grass within. His demeanor suggested that he was the one who had collected it. Sun Yang sighed. It was best to fulfill the obligation of assisting others without seeking fame or fortune. That a pallid young man exchanged a glance with Sun Yang, displaying surprise, seemingly taken aback that the individual he had just insulted was, in fact, associated with his cousin. However, Su Hua did not dwell on it. After all, he had not been incorrect in his assessment. This man did indeed resemble a country bumpkin, even if this man reported him to his cousin. What of it? This Longjing grass was harvested by my friend, Sun Yang. Tang Wanru introduced him to the others, eager to ensure he was not overlooked. Oh, it's him, the group replied, their interest waning. They had little desire to engage with someone who harvested herbs for money. Sun Yang inwardly lamented. Indeed, it was clear that he was not of the same world as these wealthy individuals. Aside from Tang Wanru's kindness, the attitudes of the others left him feeling utterly unwelcomed. Mr. Yang, regarding my father's condition, Su Hua's implication was unmistakable. He urged Yang Xianhai to act swiftly in saving his father. Yang Xianhai nodded, clutching the wooden box as he was surrounded by the crowd. Entering the villa, Sun Yang, curious about Tang Wanru's uncle, followed her group into a room reeking of alcohol, where the elegantly decorated space had been converted into a makeshift hospital, with several nurses on standby. Upon seeing the middle-aged man lying on the bed, with an oxygen tube inserted into his nose and a sallow complexion, Sun Yang raised an eyebrow, quickly discerning his condition, poisoning. Yet he was soon puzzled. The Longjing grass did not possess detoxifying properties. If this were a critically ill patient, administering Longjing grass could stabilize his condition for 10 days to half a month. But for someone poisoned, it would be akin to attempting to treat a lame person's arm, completely missing the point. Tang Wanru and the others were all hopeful that Yang Xianhai could revive this middle-aged man. Could it be that the Longjing grass had other effects? Sun Yang furrowed his brow, but soon dismissed the notion. The Dragon Soul Heart Sutra documented this herb, describing it as a rare plant that thrived in harsh environments, often found near true dragon nests, absorbing the essence of real dragons as it grew. Sun Yang was well aware that the Kunlong Valley, having contained true dragons for nearly a millennium, was a fitting environment for such herbs that he understood its uses and effects thoroughly. At most, it would stabilize the middle-aged man's condition for a few days, but there was no way it could restore him to health. Everyone else, please exit. Yang Xuanhai's voice was cold, his gaze fixed firmly on Sun Yang, his intent unmistakable. While he would tolerate the family members observing, he was unwilling to allow Sun Yang, as a doctor, to remain present. He intended to employ the unique acupuncture techniques of Yang's traditional Chinese medicine, which outsiders could not comprehend, and he could not risk this barefoot doctor gleaning even a fragment of his knowledge. The group fell silent, following Yang Xuanhai's gaze towards Sun Yang. Sun Yang's expression darkened. Was he being singled out? Sun Yang? This, Tang Wanru bit her lip, her eyes filled with regret. Though she disliked seeing Yang Xuanhai's treatment of Sun Yang, her uncle's life hung in the balance, entirely reliant on Mr. Yang. Chapter 38. A hidden gem at this moment. Sun Yang had no choice but to bear the injustice. I have other matters to attend to, so Miss Tang, I shall take my leave, he said, his smile forced. Cousin, please see Sun Yang off, and also accompany him to the bank for the transfer. I will reimburse you later, Tang Wanru instructed. Since the Longjing grass was harvested by Sun Yang, he ought to be compensated for his efforts, but she had no time to attend to it now. Since childhood, her uncle had treated her like his own daughter. And in this critical moment, she was unwilling to leave his side. Su Hua frowned slightly, but nodded in agreement, saying, Understood. This money should rightfully come from our Su family, and you need not repay it. Come now. Sun Yang, sir, Su Hua said, casting a bemused glance at Sun Yang, whose naivety made it seem as if he had never encountered a woman or such opulent surroundings before. Despite the dismissal, Sun Yang remained momentarily bewildered. The reason Sun Yang did not immediately turn and leave was due to his inner turmoil, that he originally intended to clarify that the person on the bed had been poisoned and that the dragon essence herb was ineffective. Yet he feared appearing foolish. What if Yang Xianhai had already discerned the middle-aged man's ailment and knew of the herb's alternative uses? Would he not then be unnecessarily complicating the matter? Under Su Hua's urging, Sun Yang, with a worried expression, stepped out of the bedroom. Although he repeatedly reassured himself that Yang Xianhai must have already recognized the middle-aged man's condition, the compassionate heart of a healer compelled him to emphasize the poisoning aspect. As he silently accompanied Su Hua to the villa's entrance, Su Hua casually handed him a wad of cash, remarking, Here, this is for the dragon essence herb. The thickness of the bundle suggested it was around 10,000 yuan. Sun Yang was taken aback, as this sum was far below his expectations. Setting aside the herb's intrinsic value, it would not have been unusual for him to present over 100,000 yuan. given Tang Wanru's generosity. But this mere 10,000 left him feeling quite stifled. The worth of the dragon essence herb, if taken to other medical establishments or pharmacies in the county, would certainly fetch over 100,000 yuan. Or even more, from those who understood its miraculous effects that to certain wealthy individuals clinging to the last threads of life, the prospect of living an additional 10 days was worth exhausting their entire fortune. At that moment, Sun Yang felt as though he were offering a precious treasure for the price of a mere piece of glass. Surely you don't find it insufficient? Su Hua scoffed. Do you think it's made of gold? Even if it were gold priced by the gram, it would be worth approximately this much. Sun Yang forced a smile as he slowly accepted the money and turned to leave. By the way, Mr. Su, it is indeed poisoning, not some other ailment. The dragon essence herb will not be effective. He still felt compelled to inform Su Hua, even if it meant leaving with the air of a beggar. A great physician must possess genuine concern for his patients. He could not simply disregard the matter. After speaking, he paid no heed to Su Hua's reaction and departed, knowing that further words would be futile. Had he uttered this in the bedroom, regardless of its veracity, others would have surely regarded him as a pretentious fool. Neurotic, Su Hua sneered before turning back into the villa. With keen hearing, Sun Yang caught the derisive remark. And a wave of discomfort washed over him that he had endured their rude treatment and offered them kind advice, only to receive such a result in return. The bundle of cash felt heavy in his grip. When Su Hua handed him the money, he had a strong urge to erupt in anger, to throw the bills to the floor and shout, "Do you take me for a beggar?" Yet he restrained himself, for he could not voice a demand for a specific sum in pursuit of medicine. He could only laugh bitterly at the thought of having aided a financially struggling patient. Lost in thought, Sun Yang found himself back at the community entrance, where a throng of bodyguards approached him. One of them wheeled over a gleaming motorcycle, clearly indicating that these individuals not only guarded his vehicle with utmost care, but also treated it with the same meticulousness one would afford a beloved spouse, ensuring it was spotless. "Mr. Sun, you've returned," several security guards exclaimed, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. "This is your ride." One of them pointed at the motorcycle, admitting it was his suggestion to give it a thorough cleaning to make amends. "Thank you," Sun Yang replied, snapping back to reality as he forced a smile and prepared to mount his bike. "You're welcome. Take care," they bowed as he departed. Just as Sun Yang was about to start the motorcycle, a casually dressed man stepped in front of him. It was none other than the security guard Wang Qing, who had previously hurled insults and even threatened violence. Now, however, he was no longer in the employ of the Jinhuang community. His superior had pointed a finger at him, warning that he would be unable to find work as a security guard anywhere in Linhai County or nearby cities. Mr. Sun. Wang Qing's face was a mask of despair as he suddenly knelt before him. "I truly know I was wrong. Please let me off this time. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. I rely on this job for our livelihood." Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the man and understanding his predicament. He had been dismissed. Seeing Wang Qing in such a pitiful state stirred feelings of compassion within Sun Yang. Had he known it would come to this, he might have shown a modicum of respect during their earlier encounter, preventing such a downfall. Yet, Sun Yang did not approach to offer assistance. He merely displayed a resigned smile. What could he possibly do for Wang Qing? Would he intercede with Tang Wanru to secure Wang Qing's reinstatement? The truth was, he believed that his connection with Tang Wanru was minimal, and he had no power to influence her decisions. The wad of cash Su Hua had tossed him only served to clarify his own standing. Without power or influence, he simply did not register in the eyes of those high above him. While he may have had some utility in the past, that was no longer the case. If a situation were to arise where he faced further insults or aggression from the guards, Sun Yang could easily envision Tang Wanru and her associates treating him with the same pity one might extend to a beggar, driving the guards away rather than administering any harsh punishment. "I'm sorry, but I am powerless to help," Sun Yang said with a bitter smile. "I am but a mere fool. How could I possibly reach the heights of the Tang or Su families?" The guards and Wang Qing stood frozen in shock. Sun Yang paid no mind to their reactions as he maneuvered his motorcycle around Wang Qing and exited the Jinhuang community. "Come on, Wang Qing, don't push me to act out." We've already lost 2 months' wages because of you. If you linger here any longer, I fear I might lose control and give you a beating, he heard one guard mutter as Sun Yang rode away. The remaining guards barely heeded his words. They were simply grateful to keep their positions. However, the thought of losing 2 months' pay, a total of 12,000, was a painful blow to each of them. Reflecting on Wang Qing's even more tragic fate brought them a slight sense of relief. Like a soulless specter, Wang Qing slowly rose to his feet and staggered away, filled with remorse and a deep-seated resentment towards Sun Yang that if it weren't for him, would he have fallen to such depths? Meanwhile, Su Hua, having dismissed the country bumpkin, recalled Sun Yang's face, which had shifted from pale to flushed, and a mocking smile spread across his lips. Indeed, a simpleton is just a simpleton. One who is never satisfied will always reach for more. He had given Sun Yang over 10,000 yuan for merely a single herb, a generous sum, in his opinion. Chapter 39. Unexpected developments. Upon returning to the bedroom, he cautiously opened the door and peered inside. Yang Xianhai was administering acupuncture to his father, while his cousin and others stood at a distance, watching with concern. "Why are you back so soon?" Tang Wanru asked, her brow furrowed. "You paid him. Surely he wouldn't come back for anything else. Are you really going to treat him to a meal?" Su Hua teased, confident that with the dragon essence herb in hand, his father would soon recover. Suddenly recalling something, Su Hua scoffed. "Cousin, where did you find that fool? He truly believes himself to be a divine healer, claiming that my father is poisoned and that the dragon essence herb is ineffective. How laughable." "Poison?" Tang Wanru froze for a moment, but quickly dismissed Sun Yang's assertion. Yang Xianhai was a renowned physician within the province, and the Yang family's traditional medicine had established a legacy known both domestically and abroad, that he had stated that her uncle's fainting was due to a surge of heart yang. And since Yang Xianhai had not mentioned poisoning, it must certainly not be the case. The herb was now in their possession, and her uncle would undoubtedly be fine. Yet, Tang Wanru was most concerned about why her cousin had returned so abruptly. "How much did you give Sun Yang?" she asked, her eyebrows knitting together. "In less than 3 minutes. How could he have had time to go to the bank for a transfer?" "Just a little over 10,000, Su Hua replied nonchalantly, then smiled. "This expense must come from our Su family. We can't let you bear the cost." 10,000, Tang Wanru exclaimed in disbelief, staring incredulously at her cousin. "What's the matter?" Su Hua asked, puzzled. "Sun Yang provided timely assistance during my uncle's critical condition and delivered the herb, and you only rewarded him with 10,000? Is my uncle's life worth merely that?" Tang Wanru's tone was sharp and commanding. She could not tolerate Su Hua's stinginess. Without Sun Yang, it would have taken ages for the Tang and Su families to procure the dragon essence herb. "My father's life is naturally worth millions. But no matter how rare that herb is, isn't 10,000 enough? That bumpkin probably only earns a few thousand a year, right?" Su Hua sneered, believing he had been overly generous. Tang Wanru's expression darkened further. Although the Su family was not as affluent as the Tang family, to them, 10,000 versus several hundred thousand was akin to a mere trifle. Why not be a bit more magnanimous? Sun Yang had successfully procured precious herbs on 2 occasions. He might well be able to retrieve even better ones in the future, and his abilities were worthy of cultivating a relationship. Tang Wanru clenched her fists. If Su Hua were a member of the Tang family, she would have already rushed forward to give him a sound thrashing. Before she could reprimand him, Yang Xianhai had completed the acupuncture and overheard their conversation, particularly Su Hua's immature remarks, which made it impossible for him to contain his laughter, and he turned to Su Hua and said with an odd tone, "If that kid can acquire the dragon essence herb again, I would gladly pay him 500,000, not just one." It wasn't out of a desire to assist Sun Yang. Yang Xianhai simply couldn't bear to see the herb being so undervalued. A skilled practitioner is often at the mercy of their materials. As a physician, having access to rare herbs is indispensable, especially ones with such miraculous effects. The price of 10,000 was an outright insult to the dragon essence herb. Could a piece of glass ever be compared to a precious jade? Su Hua's face turned crimson as all eyes fell upon him. "Xiao Hua, if word gets out about your actions, how many will look down upon our Su family?" Su Hua's mother chastised him coldly. With a sigh, Tang Wanru said, "It's all right. I'm quite familiar with Sun Yang, that I'll transfer him more money later. Su Hua, furious and ashamed, clenched his fist, but he still did not believe he had done anything wrong and stormed out of the bedroom in a fit of anger. The remaining individuals sighed in exasperation, continuing to wait patiently in the bedroom. According to Yang Xinhai, once he had administered the acupuncture, the patient would briefly awaken, at which point he could be given a medicinal concoction brewed from the precious Longjing grass and various other valuable herbs, ensuring a complete recovery. Meanwhile, Sun Yang had already parked his motorcycle along the side of the road. His face was etched with hesitation, frequently glancing at the watch in his hand, a Rolex gifted to him by Fang Yinhua, before raising his gaze to the elegantly decorated pawn shop before him. This was the only pawn shop in the county, dealing not only in jewelry and precious stones, but also in real estate and automobiles. 10,000 yuan. And here I am with barely 300,000 in hand. This watch, they say, is worth over 100,000. Pawning it for 10,000 shouldn't be an issue, right? Sun Yang's thoughts wandered, his expression clouded with discontent. Even if he were to pawn it, he would still be over 100,000 short of the money needed for renting land. Under normal circumstances, one could pay for the land over 2 to 3 years, subsequently making timely payments to the village committee. After all, who would pay the full amount all at once? Even the individual from the neighboring village, interested in leasing land, would surely only pay for a few years up front. Otherwise, how could one invest most of their funds in a barren land and still have capital for development? Yet the village leaders would not permit Sun Yang to proceed in such a manner, believing that while he could manage a few years' payment, he would certainly be unable to afford the subsequent costs. The individual from the neighboring village was a well-known local tycoon, engaged in substantial business, and would undoubtedly make timely payments, eliminating any possibility of a breach of contract. Comparing the two, they deemed Sun Yang woefully lacking in long-term potential. Should I pawn the watch and borrow a few 100,000 from Fang Yinhua? Sun Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation, only to dismiss the idea immediately. Unless absolutely necessary, he was loath to lower himself to beg for assistance, and such an approach felt akin to those unscrupulous individuals who exploit kindness for their own gain. Soon, Sun Yang made a firm decision. He would pawn the watch, return to the village, purchase some gifts, and appeal to the village chief, hoping that they would be inclined to agree out of respect for his grandfather. Upon entering the pawn shop, Sun Yang surveyed the opulent interior. Through the window, he spotted a young man in a suit and tie, fixated on his computer screen. "Hello." Sun Yang tapped on the glass. The suited man immediately spun around with a sycophantic smile, but upon seeing Sun Yang, his expression soured. Su Jing had anticipated a significant client, and after 2 or 3 years in the pawn shop, he could easily assess the approximate value of most items. His gaze lingered on Sun Yang for a moment, flickering with disdain. From head to toe, Sun Yang's attire was worth no more than 200 yuan. Particularly those faded trousers that Su Jing could likely surmise Sun Yang's financial status. "Is there something you need?" Su Jing's tone was cold. If he could, he would have preferred to shoo this man away. With that demeanor, what valuable item could he possibly pawn? Based on his past experiences, he suspected it might be a decrepit phone worth only a few hundred, or perhaps some random parts scavenged from elsewhere, brought in as if it were a treasure. "I wish to pawn something," Sun Yang forced a smile. Only then did Su Jing leisurely rise and approach the counter, not even glancing at Sun Yang, casually stating, "Show me what you have. If it's just scrap metal, you might as well head to the recycling station." Sun Yang shrugged, unfazed by his indifference, and placed the luxurious watch on the counter. Under the lights, the watch gleamed brilliantly, and Su Jing's gaze became fixed upon it. Chapter 40. The allure of wealth. His face was a mask of obsession, a glimmer of greed dancing in his eyes, as if he beheld a breathtaking beauty stripped bare. "Rolex," Su Jing murmured, "submariner date, blue ceramic bezel." He rattled off a series of terms that Sun Yang could not comprehend, only catching the English pronunciation of Rolex, which he guessed referred to the watch model. "Sir, you wish to pawn this watch?" Su Jing's smile turned obsequious. Sun Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. Just moments ago, the man had treated him with disdain. Nodding subtly, he got straight to the point. "Yes, indeed." At this moment, Su Jing had regained his composure, one hand clutching the watch, his hawk-like eyes scrutinizing Sun Yang with an inexplicable coldness. This watch alone was priced close to 200,000 in the store, and it appeared to be nearly brand new. Could a young man dressed in such inexpensive clothing truly afford a watch worth over 100,000? The answer was glaringly obvious. Su Jing, seasoned in this line of work, had encountered many individuals like Sun Yang before. Where did you acquire this watch? Su Jing inquit Godavili. A friend gifted it to me. I saved his sister, Sun Yang replied. Having anticipated this question and answered Su Jing honestly. A hero saving a damsel. A beautiful sister gifting you a Rolex. Su Jing suddenly wore a bemused smile, muttering to himself. What an original excuse. I expected you would claim it was a bequest from some wealthy relative. What do you mean by that? Sun Yang's expression shifted, sensing something amiss. What I mean is, we all know the truth, so let's not beat around the bush. I'll give you a flat rate of 9,000 yuan. This cannot be redeemed. Su Jing's smile was a veneer, lacking warmth. 9,000 yuan. Sun Yang's countenance darkened instantly. Did he take him for a fool? This Rolex was practically brand new, having been purchased less than 10 days ago, according to Fang Yinhua. Even if resold to someone else, its second-hand price would far exceed that amount. Sun Yang had anticipated a price of around 100,000, yet here he was, offered less than a tenth of that. Naturally, he considered selling it to others, but he lacked the connections or relationships. Would a stranger believe this was indeed a Rolex? Furthermore, he had no relevant documentation, and ordinary people could not afford it. Think it's too little? If you can provide the receipt for this watch or any proof of ownership, I can offer you 90,000. Su Jing waved his hand, his smile laced with mockery, like a wolf closing in on its prey. His greed was unmistakable. Sun Yang furrowed his brow. Where would he find such proof? Fang Yinhua had given him the watch. Did he expect to ask Fang Yinhua for a receipt? Can't produce it. Can you? You must understand, I feel 9,000 is already generous. If this turns out to be stolen property and you get caught, I would be left with nothing. Su Jing's eyes glimmered with malice. Stolen property? What are you talking about? This was given to me by someone, not something I stole. Sun Yang clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger, that he had initially hoped for a simple transaction. But now he was being treated like a thief. Return it to me. I don't want to pawn it anymore. Sun Yang reached out, attempting to reclaim the watch, only for Su Jing to retract his hand, clutching the watch tightly to his chest. Not going to pawn it. Don't hide the truth. I've seen plenty of your kind. Aside from me, no one else would dare accept it. Su Jing wore an arrogant smile, showing no fear of the alleged stolen property. What kind? I'm not a thief. Sun Yang pounded his fist on the counter, causing cracks to splinter across the marble surface. That Su Jing flinched, startled, glancing at the counter. But soon he smirked. Yes, you're not a thief. This watch was a gift from your friend, right? Fine, 1,000 yuan. Don't push your luck. I won't sell it, Sun Yang shouted. He was filled with regret. It was his first time engaging in such a transaction, and he had been too naive and short-sighted. Not selling. That decision is not yours to make, Su Jing taunted, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had Sun Yang firmly in his grasp. Either I call the police, and I lose nothing, or you end up with nothing. You should know this watch is worth over 100,000. The value of this theft could land you in prison for over 10 years. Fang Yinhua spread his hands. I did not steal it. Sun Yang gritted his teeth, thinking he could merely stir up a fuss at the police station, that he was in the right and would not allow anyone to slander him. Then I will call the police. It's not worth going to prison for a petty amount. Su Jing shook his head in mock concern, ultimately managing a bitter smile. Fine, I'll concede to you. 2,000 yuan, and you can leave with the money. Return the watch to me, Sun Yang demanded sternly. Are you truly standing your ground? If it goes to the police, you'll have no chance to backtrack, Su Jing chuckled coldly. Call the police. This indeed was given to me by a patient's family member, Sun Yang declared unflinchingly, meeting Su Jing's gaze. Oh, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Jing's expression darkened as he picked up the phone beside him. Dialing in front of Sun Yang, that he pressed the button slowly, intending to give Sun Yang a chance to reconsider. However, when the call connected, Sun Yang continued to wear a defiant expression, igniting Su Jing's fury. Minutes later, the sound of a police siren echoed outside as 3 officers entered. Officer, this individual possesses property of dubious origin. I suspect it to be stolen. Su Jing raised the Rolex in his hand. One officer scrutinized Sun Yang, then examined the watch, his expression grave as he addressed Sun Yang. Is this yours? Yes, it was given to me as a token of gratitude by a patient's family member. Sun Yang nodded in response, suppressing his anxiety. This was his first encounter with the police, and although he believed in his innocence, a tinge of apprehension lingered. Ah, a token of gratitude from a patient's family. May I ask which top-tier hospital you are the chief physician at? What sort of patient warrants a family member gifting you a Rolex worth nearly 200,000? Su Jing loget mokkinli. 200,000. Several officers exchanged glances, their expressions tightening at the watch's unexpected value. What is the name of the patient or their family member? Do you have their contact information? Inquired a middle-aged officer. The patient's name is Fong Liyun, and the family member is Fong Yinhua Dai. I don't have his number, Sun Yang stammered, feeling helpless. Oh, by the way, he should be connected to Hayanting. He once asked me to find him there, Sun Yang added, at that time. Fong Yinhua did not disclose his identity, but Sun Yang had certainly heard of Hayanting. Fong Liyun, Fong Yinhua, Hayanting. The three police officers exchanged glances. Nodding thoughtfully, they were indeed familiar with Hayanting. Su Jing's smirk, filled with malice, froze momentarily that he had certainly heard of Fong Liyun and Fong Yinhua. These wealthy signs were known to anyone who had brushed against the upper echelons of the county. Since you are unable to contact them, you will need to accompany us to the police station that we will locate those two, one officer stated. Chapter 41. Reporting to the police, going to the police station. Sun Yang sighed helplessly, resigning himself to the fact that the officers would have to track them down. Just then, Su Jing chuckled sinisterly, producing his phone. Officers, I have his number. The one associated with Hayanting, also known as Fong Yinhua, can only be Fong Xiao from Wanli Group, and his sister is called Fong Liyun. However, I have not heard of Fong Liyun suffering from any terminal illness, Su Jing added. Just as Sun Yang was about to explain Fong Liyun's snakebite incident, the police interrupted him. Sir, please come with us. The officers frowned slightly while carefully taking the watch from Su Jing's hands. Now that they had learned the man's specific identity, they were determined to bring Sun Yang back to the station for further investigation. Sun Yang, speechless, found himself encircled by officers as he was led into a police car. Heh, dare to challenge me? You're still too green, and you even had the audacity to mention Fong Xiao. Just wait for your doom, Su Jing thought, observing Sun Yang being taken away with a cold smile. Su Jing did not believe a word of Sun Yang's explanations. Fong Liyun, as a young heiress, was a prominent figure in the county that if she were to fall gravely ill, it would surely circulate within their circles. Yet, Su Jing had heard no rumors regarding Fong Liyun's illness, further convincing him that Sun Yang was lying. He was indeed the thief. Truly foolish. Even revealing where he stole it from. I've never encountered such a dim-witted thief, Su Jing chuckled, feeling relieved that he had not taken the watch. Otherwise, if Fong Yinhua found out, Su Jing would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He could return the watch to Fong Xiao. A significant achievement indeed, that he could not let the officers contact Fong Yinhua first. Su Jing hastily dialed Fong Yinhua's number. Who are you? Fong Yinhua, in the midst of a sauna, glanced at the unfamiliar number with no saved contact. Fong Xiao. This is Su Jing from Jioding Pawn Shop that we met at Miss Yang's birthday banquet earlier, and I shamelessly requested your business card, Su Jing replied, his voice dripping with flattery. Although he was the owner of the pawn shop, he knew he could not be compared to someone of Fong Yinhua's stature. Su Jing. Fong Yinhua frowned, pondering for a moment. He could not recall who this person was, but sensed he was of no significant importance. And thus, he responded impatiently. Get to the point. Just now, a young man came to pawn a Rolex watch, claiming it was a gift from you, Su Jing replied with a nervous chuckle. Rolex watch. Fong Yinhua paused, immediately recalling Sun Yang, and his expression turned cold. What is that person's name? He was uncertain. He remembered telling Sun Yang that if he encountered any difficulties, he could use the watch to seek him out. Could it be that Sun Yang had lost the watch and someone had found it? He said his name is Sun Yang, that he saved your sister, Miss Fong, and you gifted him a watch. Is this some sort of joke? What illness could Miss Fong possibly have? I'll expose his lie immediately. He is currently at the police station, Su Jing boasted, filled with a sense of triumph. Although the value of the watch was negligible to Fong Yinhua, he was pleased to have captured the insufferable thief. Any benefit that Fong Yinhua might offer would undoubtedly facilitate the growth of Su Jing's pawnshop. Fong Yinhua remained silent for an extended period, his expression darkening ominously. The self-proclaimed Sun Yang, knowing about the treatment of his sister. If it were a random passerby, they would not possess such detailed knowledge. It was highly likely that it was indeed Sun Yang. Fong Yinhua was puzzled as to why Sun Yang, when in trouble, did not come to him directly but instead pawned the watch. He could not comprehend this behavior. Wait, soon a police officer should contact you, Su Jing added quickly when Fong Yinhua did not respond. Your name is Su Jing, correct? Fong Yinhua's voice dripped with coldness. Even from the other end of the line, Su Jing shivered, fearing he had misspoken, and hurriedly replied, Yes, Fong Xiao, it is my honor to be of service to you. Very well, Juding Pawnshop, is it? Fong Yinhua repeated before hanging up and making his way to the changing room. He was not an ungrateful person. He would personally visit the police station regarding Sun Yang's matter. Meanwhile, Su Jing sat dazedly staring at his phone, bewildered. Why was Fong Xiao suddenly so cold? From his tone, he did not seem grateful at all. Su Jing's limbs turned cold as he sat there, grappling with anxiety. Could it be that Sun Yang was indeed telling the truth? Impossible, impossible. Su Jing paced back and forth, his expression frantic. After a while, he dialed Fong Yinhua's number again, but the call indicated that the line was off. After several failed attempts, Su Jing collapsed onto the ground, utterly at a loss, looking forlorn and desolate. On the other side, Sun Yang was once again questioned about his identity and other matters at the police station, but he managed to stabilize his emotions. Knowing he was innocent, and the officers were fair and followed procedures, contrary to his expectations of colluding with Su Jing, which relieved him. We have already contacted the young master of Wanli Group. Please wait patiently here. As long as everything you said is true, there will be no issues. One officer reassured him gently. Thank you, Sun Yang nodded, remaining obediently in the waiting room. After approximately half an hour, he heard footsteps approaching that a handsome man in a white suit walked in front, followed by several police officers. Fong Yinhua. Upon seeing this person, Sun Yang's anxious heart finally settled. Sun Yang? It really is you. I was worried that your watch had been picked up by someone with sticky fingers. Fong Yinhua chuckled. With a witness present, Sun Yang's situation was swiftly resolved, exiting the police station alongside Fong Yinhua. The Rolex watch was returned to Sun Yang's possession, but he clutched the watch, feeling somewhat awkward. Get in the car. I have arranged for food and drinks, Fong Yinhua said, opening the door of a Toyota Alphard and gesturing for Sun Yang to enter. This. Sun Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately got into the car. The vehicle headed towards Hayanting, with Fong Yinhua and Sun Yang seated together in the back. Dr. Sun, have you encountered any difficulties? Did I not tell you that if you need anything, you can come to Hayanting? Fong Yinhua asked, looking at Sun Yang with curiosity. I'm sorry that I was afraid of troubling you too much, so I... Sun Yang replied, feeling embarrassed. Had he known, he would have gone directly to Fong Yinhua. Without saying anything further, he intended to return the watch to Fong Yinhua as if he were selling it to him. After all, this wealthy young master would need to buy a watch anyway. Spending 100,000 would save him money, Sun Yang thought to himself. However, he felt too shy to do so at the time, as it felt like begging. This damned pride, Sun Yang sighed, realizing he ultimately needed Fong Yinhua to intervene. Chapter 42, Apologies, do you need money? Has something happened at home? Fong Yinhua inquired with concern. I am indeed a bit short on cash, Sun Yang admitted sheepishly, sharing the details of his predicament with Fong Yinhua. After hearing the story, Fong Yinhua was both amused and exasperated. This young man was remarkably honest, and Fong Yinhua found himself increasingly admiring Sun Yang. He had encountered all manner of individuals from affluent backgrounds, most of whom were self-serving and opportunistic. Yet, Sun Yang was different. He helped others without expecting anything in return, fearing he might burden Fong Yinhua. Consequently, Fong Yinhua felt a stronger desire to befriend him, patting Sun Yang on the shoulder as he smiled. Money matters? Is that even a concern? Fong Xiao, Sun Yang understood his implication but felt a bit uncomfortable. Fong Yinhua did not press the matter further, instead engaging Sun Yang in casual conversation about Shiha village and his family background. When the vehicle came to a stop, Sun Yang stepped out, awestruck by the sight before him, a magnificent building that left him speechless. The dazzling sign bore the words Heianting in grand, gilded calligraphy, exuding opulence and grandeur. Sun Yang gazed at the restaurant's exquisite decor, realizing it was indeed a place of luxury. He could only imagine that a meal here would cost no less than 1,000 yuan. Let us head inside. Fong Yunhua, displaying no airs of a wealthy heir, casually draped his arm around Sun Yang's shoulder. And together they entered the restaurant. Fong Xiao, the manager, approached with obsequiousness, while other beautiful waitresses in blue kipaos bowed in greeting, some of them stealing curious glances at Sun Yang, wondering about his relationship with Fong Yinhua, who treated him like a brother. Sun Yang felt a whirlwind of emotions as he observed the graceful, attractive waitresses and the lavish decor, which all showcased Fong Yinhua's nobility. Oh, this was the world of the wealthy. Sun Yang could not help but feel a pang of envy. Noticing Sun Yang's expression, Fong Yinhua smiled with satisfaction, and he took out a golden card that shimmered brilliantly. This is the VIP card for Heianting. As soon as Sun Yang had yet to react, Fong Yinhua had already thrust the VIP card into his hand. Sun Yang, you are welcome to visit Heianting anytime. All expenses are waived, Fong Yinhua added, simultaneously glancing at the manager. Manager Huang, from now on, whenever you see my brother, treat him with the same respect as you would me. Should he be subjected to any disrespectful behavior, do not blame me for being merciless. Yes, I have met Master Sun, the manager said with obsequiousness, bowing low to Sun Yang. Sun Yang, feeling utterly at a loss, attempted to return the VIP card to Fong Yinhua. Fong Xiao, I cannot. What do you mean, Sun Yang? Are you looking down on me? Fong Yinhua's expression hardened, his eyes betraying dissatisfaction. Sun Yang hastily shook his head, explaining, No, I believe in earning my keep. I cannot accept this card. Stealing a furtive glance at the golden card in his hand, he couldn't help but feel tempted. The notion of enjoying complimentary services at Heianting was indeed enticing, that he imagined taking his grandfather, Sister Lu, and Huang Lily out for meals here. Surely, his grandfather had never dined in such an upscale establishment. Yet, feeling unworthy of such generosity, he reluctantly suppressed the allure and returned the card to Fong Yinhua. Unearned. Merely saving my sister's life is a tremendous deed that I, Fong Yinhua, am not one to forget kindness easily. And this trinket holds no value to me, Fong Yinhua declared, waving his hand to indicate that Sun Yang should keep it. Then, thank you, Fong Xiao. Sun Yang hesitated momentarily that if he did not visit Heianting, the card would indeed be of no use, akin to worthless scrap paper. After much contemplation, he ultimately accepted it. Now that's more like it, Fong Yinhua said with a beaming smile. They ascended to the top floor in the elevator. Given Fong Yinhua's stature, dining in the lobby was out of the question. Upon entering the private room, Sun Yang was met with opulence that left him awestruck. The room shimmered with golden hues, and the crystal chandeliers sparkled brighter than the stars above. The tables and chairs exuded an air of unparalleled luxury. Under Fong Yinhua's urging, Sun Yang nervously took a seat. Serve the dishes, Fong Yinhua commanded the bowing manager. Yes, the manager replied, flashing a sycophantic smile as he exited the room. It is unfortunate my sister is away with her friends on a trip. Had she known you were here, she surely would have been overjoyed, Fong Yinhua remarked. Sun Yang momentarily froze, recalling the circumstances under which he had treated Fong Yinhua's sister, unsure how to respond. My sister has mentioned wanting to visit Shiha village upon her return to express her gratitude to you personally, Fong Yinhua continued. No, it is unnecessary. It was my duty, Sun Yang replied. Nonsense, my sister and I should properly express our gratitude that I learned more about the Huang Jiao snake's venom after returning to the county. And I felt a wave of dread. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my sister, Fong Yinhua's voice trailed off with a bittersweet smile. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Fong Yinhua raised an eyebrow and called out, Come in. A man in a suit with a bruised face entered, flanked by two burly figures. "Is it you?" Sun Yang frowned slightly as he recognized Su Jing from Jiuding Pawnshop. Fong Xiao, Mr. Sun." Su Jing grimaced painfully, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "Heh, you'd better sharpen your discernment in the future," Fong Yinhua sneered. Yes, I deserve this, having misjudged Mr. Sun and wasted his time," Su Jing said, slapping himself twice across the face with such force that it made Sun Yang flinch. "It seems you've come to your senses," Fong Yinhua remarked, eyeing Su Jing with a mocking gaze. "My brother has suffered unjustly, wrongfully detained by the police, and for his mental anguish and lost time, what do you propose to do?" He scrutinized Su Jing with a sardonic expression. Su Jing stammered, knowing Fong Yinhua's wealth far surpassed anything he could offer. With a dismissive snort, Fong Yinhua cut to the chase. "I'll give you an hour to prepare 200,000 as compensation for my brother's wounded spirit." 200,000? Su Jing et galim in shop. After enduring a beating from the thugs, he now had to pay Sun Yang compensation. It felt like he was being bled dry. "What? Are you unwilling?" Fong Yinhua raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "Time is on our side. If you refuse, remember, we will have plenty of opportunities to cross paths again. Your so-called uncle cannot shield you forever. I will pay. It's only right for me to compensate Mr. Sun for his grievances," Su Jing said with a forced smile, tears welling in his eyes as regret washed over him. Now, not only had he failed to acquire the watch, but he was also parting with 200,000, an amount his pawnshop might not earn in 3 months. Sun Yang, sensing the tension, was unsure how to react, instinctively believing Fong Yinhua was merely seeking to benefit himself. Thus he refrained from intervening. Moments later, exquisite dishes were served, and Sun Yang was enthralled by the array of culinary delights, each more tantalizing than the last. The mere sight of them made his mouth water, but he had anticipated that a restaurant of such prestige would offer nothing short of exceptional cuisine, yet he felt unsure of how to begin indulging in these artistic presentations. It wasn't until Fong Yinhua urged him to eat that he tentatively picked up his chopsticks, transitioning from cautious nibbling to voracious feasting. Fong Yinhua smiled, shaking his head. He did not express disdain, recognizing that Sun Yang was simply a boy from a small village. The door was knocked upon once more, and Sun Yang's face flushed as he paused. The dishes were simply too delicious. He had never imagined dumplings could be so exquisite, nearly causing him to bite his tongue, while the roasted pig's trotters left him with grease glistening on his lips. The door swung open, and Su Jing entered, carrying a black bag, which he placed on the chair with a bow. Just in time, Fong Yinhua remarked with a smirk as he eyed the bag. "Apologize to Sun Yang and leave." "Yes. I am truly sorry, Mr. Sun." Su Jing bowed deeply, suppressing any hint of resentment. Seeing this, Sun Yang shrugged. "It's all right. I'm not one to hold grudges." "Thank you," Su Jing replied timidly, stealing a glance at Fong Yinhua. But upon seeing he was ignored, he hesitated before exiting. His heart bled at the thought of parting with 200,000 for him. That was no trifling sum, and he resolved to be more cautious in future dealings. Once Su Jing departed, Fong Yinhua stood, retrieving the bag from the table and handing it to Sun Yang. "Take this. It is Su Jing's compensation." "Fong Xiao this." Sun Yang was taken aback, realizing the money was indeed for him. "Did you think I was trying to extort Su Jing for his meager funds?" Fong Yinhua chuckled, placing the bag beside Sun Yang's chair. "This sum is beneath my notice." "I apologize," Sun Yang said sheepishly, hesitantly eyeing the bag that he truly desired it. With this money, he could return to the village and discuss a 10-year payment plan with the village chief, repaying the remainder later when he was more financially stable. "What? You wouldn't refuse it again, would you?" "I went out of my way to procure it for you." Fong Yinhua shrugged. "If you don't want it, just toss it in the trash on your way out." Sun Yang's mouth twitched. Others would fight tooth and nail for money, yet Fong Yinhua could so casually threaten to discard it. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Yang gratefully replied, "Thank you, Fong Xiao. I. What are you being so melodramatic about?" Fong Yinhua shook his head, teasing, "If you're thanking me like this, should I then bow to express my gratitude for saving my sister?" "No, that's not necessary," Sun Yang hurriedly protested. Fong Yinhua beamed, returning to his seat. Earlier in the car, I heard about your plans to cultivate the land yourself. Is that correct? Yes, Sun Yang nodded, though he did not mention the matter concerning the pond, as it was confidential. Then I am prepared to invest 500,000 in your endeavor, Fang Yinhua stated. What? Sun Yang was left speechless. Investment? 500,000. Aren't you in need of funds? Adding Su Jing's 200,000. It should still be insufficient, correct? Fang Yinhua chuckled. But Sun Yang was acutely aware that Fang Yinhua's investment was merely a means to aid him, to elevate his status. Fang Yinhua frowned slightly, questioning, Do you understand investments? I am seeking profit, not merely helping you. Over the next 3 years, you must share 10% of your annual profits with me. Of course, if you incur losses, I will not demand the 500,000 back. For anyone else, to dare propose an investment of 500,000 and to label it as an investment, furthermore, a mere 10% profit share, this was a meager return, unless Sun Yang could achieve annual profits of around 1,700,000. Fang Yinhua wouldn't recoup his initial investment, let alone make a profit. 500,000 sitting in a bank would yield significant interest. This investment was akin to gifting Sun Yang 500,000. Feeling a surge of emotion, Sun Yang gazed at Fang Yinhua, his voice trembling. Aren't you afraid I might squander it all? Investment carries risks. Losing capital is not uncommon. Fang Yinhua laughed heartily. Sun Yang exhaled deeply. Confident in his plans to generate income, he boldly declared, Then, Fang Xiao, I shall consider you a partner. I will allocate 30% of the profits from the more than 100 acres of land to you each year. He was confident he could ensure Fang Yinhua's investment was returned within the first year. Ha! Splendid. Then I shall shamelessly take advantage of you. Fang Yinhua nodded without hesitation. Certainly, he is not truly motivated by self-interest. He merely believes in Sun Yang's potential and wishes to lend a helping hand. Especially after saving his sister. Sun Yang, suppressing his excitement, realized that with the 200,000 he currently possesses, along with the 500,000 transferred by Fang Yinhua, he now has a total of 700,000, which is sufficient to deal with the village chief and his associates. At this moment, his gratitude towards Fang Yinhua deepened. While embellishments are commonplace, it is the timely assistance that truly holds value. He resolved to work diligently and achieve remarkable success, ensuring that Fang Yinhua would receive at least a multiple of his investment in return. The drinks flowed and the dishes were savored. Despite Sun Yang's hearty appetite, he had barely sampled a few bites from the plethora of dishes before him. After scanning the table, he hesitated for a moment before asking, Fang, may I take some of this food home? It was simply too delicious, and he wanted his grandfather to have a taste, as well as Lu Jie, who would surely appreciate it. Are you heading back to the village now? Stay a while longer. I can take you to a massage parlor. Fang Yinhua winked at him. Even though Sun Yang had never been to such a place, he understood the implication, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly shook his head, saying, No, that's not necessary. My grandfather has limited mobility, and I cannot stay in the city for too long. Oh, I see. Well, perhaps another day I can take you there. Fang Yinhua nodded, already aware of Sun Yang's circumstances, including his grandfather who resides in a wheelchair. With a wave of his hand, he added, I'll have the kitchen prepare a few specialty dishes for you to take home. There's no need to pack up the leftovers. Sun Yang's face flushed with shame as he wished to decline. But he found it difficult to resist Fang Yinhua's generosity. Carrying a thermal food delivery box, he walked out of the restaurant with Fang Yinhua, feeling helpless as the box was overflowing with food. I'll arrange for someone to take you back. As for your motorcycle, you can ride it back the next time you come to the city, Fang Yinhua suggested. Fang, there's no need to trouble yourself. With this box, I can ride my motorcycle back just fine, Sun Yang replied. Glancing at the thermal box, Fang Yinhua was being overly considerate, and while he wanted to express his gratitude once more, he felt it might come off as overly sentimental. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to repay him in the future. All right then, Fang Yinhua acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Fang Yinhua, Sun Yang's phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Was it a text message? Chapter 44. The millionaire curious. Sun Yang opened the message and was taken aback to find a notification from the bank. Staring at the series of numbers, he was astounded. 100,000 million. 1 million. Sun Yang stood frozen in disbelief. And then another message arrived, a balance reminder. with the 500,000 that Fang Yinhua had previously transferred. He now had a total of 1,500,000. In less than half a day, he had become a millionaire. While he was incredulous, he was also filled with confusion. This 1 million surely could not have come from Fang Yinhua. Perhaps it was a mistake? Just as he contemplated whether to call Fang Yinhua for clarification, he received a call from Tang Wanru. "It's her." Sun Yang immediately associated the unexpected fortune with Tang Wanru. As she was the only other possible source, upon answering, before he could speak, her melodious voice reached him. "Sun Yang, did you receive the money?" "I did. Did you transfer this 1 million?" Sun Yang reiterated his question. "Yes. My cousin is quite foolish. He only knows how to flirt and has no understanding of herbal medicine that I hope you want to take it to heart. I apologize on his behalf," Tang Wanru said apologetically. At that moment, she stood at her bedroom door, gazing at the flowers in the courtyard, her expression filled with concern. "That's quite all right. This 1 million is too much," Sun Yang said uneasily, feeling that he should not accept such a large sum. "It is only right. So please do not dwell on the money to Tio me. No amount is excessive, but I have another question for you," Tang Wanru said, furrowing her brow. "What is it? Has your uncle regained consciousness?" Sun Yang inquired with concern, as he was primarily eager to know whether Yang Xianhai had successfully treated Su Xingfeng. "I wanted to ask about my uncle. He hasn't woken up yet. Old Yang said we must wait for the medicine to take effect," Tang Wanru expressed her worry. Shortly after administering the acupuncture, Yang Xianhai had briefly revived her uncle using a special method. But after consuming the medicinal concoction, he had fallen unconscious once more. The situation appeared to have worsened. His complexion pale, lips tinged with purple, and visible veins beneath his skin, creating a truly alarming sight. Although Yang Xianhai had reassured her, stating it was only temporary and that Mr. Su's body was responding to the medication, Tang Wanru perceived a hint of fear and unease in his eyes, which contrasted starkly with his earlier confidence, and she noticed his hands were trembling slightly. After hearing Tang Wanru's account, Sun Yang's expression turned urgent. After a moment, he sighed deeply and said to her, "Miss Tang, as you know, I am merely a humble country doctor, and I doubt you would take my words seriously. However, if Mr. Su has not recovered in a while and old Yang is at a loss, perhaps you might consider trying my method. It could prove effective." Sun Yang, perhaps you could come and take a look." Tang Wanru hesitated, unsure whether to ask Sun Yang. Indeed, as he mentioned, he was just a small-time doctor. And compared to Yang Xianhai, there was a vast difference in their standing. The mere title of village doctor from Xia village was likely to evoke resistance from the Su family, let alone allowing him to treat Mr. Su. "Miss Tang, I'm currently preoccupied and cannot return to the county," Sun Yang replied with a forced smile, adding, "I will send a prescription to your phone shortly. It should be boiled for an hour, stirred until it reaches a viscous consistency, and once cooled, applied to Mr. Su's entire body, that if he regains consciousness within half an hour, he should receive treatment twice a day, with a 5-hour interval. If there are no results, then I shall be powerless to assist. The outcome will be the same regardless of my presence." Sun Yang sighed inwardly that as he left the Jinwang community, he pondered about Su Xingfeng, given the limited time for diagnosis. He could not ascertain the exact nature of the poison affecting Su Xingfeng. However, he had found an antidote formula in the Longhun Heart Sutra, capable of alleviating nearly 80% of toxins. As for revisiting the Su family, he had no interest. If it were another family, he would gladly oblige, but the Su family's unwelcoming attitude made it unappealing to subject himself to ridicule. On the other end of the line, after a moment of silence, Tang Wanru finally nodded, saying, "All right, thank you, that if my uncle hasn't awakened in an hour, I will try your method." After hanging up, Sun Yang paused for a moment before swiftly riding his motorcycle towards Xia village. Today was a mixture of joy and sorrow, but Sun Yang cast aside the unpleasant thoughts, smiling at the prospect of his grandfather and Lu Mei enjoying the exquisite and costly delicacies from Jinyan Ting. He discreetly glanced at the menu, nearly gasping at the prices, which ranged from dozens to hundreds of yuan, that he wondered how many people in the county could afford to dine at this restaurant. Inside the Su family villa in the Jinwang community, Tang Wanru examined the prescription sent by Sun Yang, filled with unfamiliar herbs such as xianshan and dagupi. She was not well versed in these medicinal materials and noted that there were over 30 different types of Chinese medicine, each requiring significant quantities. After a while, she returned to the bedroom, where her cousin and aunt were anxiously watching over the man in bed. They had been waiting for nearly an hour, fidgeting like ants on a hot stove. Yang Xuanhai's eyes flickered, his hands tightly clenched within his sleeves, yet he maintained an appearance of calmness. "Old Yang, how much longer until my uncle wakes up?" Tang Wanru asked hesitantly. "Miss Tang, do not worry. Mr. Datsu should recover. This treatment method is a unique secret of the Yang family, passed down for centuries," Yang Xianhai reassured her. "My senior brother, Yang Zhong, uses this method as well," he added, his smile somewhat strained. Senior brother Yang Zhong was more renowned than he, celebrated throughout the land, and even referred to as a miracle doctor. Yang Xianhai believed his medical skills were comparable, merely lacking a stroke of luck. At this moment, however, he was far more concerned about the matter at hand than about fame or fortune. Upon hearing this, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, old Yang is a disciple of Yang Zhong. His intervention should certainly be effective, they murmured in agreement. Tang Wanru's smile was tinged with resignation as she tried to reassure herself. She had initially intended to invite Yang Zhong for assistance, but he was currently abroad, and distant waters could not quench nearby fires. However, she soon appeared hesitant and approached Yang Xianhai, awkwardly saying, "Old Yang, a friend of mine sent me a prescription claiming it could cure my uncle. Would you take a look?" As she spoke, she handed her phone to Yang Xianhai, adding, "He believes my uncle may be poisoned, and this prescription can serve as an antidote." Chapter 45. Prejudice. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuanhai's expression soured, and he glanced at the phone screen. As he read the message, his face darkened. "Sun Yang? That barefoot doctor from Shiha village." The Su family members' expressions also shifted, surprised by Tang Wanru's apparent folly in believing Sun Yang's claims and considering his prescription. Poisoned? What poison did he say he was afflicted with? Yang Xianhai cast a cursory glance at the prescription and returned the phone to Tang Wanru, saying, "The numerous traditional Chinese herbs listed indeed possess detoxifying properties." He didn't say anything, Tang Wanru replied, her expression awkward. However, with a flick of his sleeve, Yang Xianhai strode towards the exit, gloomily stating, "One should not employ those they doubt. Miss Tang, that I am feeling rather unwell, and shall take my leave as for Mr. Su's ailment. I regret my incompetence. I have exhausted my efforts. If Mr. Su is not awakened by evening, you may resort to his method." With a forceful slam, he opened the door, startling the Su family, who hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him to stay. "No, Elder Yang, that is not my intention," Tang Wanru said, her face filled with urgency, as she trusted Yang Xuanhai's medical skills far more than Sun Yang's. The others shared her sentiment, trying desperately to retain Yang Xianhai, but he appeared incensed by both Sun Yang and Tang Wanru, showing no inclination to remain. "Elder Yang, allow me to escort you home," Su Hua said helplessly, feeling immense frustration towards Sun Yang and Tang Wanru. "No need. I will take a taxi myself." Yang Xianhai darkly waved his hand and departed from the villa. Once outside the Jinwan community, Yang Xianhai, visibly furious, let out a long sigh, revealing a hint of trepidation. Indeed, he felt a flicker of irritation at Tang Wanru's mention of poisoning. Was she not striking at his credibility? Yet his departure was not solely due to that. It stemmed from the unexpected condition of Su Xingfeng, a mere excuse to withdraw. This makes no sense, logically. Su Xingfeng should have awakened within half an hour. Yet it has been 2 or 3 hours now, and the situation appears to be worsening. Could it truly be poisoning? Yang Xianhai muttered anxiously to himself, recalling Su Xingfeng's increasingly ghastly complexion, and he found himself wavering. Regardless, I shall leave now. As evening approaches, they will likely resort to Sun Yang's method to treat Su Xingfeng. Even if he perishes, it is no concern of mine. All responsibility can be shifted to that barefoot doctor. Sun Yang. Yang Xianhai felt a sense of relief at his own cleverness. Why should he involve himself further? A sardonic smile crept onto his face as he solidified his decision. Meanwhile, the Su family, returning to the bedroom, wore grim expressions as they stared at Tang Wanru. "Cousin, look at the mess you've made." You've angered Elder Yang. What should we do now? Su Hua lamented that he would never believe the words of a village doctor, despite Yang Xuanhai's shortcomings. He was still a renowned traditional Chinese physician in the nearby provinces, and his master, Yang Zhong, was even more illustrious that if he could not save Su Xingfeng, how could Sun Yang? Indeed, Wanru, you were too impulsive. Could you not have consulted us first? Others chimed in, casting cold glares at Tang Wanru. Tang Wanru's face flushed with guilt as she bit her lip and apologized. I am sorry. I merely wanted Elder Yang to assess whether this method was viable. After all, he is the doctor, and we are all laymen. He may be a doctor, but does that Sun Yang qualify as one? You still trust his words. If anything were to happen to my father, I would make him pay dearly. Su Hua shouted angrily. Tang Wanru sighed, now comprehending why Sun Yang had not returned to the Su household. Had he done so, her cousin and the others might have resorted to violence. Elder Yang is also at his wit's end. He has repeatedly claimed that my uncle would awaken soon. Yet how much time has passed? Although Tang Wanru was logical, she was unwilling to forfeit any opportunity to save her uncle. With Yang Xinhai unable to assist, they had no choice but to try Sun Yang's method. After all, Yang Xinhai had mentioned that the herbs were all detoxifying and should not pose further harm to her uncle. The others exchanged glances. Could you trust me just this once? Evening is approaching, and Sun Yang stated that his medicine would take effect within half an hour. If it works, my uncle will surely awaken immediately. Tang Wanru continued to persuade that Su Hua, however, was unconvinced, sneering, What is there to try? With this time, we might as well rush my father to the city hospital. Yet his mother shook her head, saying, Xiao Hua, the expert team from the tertiary hospital has already examined him, and they hold no certainty. What difference does it make whether we go to the hospital or not? I think we should treat this like a dying horse being treated as a live one, that if we cannot trust that little doctor, we can at least trust Wanru. Elder Yang has also said that the herbs are detoxifying, and even if we use them, there should be no adverse effects, she urged. This reasoning quelled the dissenting voices, and the others acquiesced. Tang Wanru, seizing the moment, quickly sent someone to gather the medicinal ingredients according to the prescription. As the evening glow painted the sky, Sun Yang returned to Shiha village. Just in time, Sister Lu must not have started cooking yet, he mused, glancing at the takeout box in his hand, his face lighting up with joy. Upon entering the Chinese medicine clinic, Lu Mei and Sun Desong, who had been anxiously pacing in the main hall, breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Mei shot Sun Yang a reproachful glance. You took forever. I apologize. I was delayed by various matters, Sun Yang replied, placing the box on the table, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Sister Lu, Grandpa, see what I've brought you. As he opened the box, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted out, making one's mouth water. Wow, how do you always manage to bring back such wonderful things? Lu Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide as she surveyed the exquisitely designed disposable containers, instantly recognizing they were not of cheap quality. Sun Yang grinned proudly, swiftly arranging the dishes on the square table, nearly running out of space. This is from Haoyun Court. It's quite expensive. Haoyunjat. Lu Mei and Sun Desong exchanged puzzled glances. Having never heard of such a name, it seems to have cooled a bit. Sister Lu, could you help heat it up in the kitchen? Sun Yang continued. Suppressing their curiosity, the two complied, and when the food returned to the table, the aroma filled the air, making it clear how delectable the dishes were. Lu Mei had already indulged in several pieces of beef while in the kitchen, unable to restrain herself. Had it not been for Sun Yang's presence, she would have indulged further. Now that they were at the table, she cared little for decorum. After tasting a bite, Sun Desong's eyes sparkled with delight, though he took his time before asking, Xiao Yang, this food isn't cheap, is it? Indeed, this potato stew with beef is listed at 79 yuan on the menu, Sun Yang pondered. Both Lu Mei and Sun Desong paused their chopsticks, staring at Sun Yang, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Don't look at me. Hurry and eat. I would never spend that much money. Sun Yang instantly grasped their implication. Chapter 46. A warning: the price of just this dish equaled the weekly food expenses of the villagers in Shiha village. Not to mention the array of other dishes, the total cost would likely reach 7 to 800 yuan. For merely one meal, to be so extravagant left Lu Mei and Sun Desong with furrowed brows. Despite the undeniable deliciousness of the food, what is going on? Sun Desong asked with a frown. Sun Yang recounted the events regarding Fang Yunhua and Fang Liyun, explaining that Haoyan Court was a small project established by Fang Yunhua with his father's backing. He also mentioned Fang Yunhua's investment, deliberately omitting any unpleasant details to avoid upsetting his grandfather and Lu Mei. I see now. Xiao Yang, you are truly impressive, Lu Mei said, her smile radiant. Her half-squinted eyes making her appear enchanting, causing Sun Yang's heart to flutter. Her praise filled him with warmth. Xiao Yang, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Though Fang Yunhua's background is remarkable, do not let pride or entitlement cloud your judgment, Sun Desong cautioned, hoping to prevent any misconceptions in Sun Yang's mind. Exactly, Grandpa is right. Their gratitude is ample. You mustn't pester that young master too often. Wealthy individuals can be fickle. In one moment they may treat you as a brother, and the next they could turn their backs on you. Lu Mei added, providing counsel. We must remain aware of our place. Capability is paramount. Fang Yunhua values you for your merits and abilities, not solely because you saved his sister, Sun Desong continued. Sun Yang gradually calmed down, reflecting on the profound implications of Lu Mei and his grandfather's words. He realized he had indeed been somewhat complacent, especially with Fang Yunhua treating him almost like a close brother, which had led him to indulge in a sense of entitlement, that he even contemplated taking his grandfather and Lu Mei to the county town to experience the grandeur of Haoyan Court. Especially since Fang Yunhua had gifted him a VIP card that covered all expenses, allowing him to savor gourmet meals as often as he wished. Yes, I understand, Sun Yang nodded solemnly, stating, I have indeed been a bit arrogant. That is my fault. I will find other ways to repay Fang Yunhua. I merely wish for you to remain humble. Fang Xiao is genuinely kind-hearted and worth cultivating a friendship with, but do not seek him out purely for his wealth. That would be a grave mistake, Sun Desong affirmed with a nod. I understand. Sun Yang silently etched his grandfather's words into his memory. Lu Mei glanced at the black bag resting on the counter which Sun Yang had brought back and curiously inquired, Xiao Yang, what is in that bag? Money, Sun Yang shrugged, explaining that it was the compensation from Su Jing, as he had no time to go to the bank and had to bring it back himself. Let us eat quickly. With so many dishes, the three of us won't finish it all. You should take some home later, Sun Desong advised, noticing Lu Mei's enthusiasm for the food. Thank you, Grandpa Sun. Lu Mei beamed with joy. Sun Yang grinned even wider, clearly pleased to see Lu Mei's delight in the dishes. That evening, as Sun Yang returned to his room to resume his training, he unexpectedly received a call from Tang Wanru. Sun Yang, the remedy you provided is indeed effective. Tang Wanru exclaimed eagerly, her voice brimming with joy. Sun Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that it might not work, which would only lead to further disparagement from the Su family. As long as it works, that's what matters. Remember to apply it twice a day, with a 5-hour interval. In 3 days, he should be fully recovered, Sun Yang advised. After hanging up, Tang Wanru returned to her bedroom, where she smiled at her uncle, who was being fed porridge in small bites. Cousin, I have already informed Elder Yang about your father's awakening. Su Hua stood up and said. Tang Wanru nodded. I suspect that it may not be Sun Yang's remedy that is effective, but rather Elder Yang's medicine that has taken effect, Su Hua remarked, his eyes flickering. Although he and his mother had personally applied the ointment to his father and patiently waited for 30 minutes. Su Xingfeng had awakened precisely at the 30-minute mark, albeit in a weakened state. I think so too. Is it possible that Elder Yang's medicinal broth worked, and Sun Yang merely stumbled upon the right moment? Su Hua's mother. Lining frowned. The more they discussed it, the more plausible this theory seemed. After all, Sun Yang was not particularly renowned. If he were a chief expert at a municipal hospital, his credibility would have been greatly enhanced. Tang Wanru fell into contemplation, uncertain of whom to believe, while Su Hua had already contacted Yang Xianhai, who was en route. Sun Yang mentioned that the ointment needs to be applied externally for 3 days. Twice daily with a 5-hour interval. Tang Wanru relayed Sun Yang's words. The others remained skeptical. Minutes later, Yang Xinhai hurriedly arrived at the villa, and upon seeing Su Xingfeng, who had regained consciousness, his face lit up with joy. Just as I suspected, Mr. Su has a somewhat unique constitution, which is why the effects were delayed. This truly caught me by surprise. Su Hua smirked and approached him, mentioning Sun Yang's involvement. Nonsense, he is truly a country bumpkin, shamelessly claiming credit for others' achievements. Yang Xinhai scoffed. Despite being anxious for some time after returning home, the facts at present were sufficient to affirm that he had not misdiagnosed. Yang Xinhai firmly believed that the success was due to his own efforts, while Sun Yang had merely fortuitously coincided with the onset of the efficacy of his medicinal broth, albeit with some deviation from his expected timeline. The ointments are no longer necessary, Mr. Su has fully recovered, Yang Xinhai declared after examining Su Xingfeng, casting a glance at the dark, pungent ointments on the nearby table. Who knows if there might be any side effects, he stated coldly. Indeed, Su Hua and Lining nodded in agreement, their faces expressing delight that if Yang Xinhai claimed recovery, it must be true. Tang Wanru sighed deeply. Lacking medical knowledge, she could not defend Sun Yang. I suppose we must wait until tomorrow to see. If no adverse events occur without the application of the ointment, it will indicate that the one who cured my uncle is Yang Xinhai. Tang Wanru pondered with a serious expression. This Sun Yang is truly a quack. A despicable person. Had it not been for Elder Yang's arrival, we would have been deceived by him. Exactly. With such a pathetic prescription, it stinks to high heaven. We almost felt grateful to him. The Su family members murmured among themselves, continually bemoaning Sun Yang's actions. Unfortunately, Sun Yang remained oblivious to the disparaging remarks within the Su family villa. Otherwise, he would surely feel disheartened. Early the next morning, he carried a bag of cash to the village chief's home. What? You gather the money? Sun Rinyan, who was having breakfast, stared at Sun Yang in disbelief. Just yesterday, Sun Yang had mentioned finding a way to raise funds, and today he appeared with a bulging bag. Sun Rinyan could easily guess it was filled with cash. Chapter 47. The Diverse Lives of Villagers. Could it be that Sun Yang had actually printed money? Sun Rinyan pondered, unable to comprehend how Sun Yang had managed to acquire such funds. You didn't rob a bank, did you? Sun Rinyan joked, gazing at Sun Yang with a sheepish grin. After much contemplation, this seemingly improbable explanation appeared most plausible that he asked for borrowing money, given the dilapidated state of Sun Yang's medical practice. He hardly possessed the prestige to borrow such a substantial sum. The village chief is joking, Sun Yang shrugged, providing little clarification as he placed the bag on the table and unzipped it. Here is 200,000 yuan. I will transfer the rest to the village's account. Inside were stacks of pristine red bills, neatly wrapped with seals, causing Sun Rinyan to stare in astonishment at the bag of money, that he had never seen such a large sum of cash at once, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. Village chief, Sun Yang queried. Puzzle. Oh, let us take it with us. We need to go to the village committee. Such matters require the presence of the officials, particularly the accountant, Sun Rinyan replied, sneaking glances at the bag of money, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Sun Yang, you've truly made something of yourself that if you become successful, don't forget about us, Sun Rinyan said, his feelings mixed as he patted Sun Yang on the shoulder. Of course, Sun Yang replied perfunctorily. This one-time, full payment method had significantly diminished his fondness for the village officials. The notion of forgetting or remembering was hardly relevant now. Sun Rinyan, perceptive as he was, instantly sensed a shift in Sun Yang's demeanor, realizing that the actions of himself and a few other officials had evidently caused discomfort to Sun Yang. Half an hour later, the village committee building was filled with numerous villagers, including about 10 officials such as the accountant and the village chief. Who could have leaked the news? There were also several onlookers, whispering among themselves, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on a conspicuous black bag on the desk, with glimpses of red and white peeking out, igniting their avarice. That Sun Yang has truly struck it rich lately. Indeed, I heard there is as much as 200,000 inside. I wonder how he managed to get it. Chun Jinfeng, didn't Tu used to mock Sun Yang and make things difficult for him? The tides have turned. You should be worried that if Sun Yang seeks revenge, he could easily make you weep. The villagers gathered at the entrance, occasionally peeking inside, while a few wore expressions of concern. These individuals had either previously taken advantage of Sun Yang or had mocked him. Inside the office, more than a dozen officials stared intently at the bag, their smiles somewhat awkward. "Everyone, please listen to me." Sun Renyin clapped his hands to draw attention. "Previously, we doubted Sun Yang's ability to pay the land rent. Now, as you can see, in just one day, he has managed to procure 200,000, which is this very bag before you. Soon, Xiao Yang will accompany you all to the bank to deposit this sum into the account." Sun Renyin added. "Therefore, whether the money is genuine or not, there is no need for anyone to act like a petty person and question it. Now, let us discuss the payment method. You all understand that running a business is difficult, especially in the initial stages when capital is crucial. Initially, we insisted that Sun Yang pay the full amount at once, but I believe that was incorrect. That I would like to apologize to Sun Yang. For outsiders, we have adopted the method of paying 2 years' rent up front and then settling annually. As for our fellow villager Sun Yang, whose grandfather has contributed significantly to our community, the full payment method is inappropriate. What do you all think?" Sun Renyin said, offering a friendly smile to Sun Yang. "I agree. Our Xiao Yang has found success, and as fellow villagers, we should support him rather than suppress him." Other officials raised their hands in agreement, nodding kindly at Sun Yang. "Thank you all. That I will always remember the kindness you and many villagers have shown to our Sun Medical Clinic. If I find success, I will certainly not forget any of you or the villagers," Sun Yang responded. A warm atmosphere enveloped the room. Sun Yang remained calm. At this moment, even if he were to pay in full, he could afford it that a little extra support was far more valuable than mere embellishments. Then Sun Yang, "Please carefully review the contract. If there are no objections, please sign it. Afterward, I will have a few officials accompany you to the neighboring town to deposit the money," Sun Renyin instructed. Sun Yang examined the contract carefully and, finding no discrepancies, signed it as the official surrounded him while exiting the village committee building. Several villagers wore ingratiating smiles, hurriedly congratulating Sun Yang with a flurry of well wishes. Sun Yang glanced around and recognized many of them as those with whom he had previously clashed. He responded to each with a demeanor that suggested all grudges had been set aside. The journey to the town for the deposit was uneventful. After bidding farewell to the officials, Sun Yang returned to the clinic, only to find it bustling with activity. Many had come under the pretense of visiting Sunda. Yet during conversations, numerous individuals subtly probed for the source of Sun Yang's newfound wealth. Eager to uncover the secret behind his fortune, in response, Sunda smiled and explained, "There is a wealthy patron in the city who sees potential in Sun Yang and has chosen to invest." Investment? Everyone understood the implication, yet they could not fathom what made Sun Yang worthy of such attention. Was it his appearance or physique, or perhaps his character? Most scoffed at the notion, while a few exchanged furtive glances. Secretly scanning the clinic, convinced that Sun Yang and Sun had discovered a lucrative opportunity unknown to them. The greed ignited by the prospect of wealth intensified their interest and attentiveness towards Sun Yang and Sunda. Outsiders might have mistaken them for close allies. Of course, there were also many genuinely supportive individuals, such as Butcher Chun at the village entrance and Zhao Changui, who had just returned from working in the city, after socializing with the crowd. Sun Yang and Sunda both let out a sigh of relief. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Those who harbor ulterior motives while feigning warmth are the most challenging to deal with. The two of them felt as though they had just emerged from a battle. That moment, a lovely face unexpectedly peeked in from outside, her bright eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. "Huang Lily," Sun Yang exclaimed with delight. He had been too preoccupied with various matters these past few days to seek her out. "Humph. Now that you've found success, your spirit has changed entirely," Huang Lily remarked, entering with a basket of fruits, her demeanor cheerful. "Xiao Li, it has been so many days since I last saw you," Sunda said with a smile. "Grandpa Sun, I've been helping my father at the factory these past couple of days," Huang Lily replied. "Xiao Yang, push me to the entrance to bask in the sun," Sunda glanced at Sun Yang, giving the command. "Of course," Sun Yang responded, snapping back to reality as he wheeled Sunda to the front door, only to be sent back to the hall by Sunda to entertain Huang Lily. "While I have been away from the village, You seem to be thriving even more. Huang Lili assessed Sun Yang with a scrutinizing gaze. It is primarily due to Sister Lily's past kindness, Sun Yang quickly flattered, pulling out a chair and bowing slightly to let Huang Lili take her seat. Chapter 48. Two Blossoms. Humph. Who knows if you're merely saying that while secretly plotting your revenge for my past beatings? Huang Lili raised an eyebrow, tilting her chin towards Sun Yang. How could I dare? Sun Yang chuckled awkwardly. Dare? So that is what you're thinking then? Huang Lili feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips and glaring as if ready to strike. Sun Yang shrank back, hastily explaining, How could that be? I would never think such a thing. Who knows? With that timid demeanor, you certainly seem like a psychologically twisted, lecherous man. Huang Lili teased, raising her brows as she inspected Sun Yang, nodding slightly as if affirming her own statement. Sun Yang's mouth twitched. He was at a loss for how to retort. See, I was right, wasn't I? Huang Lili laughed heartily. Sun Yang scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. You are always right. Outside, Sunda overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as if recalling something. With a long sigh, he asked, Have you really taken on such a vast expanse of wasteland, prepared to abandon your career as a doctor to focus solely on farming? Once Huang Lili finished laughing, she fixed her gaze seriously on Sun Yang. The rapid shift in her expression left Sun Yang bewildered. After a moment's pause, he shook his head and replied, How could that be? I want to be a doctor and farm as well. It's a dual endeavor. Dual endeavor? You ought to be cautious. One cannot succeed solely on impulse, but if you throw so much money into this without careful planning, you may end up losing everything. Moreover, the land is vast. You might struggle to manage it all. Don't let both flowers wither, Huang Lili warned, her brow furrowing. Upon returning to the village, she had heard people gossiping about Sun Yang's acquisition of wasteland, which both shocked and worried her. Starting a business is not child's play. Mere ambition is insufficient. Without luck, one could easily squander hundreds of thousands, even millions. Huang Lili recalled a relative who had sold their house in the city, nearly betting everything on a business venture, only to fail and lose nearly 2 million, ending up with nothing. Hence, upon hearing that Sun Yang had suddenly contracted a large tract of wasteland, she rushed to the clinic. Rest assured, I am confident, Sun Yang proclaimed, patting his chest with conviction. Above him was a pond infused with spirit energy, and below lay wondrous spells that he had spent these days studying the rain-nourishing technique from the Dragon's Soul Heart Sutra, coupled with the fact that he still had over 1 million in funds remaining. He lacked nothing in terms of timing, location, and support. Failure was simply not an option. This was the source of Sun Yang's confidence. My bankrupt relative once said the same thing to my parents, Huang Lili remarked with a hint of gloom. Sun Yang's mouth twitched, and he chuckled sadly. Sister Lily, must you pour cold water on me? I am not dousing you with cold water. I merely want you to avoid becoming too arrogant. I may not understand the ways of farming, but I know that making substantial profits is not as simple as you suggest, Huang Lili retorted, glaring at him. That is true. Sun Yang nodded, but he understood well that even if he lost 100,000 or so, he could earn it back through herbal medicine, and he could equally bear the cost of failure. Well, as long as you've made up your mind, a man cannot be overly cautious. It is indeed essential to have your own career, Huang Lili observed, reassured by Sun Yang's calm demeanor. She then shrugged, saying, I thought having 70 or 80,000 saved up would make me a wealthy woman. But never mind, do you need me to invest a sum? Huang Lili's eyes twinkled like crescent moons as she expressed her desire to support Sun Yang's entrepreneurial endeavor. Sun Yang froze momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Should he refuse? Huang Lili's goodwill might lead her to overthink. Yet, accepting her offer felt uncomfortable, as he was not in need of her 70 or 80,000 at the moment. That money was Huang Lili's personal savings, and he would feel uneasy accepting it. After a long moment of her gazing at him, she continued, Are you financially secure? I am, Sun Yang nodded. All right, if you ever need money, just let me know. Of course, I might not be able to procure a large amount, but I could ask my father for an additional 10 or so thousand without issue. Huang Lili smiled gently. Okay, I will, Sun Yang sighed in relief, his eyes filled with gratitude. With a friend like her, what more could he wish for? If only Huang Lili were his girlfriend, Sun Yang found himself lost in thought. Gazing intently at her, this fiery gaze caused Huang Lili's cheeks to flush. After a moment, she could no longer bear it and pinched Sun Yang's face, stammering playfully. You have a problem staring at me like that. Beware. I might just gouge out your eyes." Huang Lili twisted his cheek painfully. The discomfort jolted Sun Yang back to reality, and he quickly covered his face, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I was momentarily distracted." "Lecherous man. Who knows what you were thinking?" Huang Lili stood up, adding, "Just think it through. I must return home, that if you need any help, just speak up." Casting a sidelong glance at Sun Yang as she turned to leave, her graceful figure swayed as she walked out. Sun Yang hurriedly followed her to the door. "Grandpa Sun, I'm heading home now that I'll visit you another day." Huang Lili waved goodbye to Sunda. "All right, Lili, remember to come often," Sunda replied with a beaming smile, his wrinkles almost merging into one. "Got it. Take care of your health." Huang Lili sneaked a glance at Sun Yang before hastily departing, slightly bashful. Moments later, Sunda's voice reached Sun Yang's ears. "Still looking? The person has already left, and you can still admire her." Sunda teased. "No, I wasn't." Sun Yang snapped back to reality, his face flushed as he quickly lowered his head to explain. I wasn't looking at her." "Huh. You know in your heart," Sunda said without reserve. "Do you like Huang Lili?" "That girl, I like her too. Why not go dig up Li Yunshan's wall and have Lili be your girlfriend?" Sunda suggested. "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Sun Yang's face turned crimson. "What are you afraid of? I can see that Lili has some interest in you, especially now that you have money in terms of wealth. How much can that little tyrant Li Yunshan surpass you? Besides, as for looks, figure, and character, that scum Li Yunshan is light years behind you." Sunda sighed. Sun Yang's heart stirred. Indeed, he had previously lacked the confidence to pursue Huang Lili. But things had changed. Why shouldn't he go after her now? Yet soon he felt disheartened. The thought of undermining someone else felt wrong. Forget it. Lu Mei is not bad either. She's gentle and caring. A few years older than you. They say, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. I think she would be quite suitable, Sunda remarked, casting a knowing glance at Sun Yang. Chapter 49. Recruitment Lu Mei. Sun Yang was taken aback, the image of Lu Mei flashing through his mind, causing him to feel flustered. Could he have both fish and bear's paw? "Grandpa, stop joking. If Sister Lu hears you, she will surely be upset." Sun Yang hurriedly shifted the topic. "I haven't given you a massage today. Let us hurry inside." Sunda chuckled and nodded. "Just make sure you think it through. And remember not to be indecisive." As an experienced elder, Sunda could easily discern the feelings of the young ones. He was merely offering Sun Yang a reminder. Whether it be Lu Mei or Huang Lili, he was content. Ultimately, it was up to Sun Yang to make his own choice. Sun Yang pretended not to hear and pushed Sunda toward the inner room. That evening, after finishing dinner and attending to his grandfather, Sun Yang left the clinic and headed to his friend Zhao Chonggui's house. Zhao Chonggui had been a close friend since childhood. Known for his straightforward nature. 2 years ago, he had gone to the city for work. Returning only during the holidays, that he had visited the clinic that afternoon, reportedly having been dismissed from the factory for his bluntness, almost having a physical altercation with his boss, standing outside a courtyard. Sun Yang shouted, "Chonggui, are you home?" "Who is it?" "Is it Xiao Yang?" A woman's voice called out. Soon, a weathered woman in her 50s appeared, her long black hair interspersed with strands of white, clearly bearing the marks of time. Zhao Chonggui's father had died in a car accident when he was 3, and it was his mother, Li Xiu, who had raised him alone. "Aunt Lin," Sun Yang greeted Li Xiu politely with a bow. "Come in." "Chonggui is taking a bath," Li Xiu said warmly, her smile filled with affection. "Oh, very well." Sun Yang followed closely behind. Sitting on a stool in the living room, he cradled a teacup, waiting for Zhao Chonggui to emerge. "Xiao Yang, I heard you've become prosperous?" Li Xiu inquired with a smile. "Prosperous? I'm only just starting out. Who can predict what the future holds?" Sun Yang humbly waved his hand. "It's only a matter of time. Merely 200,000. There are few in the village who can produce such an amount all at once," Li Xiu remarked. Hesitating momentarily, "Chonggui is too straightforward. If you truly become successful, perhaps you could lend him a hand." "Andy, you flatter me. Chonggui is my good brother. Would I ever forget him in times of fortune? Sun Yang replied with a smile. Li Xiu's forthright nature had somewhat influenced Zhao Changwei, who spoke his mind without reservation. Sun Yang relished dealing with such straightforward individuals. They were far easier to get along with than those who spoke in riddles. At least he need not worry about being taken advantage of by Li Xiu and Zhao Changwei. I came here seeking Changwei's assistance, Sun Yang continued. Assistance? Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I cannot manage the barren land alone. I would like Changwei to be my assistant. As for the salary, let us say 3,500 a month. Sun Yang pondered. 3,500. Li Xiu was dumbfounded, momentarily unable to respond. Sun Yang patiently awaited her reply. Zhao Changwei was exceedingly filial, willing to jump into deep waters for any task his mother assigned him, regardless of the consequences that, of course, Sun Yang had no intention of taking advantage of Zhao Changwei. The salary of 3,500 had been carefully considered. Such a wage was not easily found in this village, nor even in the county seat, where most jobs came with certain prerequisites. Sun Yang would not shortchange his brother, but with so much yet to be done. Despite his grand visions for the future, the gap between plans and reality loomed large, that he simply could not afford to offer Zhao Changwei a higher salary at this juncture. This Xiao Yang. Li Xiu stammered in disbelief, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The figure of 3,500 was beyond her imagination. Her son had been working in an electronics factory for 2 years, toiling day in and day out, yet barely earning 3,000. This is only temporary. As you know, I'm just beginning. Who can predict what lies ahead? I cannot guarantee that I won't be bankrupt a year from now. Or perhaps the harvest will be bountiful, and my business will flourish. What I want to convey is that once I, Sun Yang, achieve success, I will certainly not neglect Changwei. This 3,500 is merely a temporary arrangement, Sun Yang stated earnestly. Thank you. Thank you, Xiao Yang, that I will convey your offer to Changwei and ensure he works diligently for you, Li Xiu said, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. This is to assist me. I do not intend to treat Changwei as just a worker. He is my good brother, Sun Yang replied, shaking his head. Changwei's encounter with you is truly a blessing from a past life, Li Xiu remarked wistfully. In truth, since Zhao Changwei returned home, he had been anxious to find work, fearing that he would burden Li Xiu. His lifelong dream was to earn a fortune to provide a comfortable life for his mother. That moment. As Sun Yang pondered how to respond to Li Xiu, Zhao Changwei emerged from the bathroom clad in a tank top and shorts, his face lighting up upon seeing Sun Yang. Xiao, you're here? Changwei, come over, Li Xiu beckoned. Zhao Changwei obediently sat beside Li Xiu, who patted his shoulder. Xiao Yang needs help in the fields. You will work for him from now on. All right. Zhao Changwei immediately agreed, but a flicker of hesitation crossed his face as he pondered the matter of money. While he was willing to help his brother, he could not disregard the practicalities of life and did not wish to place any burden on his mother. He glanced at Li Xiu, uncertain. Is Xiao Yang going to exploit you? Li Xiu shot him a stern look, pinching Zhao Changwei's ear. He is offering you a salary of 3,500. Where else could you find such a job? Huh? This was not what he had envisioned, and Zhao Changwei's face flushed. Apologize to Xiao Yang at once, Li Xiu admonished. Right. Zhao Changwei, feeling ashamed, prepared to apologize. Do we really need to exchange such pleasantries? Chang, you'll accompany me to the village to recruit more workers. The barren land needs assistance. Sun Yang waved his hand, fully understanding Zhao Changwei's situation. Also, Annie Li, are you available these days? I require a number of helpers, and I can pay you 100 a day. Sun Yang continued. 100 a day? Li Xiu was again taken aback. Her sewing and shoe repairing work barely earned her 80 for a full day's labor. Of course, I can help, but 100 a day is simply too much. Li Xiu quickly regained her composure. She was no fool. This job was not labor-intensive, and the offered sum was undoubtedly a generous favor from Sun Yang. No other villagers would receive such a high daily wage. Moreover, Sun Yang was providing Zhao Changwei with stable employment, a higher salary, and work that was far less strenuous than at the electronics factory. Without the need to travel to the city, close to home, both understood that Sun Yang was deliberately looking out for them. Otherwise, if word got out about such a good opportunity, a queue would likely form at the end of the village. Chapter 50, Self-Recommendation. How could it be too much? The profit should stay within our own community. If you don't come, I'll have to give the advantage to others, Sun Yang smiled. If it were other villagers, few would complain about receiving more money. It's settled then. You will be responsible for preparing meals and snacks with Sister Lu, Sun Yang declared decisively, after a round of polite refusals. Li Xiao and Zhao Changwei ultimately accepted, both feeling a mix of reluctance and joy. Once they agreed, Sun Yang took Zhao Changwei and began visiting homes in the village to recruit help. With over 100 mu of barren land, rife with weeds and stones, clearing and cultivating would take an eternity if left solely to Sun Yang and Zhao Changwei. The villagers were offered a unified rate of 80 a day. And despite that, they readily agreed, as this wage was quite favorable in their eyes. Naturally, Sun Yang sought out familiar faces whom he knew well, ensuring they wouldn't engage in any dishonest practices. With Li Xiao's assistance, they managed to recruit a total of 15 workers. Upon returning home, Zhao Changwei felt as though he were floating on air, almost as if in a dream. Entering the living room, he found his mother, Li Xiao, seated on a stool, gazing at him with seriousness. Changwei, Li Xiao called out. What is it, Mom? Zhao Changwei smiled as he pulled up a stool to sit in front of her. You should be aware of Xiao Yang's generosity towards us, Li Xiao said. Pursing her lips, since Sun Yang and Zhao Changwei had left, she had been contemplating the matter of recruiting workers. Indeed, Xiao Yang is truly loyal. Zhao Changwei grinned, pleased to have made such a friend. He is kind-hearted and righteous. We must not be ungrateful. Xiao Yang has entrusted you with the role of his assistant, so you must not be idle, Li Xiao cautioned. Of course, Xiao Gu treats us well. I will certainly not let him down, Zhao Changwei vowed earnestly, clenching his fist. Even if Xiao Gu demands my life, I would willingly offer it. What nonsense, Li Xiao scolded, gently hitting Zhao Changwei. What use would Xiao Yang have for your life? Always remember, do not do anything to betray Xiao Yang or harm his interests. Understood. After hearing her son's response, Li Xiao imparted further advice, to which Zhao Changwei nodded repeatedly, his expression earnest. The following morning, Zhao Changwei drove the tractor he had rented from Old Wang at the village entrance, with over a dozen villagers following behind. Each equipped with hoes, baskets, and other tools, their expressions filled with excitement. Sitting beside Zhao Changwei, Sun Yang observed him steering the wheel, reflecting, this tractor is incredibly useful, whether for transporting goods or attaching agricultural machinery for plowing and harvesting. It significantly reduces labor that I must make a trip to the city this afternoon to purchase a tractor and other farming equipment. After all, machinery surpasses human labor. It saves time and effort, and the long-term costs will be greatly reduced. After half an hour, the group arrived at the edge of the barren land, which was overgrown with weeds and dotted with stones of various sizes that needed to be cleared. Thank you all for your hard work, Sun Yang said with a smile as the villagers disembarked. Clapping his hands, let us get started. At 10 o'clock, Sister Lu and Annie Li will bring some refreshments. Now, let us form teams of 3 and cooperate. Sun Yang laid out the plan, and the villagers responded enthusiastically. Among them were those who had good relations with Sunda, or were simply hard-working and honest, all of whom willingly followed Sun Yang's lead. They collaborated effectively, either starting to hoe the land and cut the grass, or using shovels to collect the stones into baskets. Zhao Changwei also picked up a hoe, ready to begin working. Changwei Yu. Sun Yang was momentarily taken aback, as he had instructed Zhao Changwei to supervise the others and drive the tractor to dispose of the waste materials at the foot of the nearby hill. Xiao Yang. This is my responsibility. The uncles and aunts do not need my supervision, Zhao Changwei replied with a grin. Please don't hold me back, or I want to feel right. I cannot just take the money without contributing. Very well, Sun Yang said with a wry smile, having intended to lighten Zhao Changwei's load. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. They hadn't called for anyone else. All the villagers they had invited the night before were present, and both Sun Yang and Zhao Changwei turned to see what was happening. Leading the group was a scrawny, unseemly man with a sycophantic smile, followed by 7 or 8 burly men. The few individuals at the forefront bore somewhat unsettling appearances, their faces marked with faint red blemishes resembling spots. remnants of blows delivered by Sun Yang with a broom, which had yet to fully fade and might well linger for a lifetime. They were none other than Lan Hu and his construction crew. "What brings you here?" Sun Yang inquired, his brow furrowed with distaste towards Lan Hu and his companions, who were notorious for their drunken antics, claiming to be a construction team primarily engaged in renovation work. However, they had not worked for over a month, and rumors suggested that their work ethic and character were questionable, leading the local townsfolk to shun their services. "Well, I heard you were looking for workers for this barren land, so I brought everyone along to lend a hand." Lan Hu chuckled slyly. Before Sun Yang could respond, he continued with a sycophantic tone, "We may have had some misunderstandings in the past. I hope you can overlook them, that I apologize on behalf of my brothers. We were just a bit too intoxicated and acted foolishly." He and the 7 individuals he brought with him bowed in apology. "Sun Yang, we are truly sorry." Sun Yang's lips twitched. Their demeanor was undeniably earnest. But recalling how they had drunkenly attempted to harass the widow, Li Jiao, and conspired with Sun Jingxin to create trouble at the clinic, he felt a flicker of leniency dissipate. Zhao Chang'e discreetly tugged at Sun Yang's sleeve, signaling him not to involve these ruffians. Lan Hu's reputation in the village was far from favorable, nearly synonymous with laziness and gluttony. Hiring them would be akin to inviting a group of idle Buddhists. Moreover, their penchant for causing trouble outweighed any willingness to work. "I'm sorry, but I have already filled all available positions." Sun Yang shook his head in refusal. "Filled all positions? Sun Yang, just look at this vast expanse of land and the meager number of people you have. At this rate, it will take you ages to finish that. If you calculate wages by the day, more hands mean less time spent, and you would ultimately be spending the same amount of money." Lan Hu insisted with a forced smile. "Today is merely the first day. It's just to warm everyone up. This afternoon, I will be purchasing and renting agricultural equipment," Sun Yang replied. Observing the commotion around Sun Yang, the others halted their work and gathered behind him upon noticing Lan Hu and his crew pestering him. "Come on, Sun Yang, don't be like that. We brought all the necessary tools." Lan Hu waved a hoe in his hand, saying, "We are diligent workers, strong and hardy. At 80 yuan a day, it's worth every penny." "Enough of that. Who doesn't know your infamous reputation? Lan Hu, my uncle hired you for renovations. And what happened? A 5-day job dragged out to 10 days. A young man stepped forward, glaring at Lan Hu and his crew. "What proof do you have?" Lan Hu replied with unwavering composure, "Rivals often slander each other. It's likely that another construction team is framing us. Don't believe the outsider's nonsense. We are all from Xia village. Why would I deceive my own people? Should I call my uncle over to confront you directly?" the young man retorted. "Confront? What? Are you going to gather every Tom, Dick, and Harry to confront us? Can anyone produce substantial evidence?" Lan Hu glared coldly at the young man, threateningly adding, "If you can't provide evidence, then you're just slandering us. The heavens may punish you. You should be careful." The few brothers behind him wore equally grim expressions. The young man felt a shiver of fear, momentarily at a loss for words. "Lan Hu, why threaten a child? In these nearby towns, who doesn't know the reputation of you and your gang? Who would dare hire you? Do you not know how you earned that nickname?" An old man stepped forward, unafraid of Lan Hu and his crew. Lan Hu, originally named Zhou Hu, had gained the moniker Lan Hu due to his past bullying and domineering behavior, though he had somewhat mellowed in recent years, engaging in renovation work with his brothers. "You!" Lan Hu clenched his fists, furious. "What does this have to do with you? I'm speaking to Sun Yang. It's south, not your place to interrupt. Lan Hu, you should seek work elsewhere." "I truly do not need any assistance," Sun Yang shrugged. Knowing many villagers in Xia village, why would he seek help from those with questionable backgrounds? Moreover, they were unruly. If he were absent, Zhao Chang'e would surely struggle to manage them. "Sun Yang, don't be like this. How about we brothers take a small loss and settle for 70 yuan a day?" Lan Hu's expression shifted slightly as he quickly gestured to his companions. "This isn't about the money," Sun Yang replied with a shrug, feeling a twinge of pity for the once arrogant Lan Hu, now groveling, albeit for financial gain. "Are you truly going to insist on this?" Lan Hu's face darkened completely. "I'm afraid I genuinely do not require your assistance," Sun Yang stated firmly. Yet Lan Hu chuckled slyly, waving his hand to signal his brothers. Brothers, Sun Yang is just shy to ask us for help. No worries, we are all neighbors. Helping out is the least we can do. Just remember to pay us. Lan Hu and his 8 companions, armed with hoes, marched towards the field, clearly preparing to act shamelessly. Lan Hu, with a smug expression, glanced at Sun Yang, thinking he could coerce him into submission. After all, with their numbers, they could easily accuse Sun Yang of defaulting on payment, ensuring they would extract some money from him regardless of the outcome. Shameless. What are you trying to do? Lan Hu, have you no shame? Do you think we are all deaf and blind? The villagers behind Sun Yang were indignant. Had it not been for the potential trouble that would arise from violence, they would have been tempted to give Lan Hu a good thrashing. Who would stoop so low? Sun Yang had outright refused their offer. Lan Hu, do you truly intend to proceed like this? Sun Yang's expression hardened, having anticipated their ill intentions. What do you mean by proceed like this? Did you not ask us for help? Lan Hu smirked. His companions echoed from behind. Exactly, it's just 80 yuan a day. With 8 of us, it has only 640 yuan for a day. Even for 10 days, it's under 10,000 yuan. Sun Yang, do you really care about such a small sum? They brandished their hoes, ready to commence work, expecting Sun Yang to relent. Lan Hu exchanged glances with his brothers, eager for Sun Yang to back down so they could slack off. Go ahead if I, Sun Yang, give you even a dime. I'll take your surname, Sun Yang said coldly. Lan Hu and his crew were momentarily taken aback, lowering their hoes. Lan Hu glared at Sun Yang. Are you truly willing to waste your time over a trivial amount of money? I've said it's not about the money, Sun Yang replied, unafraid, locking eyes with Lan Hu. What I detest most is being threatened. If you want to work, then do so. Everyone else can watch, and I'll pay your wages. Sun Yang turned to the other villagers, smiling. Rest assured, Sun Yang, I will testify for you. Even if the police come, it won't matter. Over a dozen villagers rallied in support of Sun Yang. Lan Hu, stop digging your own grave. Should I call the village head and others to come and arbitrate? Sun Yang continued, knowing that the village head and several officials would likely side with him given their changed stance on funding. You! Lan Hu clenched his fists, glaring at Sun Yang. After a tense 10 seconds, he waved his hand, signaling his brothers to leave, muttering as he passed Sun Yang. We'll see about this, that if you have the ability, guard this land every day. Let us see what you can grow here. His implication was clear. When the time came for cultivation, they would employ underhanded tactics to ensure he reaped nothing. I'll remember your words that if anything happens to my land, you'll be the first I come looking for. Sun Yang shot back, pointing at Lan Hu's retreating figure. Lan Hu halted, then departed without looking back. Everyone, let us get to work. Sun Yang cast aside his displeasure and revealed a smile as warm as spring. The others, equally invigorated, joined him, and Sun Yang picked up a shovel to contribute to the collective effort. Despite their enthusiasm, they managed to clear only about 5 acres by midday, suggesting it would take at least 10 days to complete the task at the current pace. After lunch, Sun Yang assigned Zhao Chang'e to oversee the afternoon work while he took a bus to the county seat, intending to purchase a tractor and accompanying equipment to expedite the reclamation of the barren land. In the northern urban area of the county seat, a market for agricultural machinery awaited, where Sun Yang planned to acquire a tractor and tilling machinery. Meanwhile, in the opulent Jinhuang community of the county seat, the Su family found themselves engulfed in panic once more. That Su Xingfeng, who had recently regained consciousness and was able to consume porridge, had fallen into a coma again. How could this happen? Tang Wanru hurriedly arrived at the Su residence, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of Su Xingfeng, pale and unresponsive on the hospital bed. She shook him vigorously, but to no avail. He exhibited the same symptoms as before. You haven't given him any strange supplements, have you? Tang Wanru glanced at Su Hua's mother, Lin Ying, her brow furrowing slightly. Of course not. We strictly adhere to Elder Yang's instructions, allowing him only light meals. Lin Ying sobbed, her mind in disarray. Just last night, he had been well, and even this morning, they had shared light-hearted banter. Yet by noon, he had not consumed even a spoonful of porridge before drifting back into slumber. She initially thought he was simply too weak and fatigued to stay awake, so she refrained from waking him, only to realize something was amiss an hour later. I've already called Elder Yang. He will be here shortly. Su Hua clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Speculating wildly, Elder Yang previously mentioned that it's possible that the rural doctor prescribed inappropriate medications, which could have interacted with Elder Yang's treatment, causing my father to fall back into a coma. Chapter 52. Shifting blame what? This is impossible. Tang Wanru was in a state of disarray, yet Yang Xuanhai's words compelled her to respond. How can it be impossible? That kind of rural barefoot doctor can only deceive some ignorant villagers. Su Huayin cast a cold glance at Tang Wanru. If it weren't for her, how could his father have resorted to such measures? Tang Wanru sensed Su Hua's resentment, but she was at a loss for words. She lacked medical knowledge and began to feel guilty, wondering if her reckless behavior had indeed led to her uncle's deteriorating condition. Xiaohua, Wanru is also concerned about Xingfeng's illness. How can you blame her? Besides, it may not even be that young man's fault. Let's wait for Elder Yang to arrive and discuss it further. Lining sighed, attempting to soothe the situation, gently patting Tang Wanru's back to reassure her. Moments later, Yang Xianhai hurriedly arrived at the Su residence. Upon seeing Su Xingfeng on the sickbed, his expression darkened as he sat on the edge of the bed and took Su Xingfeng's pulse. His face was shrouded in clouds of worry. What have you all given him to eat? Yang Xianhai inquired coldly. Nothing. Nothing at all. Since yesterday, he's only had 2 bowls of porridge and some warm water, Lining replied, her voice trembling. This is strange, Yang Xianhai mused, stroking his chin, his gaze flickering that Su Xingfeng's pulse had reverted to its previous state, as if the medicine he prescribed had never taken effect. Elder Yang, could it be that young man's fault? Last evening, we were deceived by him and used his medicine, which might have diluted your concoction's efficacy, Su Hua seethed. His mind consumed with thoughts of Sun Yang, wishing to see him suffer. Yang Xianhai remained silent, his head bowed. Truth be told, he felt utterly helpless. Should he concoct another batch of Longjing herbs? Where would he even procure such ingredients? Given Su Xingfeng's current pulse, his condition was worsening, and he could hardly endure another 3 to 5 days for the possibility of conflicting effects. He had perused Sun Yang's prescription, though he found it beneath contempt. He understood that even if the ingredients had no effect, they would not nullify his own herbal brew. The Tio speak candidly. Yang Xianhai was in a quandary. If he distanced himself from Sun Yang, who would clear his name? Not to mention the potential for retaliation from the Su family. His own reputation would be irreparably damaged if word spread. Soon, a cold glint crossed Yang Xuanhai's eyes as he stood up, clasping his hands behind his back. It is highly likely that he is responsible. Forgive this old man for his impotence. I can no longer find a way to treat Mr. Su. However, if I could procure another Longjing herb, perhaps I could make another attempt. Ignoring the alarm of those around him, Yang Xianhai approached the door, shaking his head. I shall return to study medical texts and see if I can find another solution. By the way, my acupuncture technique can awaken Mr. Su for another 10 minutes or so, that if you require assistance, feel free to call me. Upon hearing this, Lining swayed, feeling faint. Yang Xianhai had chosen his words carefully. Consulting texts? If there were truly a remedy, it would have been employed long ago. Moreover, the notion of awakening Su Xingfeng for merely 10 minutes, was that merely to allow him to draft a will? Elder Yang, please think of another solution, Tang Wanru implored, tears streaming down her face, regretting her misstep that had inadvertently harmed her uncle. Yang Xianhai, with a determined flick of his sleeve, departed resolutely. What was there left for him to do? Aside from inviting trouble, he could foresee no benefit that in the face of death. He could let that barefoot doctor bear the blame. After all, he was but a despised country doctor, indifferent to the addition of a charge for medical malpractice leading to death. Yang Xuanhai's heart was as hard as stone. His reputation must remain untarnished, lest the esteemed and powerful cease to seek his healing touch. After his departure, Su Hua, already seething with anger, turned his menacing gaze upon Tang Wanru. Xiaohua. Lining gently shook Su Hua, signaling him to temper his ire towards his cousin. Give me your phone. Su Hua disregarded his mother's intervention, extending his hand towards Tang Wanru, his voice laced with malice. I need to have a word with that bumpkin. This matter is not entirely his fault. I misjudged his character. having interacted with Sun Yang on numerous occasions. Tang Wanru was aware of his disposition. This miscalculation was surely not intentional. Tang Wanru, if you do not comply, I will report him to the authorities and have him apprehended in Shiha village. We will meet him at the station, Su Hua threatened through gritted teeth. Tang Wanru hesitated, reluctantly handing her phone to Su Hua. She understood well that his actions were not born of magnanimity. He merely intended to reproach Sun Yang verbally. Not to involve the police, that Su Hua, vindictive and narrow-minded, was reaching out to Sun Yang not to extend an olive branch, but to convey a message. You are finished. I will ensure you pay the price. This would plunge Sun Yang into a chasm of fear and helplessness, ultimately subjecting him to the Su family's wrath. Meanwhile, Sun Yang had just concluded a negotiation at the agricultural machinery market, spending 80,000 yuan to purchase a nearly new Dongfanghong four-wheel tractor along with several sets of agricultural implements, including a tiller and a harrow. Make sure to deliver these agricultural implements to Shiha village by tomorrow morning, and I will arrange for a friend to drive the tractor back, Sun Yang instructed the owner. As he could not transport both the motorcycle and the tractor by himself, but he had already contacted Zhao Changwei to head to the county town. Of course, please enjoy your tea, the owner replied with a sycophantic smile, bringing a cup of tea to Sun Yang. Just then, Sun Yang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he smiled lightly, thinking that perhaps Tang Wanru was reaching out to express her gratitude for his medicine. However, upon answering, he was met with a cold, harsh male voice. Su Hua. Sun Yang. Su Hua growled through clenched teeth. Yes. Sun Yang felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that Su Xingfeng had suffered some misfortune? Yet, he was confident that his medicine would not cause any adverse effects. Your reckless prescription has clashed with Elder Yang's Longjing herbal concoction, diminishing its efficacy. Now my father has slipped back into unconsciousness. And Elder Yang is at a loss. Su Hua's voice dripped with malice. Sun Yang was perplexed. He had previously stated that Yang Xuanhai's concoction would have no effect on Su Xingfeng. Yet, Su Hua's words implied that he was the cause of Yang Xuanhai's failure. Just wait. If anything happens to my father, I will ensure your family suffers the consequences. Su Hua roared, hanging up abruptly. Sun Yang felt a surge of indignation and anger. His good intentions had been met with ingratitude, and now he was being accused as the culprit. Within the Su family, Tang Wanru sighed quietly. Well aware of their considerable influence, the local leaders were familiar with them, in this county town. Should the Su family choose to target Sun Yang, they could easily destroy him, a mere country doctor. Su Hua, fuming, threw his phone at Tang Wanru, but at that moment, her phone rang again. It was Sun Yang calling back. Chapter 53. Status. Sun Yang sighed, feeling exasperated that he had no desire to assist someone who had treated him so poorly. Yet he found himself compelled to act. Surely, those residing in such upscale neighborhoods were not ordinary individuals. Miss Tang, from what I gather from Su Hua, did Mr. Su regain consciousness at any point? Sun Yang inquired patiently. Yes. We followed your instructions, and my uncle indeed regained consciousness for half an hour after applying the ointment. However, Elder Yang claims it was due to his own medicine taking effect, not yours. Now that my uncle has fallen back into unconsciousness, it is because your medicine clashed with Elder Yang's, Tang Wanru lamented. I wish I could believe you, but you know how it is. Tang Wanru sighed, unable to continue. The disparity in their statuses rendered their trustworthiness completely unequal. Sun Yang, hearing this, bitterly smiled and shook his head. Are you still using my prescription? No. Elder Yang believes your medicine was ineffective. After applying it last night, we did not use it again, Tang Wanru responded. Sun Yang's smile grew increasingly bitter. Why was it so difficult for them to believe in him? After a moment of silence, he suppressed his frustration and proposed, how about this? Since Mr. Su's condition cannot worsen, why not use my prescription just one more time? You should see results within half an hour. If Mr. Su does not regain consciousness in half an hour, I will take full responsibility, Sun Yang sighed. Internally, he cursed Yang Xianhai for his lack of medical ethics. Being unskilled was one thing, but to shift the blame onto him was intolerable. Tang Wanru furrowed her brow, glancing furtively at Lin Ying and Su Hua. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded. I can help persuade them. Thank you, Miss Tang, that I am currently in the county town and can reach Jinwang community in 10 minutes, Sun Yang replied before hanging up. Despite his simmering anger and the urge to abandon the matter, he recognized the gravity of the situation. I will not allow myself to be falsely accused, Sun Yang declared through gritted teeth as he spoke to the owner and swiftly mounted his motorcycle, racing towards Jinwang community. Meanwhile, Lining and Su Hua observed Tang Wanru, who was lost in thought. Aunt, cousin, in fact, Sun Yang will arrive here in 10 minutes, Tang Wanru stated, regaining her composure. What is he coming for? To repay my father's life? Su Hua retorted fiercely. Cousin, what nonsense are you spouting? Uncle is not at that point yet, Tang Wanru shot back, glaring at Su Hua, gesturing toward the cardiac monitor. The heart rate was steady, and breathing was normal. To an outsider, it would appear as if he were merely asleep. Is there really any difference? Elder Yang has no solutions, Su Hua countered without hesitation. Xiao Hua, upon hearing her son's nonsensical ramblings, Lining was filled with indignation, and without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap to Su Hua's nape, exclaiming angrily, Are you cursing your father? Tang Wanru bit her lip and said, Sun Yang stated that we should try his remedy once more. If uncle does not regain consciousness within half an hour, he is willing to bear all responsibility. Both Su Hua and Lining furrowed their brows, surprised that this rustic bumpkin possessed such a sense of responsibility. Very well. After all, old Yang is at a loss. Lining finally realized, nodding her head and calling out, Butler Li. A slender middle-aged man entered, bowing respectfully. Fetch the medicine from yesterday, and never mind, I will accompany you. Lining shook her head and followed him out, determined to make one last effort. What if Su Xingfeng truly regained consciousness? Inside the bedroom, only two nurses and Lin Wanru remained, alongside Su Hua. At that moment, when a servant informed them that a young man claiming to be Sun Yang was at the door. Su Hua sneered coldly. Let him in. Tang Wanru silently nodded. Regardless of Sun Yang's medical prowess, his courageous and responsible demeanor elevated her opinion of him. At the door, Sun Yang surveyed the floral arrangements in the courtyard, and his previously restless emotions began to settle, suddenly recalling the security guard's fawning demeanor upon seeing him, who had even allowed him entry without contacting the Su family. He mused, They all assume I have a profound connection with the Su and Tang families, treating me like a significant figure. It's quite similar to the situation with Su Xingfeng's recent coma. If I were a disciple of a renowned physician and Yang Xianhai merely a rural doctor, the Su family would surely side with me. The crux of the matter lies in status. Sun Yang's thoughts were clear, and the slight resentment he felt towards Tang Wanru for doubting him dissipated. He maintained a calm demeanor as he followed the servant back to Su Xingfeng's bedroom. Upon entering, Su Hua seized his collar, speaking harshly, Don't think that just because you feign concern, we retaliate. If my father doesn't awaken, I will have you arrested immediately. With ample evidence at hand, including Yang Xuanhai's testimony and the prescription Sun Yang provided, even if Su Hua refrained from any underhanded tactics, it would be enough to see Sun Yang imprisoned for over a decade. Naturally, Su Hua had no intention of allowing Sun Yang an easy escape. He was already devising plans to make Sun Yang's life a living hell. Sun Yang let out a cold snort, effortlessly freeing himself from Su Hua's grip, causing Su Hua to wince in pain and release his hold. I have stated before, if Mr. Su is indeed in danger due to my actions, I will assume full responsibility. There is no need for further threats, Sun Yang declared solemnly, pushing Su Hua aside as he sat at the bedside to examine Su Xingfeng's pulse. That Su Hua and Tang Wanru stared at Sun Yang in astonishment, momentarily taken aback by his commanding presence. The timid and reserved demeanor he previously exhibited had vanished entirely. That Su Hua clenched his fists, eager to teach Sun Yang a lesson, yet upon witnessing Sun Yang's composure and actions, he hesitated, merely questioning in a low voice, What can you possibly ascertain? Even Yang Lao could do nothing. Does Yang Xuanhai's word hold absolute truth? Is he incapable of misdiagnosis? Sun Yang turned to Su Hua with a cold glare and a mocking smile, stating, Your father is indeed poisoned. Although you did not follow my instructions and continued to apply the medicine, the toxicity within him has significantly diminished." As he spoke, Su Xingfeng let out a long breath, his eyelids fluttering as he slowly regained consciousness, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Father, uncle." Upon seeing Su Xingfeng's response, Su Hua and Tang Wanru exchanged glances of joy and hurried to the bedside, scarcely believing their eyes. Sun Yang had just completed the pulse diagnosis when Su Xingfeng awakened. "He is not yet well. We must continue to apply the remedy I provided," Sun Yang explained. Aware that Su Xingfeng's awakening was no mere coincidence, but rather due to the infusion of vital energy within him. Nearly 3/5 of the dragon energy had been channeled into Su Xingfeng's body, rapidly circulating through his limbs and organs. This allowed Sun Yang to distinctly sense the foreign substances within Su Xingfeng, particularly those in his head, as the dragon energy enveloped them, temporarily neutralizing their toxic effects. Chapter 54. The source. According to Sun Yang's estimation, Su Xingfeng should remain conscious for about an hour, during which time they could apply the remedy, and then he would be well on his way to recovery. As Sun Yang strolled out of the bedroom and stood by the railing, gazing at the courtyard scenery, he realized that he could not simply walk away while Su Xingfeng remained unwell. Nor would Su Hua and the others allow such an escape. However, he was confident in his ability to cure Su Xingfeng, based on his diagnosis, with an additional 2 days of treatment using the prescribed remedy. The residual toxins would be purged from his system. Lost in thought, Sun Yang's phone rang again. "Brother Yang, where are you?" Zhao Changui, standing in front of the agricultural machinery market, looked around anxiously, having been asked by Sun Yang to return the tractor. Sun Yang provided him with the store address and said, "I have a matter to attend to. Just drive the tractor back for me." "All right." Zhao Changui nodded and headed toward the address given. Just as Sun Yang hung up the phone, he noticed that Tang Wanru had somehow appeared beside him. "Sun Yang, I apologize for taking up your time," she said apologetically. "As a mere country bumpkin, my time is of little value." Sun Yang shrugged lightly. Tang Wanru paused, then answered with a hint of bitterness. "I'm sorry. With a loved one gravely ill, we are anxious. Yet, we are not medical experts and can only judge a doctor's skill based on their reputation and status. So, indeed, I understand. It is only human nature, and I bear no ill will towards you," Sun Yang replied. Tang Wanru shook her head and said, "Now I believe in you." She turned her gaze back into the room, where Su Hua was tending to the recently awakened Su Xingfeng. She couldn't dismiss the notion that her uncle's awakening was merely a coincidence. After all, Yang Xinhai had required over 10 minutes of acupuncture to elicit a response from Su Xingfeng. In contrast, Sun Yang had employed some undisclosed method to prompt Su Xingfeng's awakening, making the disparity in medical expertise unmistakable. "It seems my uncle truly was poisoned," Tang Wanru sighed, gazing intently at Sun Yang. "Do you know what kind of poison it is?" "I cannot say for certain," Sun Yang replied, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "There is a needle-sized wound on Mr. Su's neck, resembling a mosquito bite with a slight swelling. From what I understand, in the primordial jungles of the southwest, there exists a bee known as the demon king bee. Those stung by it fall into a coma, exhibiting no other symptoms, much like a vegetative state, until death." Sun Yang had learned of this so-called demon king bee from the vast knowledge contained within the Dragon Soul Heart Sutra, yet he did not dare to assert it as fact, for he was no poison expert and could only relay what he knew. "Demon king bee?" Tang Wanru pondered thoughtfully, but soon her expression changed, and she questioned skeptically, "Is it possible for the demon king bee to travel from the primordial forest, thousands of miles away, to here in Longning City, which is coastal? Logically, it should not. The demon king bee only inhabits the primordial forests of the southwest and cannot survive elsewhere for long. Either I am mistaken, or perhaps Mr. Su has made an enemy, or a competitor is behind this." Sun Yang scratched his head, sharing his speculation. "This," Tang Wanru's eyes brightened as if she had pieced something together, but she refrained from sharing her thoughts with Sun Yang. "This is merely my conjecture. It may not be accurate. Regardless, I can assure you that the remedy I provided will undoubtedly cure Mr. Su," Sun Yang said with a frown, aware that such statements without substantial evidence could lead to repercussions for others. "I understand," Tang Wanru nodded. "By the way, I heard you mention a tractor earlier. Sun Yang, what do you need a tractor for? She shifted the topic, knowing that the matter of her uncle's coma could be investigated once he recovered. For now, she wished to engage Sun Yang in conversation to alleviate any lingering discomfort he might feel. I intend to abandon medicine for agriculture, Sun Yang teased with a smile. What? Abandon medicine for agriculture? Just a jest. I'm partnering with others to develop a side business. Also, thank you for the generous 1 million, which has provided me with ample funds. Sun Yang expressed his gratitude sincerely. The thought of Tang Wanru's generosity lifted the faint cloud of discontent from his heart. The two chatted casually until Lin Ying entered the bedroom, carrying a large bowl of thick, aromatic black paste. Sun Yang and Tang Wanru followed her inside, watching attentively as they carefully applied the ointment to Su Xingfeng's entire body. After waiting another half hour, as the ointment solidified and lost its moisture, Su Xingfeng remained awake and even inquired about recent events. When Tang Wanru recounted Sun Yang's words, suggesting that he might have been stung by a toxic bee known as the Demon King Bee, Su Xingfeng's face changed, and the clumps of ointment on his skin fell away as he trembled, exclaiming, It can't be wrong. Before I fell unconscious, I was indeed stung by a peculiar black bee in the antique shop's office. About the size of a fingernail, with red eyes that I didn't hurt. I thought it was just an odd-looking creature, but an hour later, I was completely unaware of anything. Sun Yang was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then it's likely accurate. You might consider asking the local residents from the southwest about the Demon King Bee. They should know more than I do. Sun Yang breathed a sigh of relief, as this indirectly validated his earlier assertion that Su Xingfeng is poisoned. Such matters would be easily clarified through investigation. But father, who will want to harm you? Su Huai furrowed her brow as she cast a glance at Sun Yang. You have been in Loning County for half a year now, spending your time either tending to flowers or researching antiques in the antique shop. Where could a nemesis possibly arise from? Well, I suspect it might be Chin Dowry from Linhai City, that a month ago at the city's antique auction, I competed with him for a precious piece of porcelain. And he openly threatened me, insisting that I would pay the price for it, Su Xingfeng pondered. But the randomness of a bee's sting is too great. Why would it sting you? Su Huai questioned again. Did Uncle not say? In the office, he enjoys tranquility, keeping a regular schedule, usually being the only one present there. The likelihood of being stung is rather high, isn't it? Tang Wanru countered that Su Xingfeng's expression hardened, becoming increasingly convinced that Chen Dowry was retaliating against him. And he gritted his teeth, saying, That damned Chen Dowry, just wait. Regardless of the truth, as Sun Yang's condition was deemed stable, and he was unlikely to lapse back into unconsciousness anytime soon. Sun Yang shrugged and remarked, Remember to apply the ointment. For 3 days, every 5 hours, it must be reapplied, that if you disregard medical advice, that will be no concern of mine. He turned to leave. Dr. Sun? Wait. Thank you. Su Xingfeng expressed his gratitude. Sun Yang paused briefly, turning his profile towards him, and replied, It was merely a small effort. With that, he continued on his way. You rascal, why aren't you seeing Dr. Sun off? Su Xingfeng weekly patte suhai. I still don't trust him. I think we should consult old Yang again. Su Huai retorted, remaining seated at the edge of the bed, showing no intention of bidding farewell to Sun Yang. What a jest to send off this rustic fellow. Chapter 55. Evident Su Huai was reluctant to see him off, but Tang Wanru had already trailed closely behind Sun Yang, escorting him to the entrance. Had it not been for Sun Yang's refusal, she would have driven him back to Xia village. Upon returning to the bedroom, she overheard Su Xingfeng chastising Su Huai. Dad, I think it's merely a coincidence. Sun Yang is spouting nonsense about a ghostly bee, and it just so happened that you were stung by a bee. Perhaps after being unconscious for over a week, your mind is not clear, leading to a delusion. I just searched online and found no information about any ghostly bee. It's likely fabricated. Su Huai shook his head, still unconvinced that Sun Yang, a mere country doctor, could heal his father. You are the one who is delusional. I am perfectly clear-headed. Su Xingfeng glared at Su Huai. Lin Ying smiled gently, meticulously wiping Su Xingfeng's body, as long as he was conscious. She cared little for anything else. Cousin, I have a few friends in the southwestern region. I will contact them shortly to see if they can procure some photos. Tang Wanru interjected, having entirely sided with Sun Yang. Humph. Do as you please. Su Huai shrugged, picking up his phone and muttering to himself, I still need to get in touch with old Yang. Saying this, he dialed Yang Xianhai. Old Yang, my father has regained consciousness, Su Huai stated directly. In the study, Yang Xianhai, who had been poring over medical texts and was scratching his head in distress, brightened with joy, exclaiming, He is awake. That is splendid. Sun Yang visited, and he seems to have employed some method to rouse my father. After applying the ointment, my father's complexion has indeed improved significantly, Su Huai continued. Sun Yang Xuanhai's expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated Sun Yang's involvement at all. Indeed, he claims my father was stung by the ghostly bee from the southwestern forest, which causes coma. Su Huai conveyed further. Ghostly bee? Yang Xianhai furrowed his brow and shook his head, stating, I have never heard of such a thing. Since your father is better, I am relieved. Would you like to come and have a look? No. I am currently assisting someone in a neighboring county, so I want to be returning to Longning County. Please extend my regards to Mr. Su, that I have other matters to attend to. We shall speak another day, Yang Xianhai declined, his face revealing a bitter expression. This was, of course, his excuse. In reality, he remained in Longning County but did not dare approach the Su family again. What a farce, now that Su Xingfeng had regained consciousness. It was the best possible outcome that he did not dare take credit for the recovery. If another bout of unconsciousness were to occur, what excuse could he offer? Just at noon, he had openly declared himself at a loss and subtly suggested to the Su family to prepare for Su Xingfeng's demise. After hanging up, Yang Xianhai hurriedly began packing his belongings, preparing to leave Longning County immediately. This vague outcome was not too shabby. At least the Su family had no evidence to point to him for misdiagnosis. Right. Meanwhile, Su Huai stared blankly at his phone. The previous call had been on speaker to allow Su Xingfeng and Tang Wanru to hear Yang Xuanhai's explanation that he fervently wished for Yang Xianhai to assertively point out Sun Yang's fallacies. But now it was clear to all that Yang Xianhai seemed to be feeling guilty. Tang Wanru was likewise fixated on her phone, which displayed a photograph. She handed it to Su Xingfeng, saying, Uncle, was this the type of venomous bee that stung you? The image depicted a completely black bee with crimson eyes, precisely as Su Xingfeng had described, clearly not a coincidence. Yes, that's it. Su Xingfeng's gaze trembled. Seeing it again sent chills down his spine, reminding him of the culprit that had left him in a coma for nearly 10 days, that Su Huai also leaned in, staring in shock at the photograph. This was sent by a friend of mine. There indeed exists a ghostly bee in the primordial forests of the Southwest. Each year, close to 1,000 people are stung and fall into a coma. Most remain unconscious for about a month, ultimately succumbing to heart failure. The local hospitals do everything possible, yet the survival rate is under 10%, Tang Wanru stated gravely. This, Su Huai and Lining swallowed nervously, unable to fathom how such a small bee could be so daunting, given that tourism is a major economic driver in the southwestern region. If such a venomous bee exists in the forest, it would severely impact the development of the tourism industry. Therefore, the local authorities strictly prohibit the dissemination of such information. Thus, there is no information about the ghostly bee online, Tang Wanru elucidated. Relaying what her friend had just informed her via text, the situation was now clear, and Su Huai could no longer argue against it, retracting his head and forcing a sheepish smile. The Yang Xianhai. It's a wonder he claims to be a descendant of the Yang family of traditional medicine, yet he is so shameless that I nearly fell for his ruse. Lining and Tang Wanru both frowned, equally eager to berate Yang Xianhai. Forget it, I still have some connections with the Yang family of traditional medicine. Let us keep this matter under wraps, Su Xingfeng decided, shaking his head. And as for Dr. Sun Yang, I never expected him to be so skilled at such a young age. Once I recover, I must express my gratitude to him properly. Su Xingfeng cast a cold glare at Su Huai, sternly admonishing, You brat, how many times have you shown disrespect to Dr. Sun? You will accompany me to apologize to him. Indeed, Xiaohua, previously when he sent over dragon essence grass, you were so stingy, only giving him 10,000. That was indeed inadequate. Lining shook her head. Su Huai hung his head in defeat, waving his hand dismissively. Fine, it's just an apology. Since he healed my father, it's no big deal. Tang Wanru visibly relaxed, her face lighting up with relief. At 7 in the morning, Sun Yang drove a tractor, accompanied by a group of villagers, towards the wasteland. With an additional rented tractor, the two tractors equipped with harrows significantly accelerated the clearing of rubble and weeds, leaving the assisting villagers in awe. After all, they were unwilling to spend thousands of yuan on such equipment. Each of them only managed a few mu of farmland and had no need for such tools. As the sun climbed higher, numerous villagers gathered around the wasteland to watch the spectacle. News of Sun Yang purchasing a tractor had spread like wildfire the previous afternoon, and his endeavors to cultivate the wasteland had also become common knowledge. That evening, many individuals had come forward to offer their assistance, eager to earn money. After all, 80 yuan a day was quite a sum in their eyes, and the work was not strenuous. Sun Yang initially declined but eventually agreed to take on 10 more, as those few were closely associated with Sunda and the Sun Medical Clinic. Out of courtesy, he had no choice but to acquiesce. By noon, Sun Yang and his group had cleared nearly 10 mu of wasteland. Excited by the experience of driving a tractor for the first time to cultivate the land, Sun Yang was engrossed in the task and hardly noticed the passage of time until Zhao Changwei interrupted him. "Lily is looking for you." Zhao Changwei waved at him. "Sister Lily?" Sun Yang quickly halted the tractor and leaned out to sea. At the edge of the wasteland stood a vibrant and lovely young woman, her face blossoming like a peach flower, her smile radiant. Sun Yang felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that Sister Lily would also come. However, his smile soon faltered as he noticed that Huang Lily was accompanied by a dozen others, predominantly young men, along with a few heavily made-up women. Chapter 56. This is called Friendship Li Yunshan. Sun Yang's gaze lingered on the man beside Huang Lily, who wore a large gold chain and appeared quite handsome. Yet his expression was complex, filled with dissatisfaction and frustration, though he seemed reluctant to reveal it. Frequently flashing sycophantic smiles at Huang Lily. "Sister Lily, what brings you here?" Sun Yang scanned the group, still wielding a hoe, and had already deduced their purpose for coming. "Of course, we're here to help you. How could we miss out on such a thing?" Huang Lily cheerfully punched Sun Yang lightly on the chest. Would it be too much trouble for you all?" Sun Yang hesitated to refuse, casting a peculiar glance at Li Yunshan and the others. Could this group of idle individuals genuinely be willing to lend a hand? He found it hard to believe. Why would it be troublesome? Huang Lily replied with a smile. Playfully nudging Li Yunshan in the ribs, Li Yunshan let out a pained yelp, quickly morphing his expression into a forced smile. "We all from the same hometown. Helping out is the least we can do. It has hardly a bother at all. Such matters must certainly involve me, and it will also serve as an opportunity for my subordinates to hone their physical prowess." As he spoke, Li Yunshan's eyes were filled with frustration, casting a remorseful glance at his subordinates. How could Li Yunshan not be vexed? His girlfriend was volunteering to assist other men with such arduous tasks, dragging along several of his companions. Even the most magnanimous person would find it intolerable. And Li Yunshan was far from being generous, that he longed to refuse and to vociferously reprimand Huang Lily, teaching her a lesson about the virtues of fidelity. Yet ultimately, under Huang Lily's persuasive fist, he capitulated. Huang Lily beamed brightly, patting Sun Yang on the shoulder. "So, you wouldn't dare decline our assistance, would you?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in her enchanting eyes. "How could I? I'm delighted to have your help." Sun Yang shrank back, hardly daring to refuse Huang Lily. After all, it wouldn't be surprising if this fierce woman decided to publicly thrash him. Before Huang Lily could even begin, Sun Yang awkwardly surveyed the group behind her, some with expressions of discontent and resentment. "Everyone, lend a hand. I can't let you go unrewarded. Each of you will receive 80 yuan for the day." Upon hearing of the monetary reward, aside from Li Yunshan, his subordinates perked up, their expressions transforming instantaneously. Working for free is not the same as being compensated. Observing their reactions, Sun Yang sighed inwardly. Even if they were to be paid, he had no desire to employ them. He knew their character all too well and suspected they would only do the bare minimum. As Huang Lily glared, preparing to refuse, Sun Yang waved his hand, resignedly stating, "Sister Lily, it is only right to compensate them for their labor. You can't expect them to work for nothing, if that's the case. I'd feel undeserving of your kindness. Even if you were to strike me, I would not allow them to assist." "You." Huang Lily furrowed her brow slightly, realizing she might have acted too rashly, Would this cause Sun Yang any distress? However, now that the die was cast and Sun Yang had already agreed, she couldn't very well send them back. Did you hear that? 80 yuan a day. If you don't work diligently, I will flay the skin from your backs, Huang Lili roared, resembling an enraged tiger as she bellowed at the crowd behind her. The 11 men and women shrank back, wearing sheepish smiles that Li Yunshan puffed out his chest, chastising them. What are you standing around for? Get to work. The group promptly grabbed their hose and scattered to various locations. Lily, Li Yunshan said with a sycophantic smile. Huang Lili's almond eyes widened as she stared at him. What is it? Li Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what he had done wrong. Get to work now. Huang Lili's voice boomed like a lioness, as if she were about to pounce on Li Yunshan at any moment. Oh, I'm on it. Li Yunshan kibarat. One hand clutching the hoe while the other shielded his head, scurrying away. Sun Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Huang Lili was truly terrifying. Even the village's notorious ruffian had become this timid, revealing the treatment he typically endured. One who refuses to drink the wine offered will be forced to drink the penalty wine, Huang Lili said proudly, casting a glance at Sun Yang as if awaiting his praise. Sister Lily, are you not being too hard on Li Yunshan and the others? Sun Yang ventured, the corners of his mouth twitching in a tentative inquiry. Hard on them? Not at all. They were quite eager last night. Expressing a desire to assist you, Huang Lili replied, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Is that so? Sun Yang's smile faltered, unable to shake the image of Huang Lili single-handedly, subduing this group. Given her combat prowess and ferocity, the truth was likely not far from that scenario. While the two engaged in their idle banter, Li Yunshan had drawn close to a lanky fellow named Wang Er, who had previously devised a scheme to extort the Sun family medical clinic, masquerading as a bystander in the crowd. Boss, can you really tolerate Sister Lily being so affectionate with others? Wang Er glanced back, stealing a look at Huang Lili, who was laughing and chatting with Sun Yang. Upon hearing this, Li Yunshan's anger surged, and he slapped the back of Wang Er's head, exclaiming, What do you mean by affectionate? Lily and Sun Yang have known each other since childhood. They are good friends, childhood sweethearts, do you understand? This is called friendship. Wang Er yelped, rubbing his head, and awkwardly agreed. Yes, it's friendship, not anything ambiguous. Just an ordinary friendship. He hesitated before continuing. But can you really bear to see Lily so close to her? Good friend? Li Yunshan glared at him again, but refrained from striking Wang Er, gritting his teeth as he said, Speak plainly, get to the point. This atmosphere cannot be allowed to persist. You never know when it might lead to something more. Before Wang Er could finish his thought, Li Yunshan slapped him again on the back of the head. Do you believe I won't slap you again if you keep talking nonsense? Wang Er felt helpless. His boss was deluding himself, refusing to acknowledge the truth. Can there really be pure friendship between men and women? He found it hard to believe, yet fearing another beating from Li Yunshan, he shrank his head and said nothing further. Li Yunshan glowered at him, squeezing out 3 words, and then, I think it might be necessary to curb their closeness, Wang Er replied timidly. You dare lecture Huang Lili. Do you think you can take her on? Li Yunshan, having long been irritated by Huang Lili's attitude towards Sun Yang, had wanted to extinguish this budding connection that he had previously attempted to discuss with Huang Lili, encouraging her to consider him more, only to be met with a harsh beating under the pretext of doubting her. I believe it would be best to part ways with such a woman sooner rather than later. She is unfit for you. Boss, given your status, looks, and assets, what woman in this region could resist your pursuit? No, I cannot do without Huang Lili. No one can compare to her. She is straightforward, genuine, and unpretentious, aside from her occasional bouts of violence. She is a tender-hearted girl, Li Yunshan declared, smiling dreamily. Chapter 57. Occasionally violent. Wang Er was left speechless. Occasionally violent. After 5 years of following Li Yunshan, he had seen how carefree he once was, since pursuing Huang Lili and becoming her boyfriend. Wang Er had witnessed countless instances of Huang Lili either hitting Li Yunshan or preparing to do so. There was never an exception, and yet he referred to it as occasionally violent. Furthermore, regarding her merits, Wang Er found it hard to comment. Was Li Yunshan really equating violence with straightforwardness? Aside from Huang Lily's beauty, vibrant energy, and slender curves, which exuded a certain charm, her temperament left much to be desired. Wang Er had encountered numerous women superior to her. It seemed his boss was simply blind to them. Of course, Wang Er dared not voice these thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, he awkwardly replied, "Boss, you are absolutely right. You truly have an eye for talent." "Of course," Li Yunshan said, puffing with pride. Wang Er sighed, resigned. "Since you refuse to part ways with Sister Lily, we must take action against Sun Yang. We cannot allow him to get too close to her. That Sun Yang has been eyeing Sister Lily for quite some time. I can tell," Wang Er smugly analyzed. "Sun Yang," Li Yunshan's expression darkened as he nodded in agreement. "Indeed. He thinks he can compete for a woman with me? He must be taught a lesson. What plan do you have in mind?" Li Yunshan asked Wang Er, who continued, "We all know Sun Yang, so it would be difficult to act. Hee. I have a cousin who specializes in such matters." Wang Er rubbed his hands together. "Cousin?" Li Yunshan asked, puzzled. "Yes, he should be on the run these days. Last week, he broke an enemy's hand at a bar." A flicker of fear passed through Wang Er's eyes. He had witnessed his cousin's ruthlessness firsthand and knew that compared to him, his own actions alongside Li Yunshan were child's play. Li Yunshan's gaza flickered. Seemingly in contemplation. "Boss, rest assured, he won't implicate you, that he is currently low on cash and plans to leave the county after completing this job," Wang Er continued. Suddenly, Huang Lily's voice rang out. "You two, I didn't call you here to chat. If I catch you two whispering again..." "Li Yunshan, you will be in serious trouble." Huang Lily's fierce reprimand caused both Wang Er and Li Yunshan to retract their necks in fear, glancing back in trepidation, wary of Huang Lily approaching. I'll get to work right away," Li Yunshan replied with a strained smile, relieved to see Huang Lily was merely issuing verbal threats. As he turned, a dark cloud loomed over his face. The sight of Huang Lily laughing and chatting with Sun Yang ignited a fire of rage within him. "Very well. Contact your cousin for me. The price is negotiable," Li Yunshan said angrily to Wang Er. The fury in his eyes made Wang Er shiver, and he nodded eagerly. "Of course, no problem." In his heart, he thought that Sun Yang is in for a rough time, that he was not exaggerating when he spoke to Li Yunshan. His cousin had mingled with a notorious gangster in his youth, renowned for his brutal methods, and his infamy had spread even to the county. Despite Huang Lily's involvement in the field, urging Li Yunshan and the others not to slack off, these ruffians, accustomed to revelry and debauchery, showed little inclination to work diligently, even with Sun Yang offering 80 yuan for a day's labor. Huang Lily's prodding was akin to spinning a top. Only with a whip would it take a step forward. Sun Yang could only turn a blind eye, not wishing to offend. Meanwhile, Huang Lily's frustration reached a boiling point, and several times she nearly lashed out, only to be restrained by Sun Yang. "It seems I haven't been of much help and have only added to your troubles." Huang Lily, feeling distressed, clenched her fists, perceiving herself as a useless hindrance, coercing Sun Yang for the sake of money. "They are so lazy that they shouldn't be paid at all." Sun Yang swiftly waved his hands in denial, saying, "What do you mean they shouldn't be paid? They work quite diligently." Is that what you call working?" Huang Lily cast a glance at a lackey of Li Yunshan in the distance, who was aimlessly swinging a hoe without any real effort, barely penetrating the soil by even a centimeter. To avoid others noticing his lackadaisical attitude, Li Yunshan and his other subordinates were not much better. Fine. Sun Yang nodded in agreement. "Are you an idiot? Or do you simply have too much money?" Huang Lily glared at Sun Yang, realizing that these workers, receiving 80 yuan in wages, had not contributed a single ounce of effort. No sensible person would be willing to pay them. Sun Yang twitched his lips. If this matter were led by Li Yunshan, he would undoubtedly refuse. However, now that Huang Lily was offering assistance, albeit misguided, he would not let her be put in a difficult position, wishing to prevent any resentment from arising among those workers towards her. "What does it matter if that idiot is involved? I've already spoken my mind, and yet you refuse to pay. How will the villagers see me in the future?" Sun Yang quickly concocted an excuse. Huang Lily pursed her lips and nodded, becoming even more insistent in urging Li Yunshan and his crew. The following day, only Huang Lily arrived to help in the fields, after returning home the previous day. She had given Li Yunshan a good beating, ensuring they would not assist in the barren land any longer. What was meant to be help had merely turned out to be a costly endeavor for Sun Yang, akin to hiring a dozen statues of Buddha. With their absence, Sun Yang felt a sense of relief. If Li Yunshan's group had genuinely lent him a hand for 8 or 9 days, he would have been utterly disheartened. With nearly 900 a day, that would amount to over 8,000 yuan for 9 days. Despite Sun Yang's affluence, he could not calmly throw such an amount into the flames, as his money did not come easily. That evening, he sought out Li Yunshan in the small courtyard. Li Yunshan, with a slight bruise at the corner of his mouth, darkened his expression upon seeing Sun Yang's arrival. "What do you want?" "You've worked all day in the fields. It's time to settle your wages," Sun Yang shrugged, placing 880 yuan on the stone table. Upon seeing the money, Li Yunshan's demeanor softened a fraction, while Wang Er eagerly picked up the money to count it. A total of 880 yuan. "The amount is correct, boss," Wang Er affirmed. "Thank you for your help yesterday." Sun Yang expressed his gratitude with a hint of resignation. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. "Sun Yang." Li Yunshan's cold voice halted him. "What is it?" Sun Yang turned back in confusion. "Lily is my girlfriend. You should be well aware of that." Li Yunshan stepped closer to Sun Yang. Taken aback, Sun Yang noticed the threatening glint in Li Yunshan's eyes. Turning fully, he met Li Yunshan's gaze head-on. "I know. You're quite fortunate. Don't concern yourself with my luck. Don't assume that just because you've earned a bit of money, you can reach for the unattainable. I, Li Yunshan, can easily bring you down." Li Yunshan threatened that as anticipated. Sun Yang shook his head with a smile, saying, "You seem to be misunderstanding something. Lily and I are nothing more than friends." "Is that so? Then I hope you keep your distance from her. Otherwise..." Li Yunshan clenched his fists. Chapter 58. "By the might of my fist, why should I stay away from her when we are good friends?" Sun Yang's expression darkened instantly. He had always felt that Huang Lily was like a beautiful flower planted in the midst of Li Yunshan's muck. However, he considered undermining someone else's relationship to be excessive and refrained from taking action. Also uncertain of Huang Lily's feelings, fearing that he might ruin their relationship instead. For now, maintaining a good friendship with Huang Lily was quite satisfactory. Why should he? Li Yunshan, infuriated, laughed derisively, seizing Sun Yang by the collar and raising his fist. Sneering, "By the might of my fist, if you dare approach Lily again, I will ensure you regret it." "Is it really that mighty?" Sun Yang glanced at the fist, which was as pale as a woman's hand and slightly pudgy. Lacking any semblance of intimidation that in the past, he might have feared Li Yunshan to some extent, but now, Sun Yang grinned, having tested his strength multiple times. He could easily crush stones the size of Li Yunshan's fist. Was Li Yunshan's fist harder than stone? "Dare you speak to Lily like that?" Sun Yang added casually. "Just wait until she beats you senseless." With that, he effortlessly pried Li Yunshan's hand away. Gripping it back, he applied slight pressure, causing Li Yunshan's face to turn crimson, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes, as if his hand were caught in a vice. Before Li Yunshan could respond, Sun Yang coldly turned and left the courtyard. After a moment, Li Yunshan regained his senses, staring at his hand, where Sun Yang had left a faint red mark. "Sanya?" Li Yunshan glared furiously at the empty door, wondering who else dared to look down on him aside from Huang Lily. "Boss." Wang Er also bore an expression of anger, asking, "Isn't it time to take action against Sun Yang, given how arrogant he is?" The previous night, he had contacted his cousin, but Li Yunshan seemed hesitant, considering the implications of hiring someone to harm another, not to mention the considerable cost involved. Furthermore, Sun Yang was quite familiar with Huang Lily, which complicated matters. Thus, at that moment, Li Yunshan had yet to provide him with a definitive answer. 30,000 it is. Tell Wolf Brother I want his right hand." Li Yunshan gritted his teeth, vowing to make Sun Yang pay a price. "Understood." Wang Er replied with a fawning smile. 9 days swiftly passed, and under the diligent efforts of Sun Yang and the villagers, the barren land had been completely cultivated. With weeds nowhere to be found, in the center lay a clear pond, while nearby were 5 to 6 acres of lush medicinal fields, leaving over 100 acres waiting for Sun Yang to plant. During these days, Sun Yang had been engrossed in studying the rain-nourishing technique, preparing for the agricultural project, but of course, that was not the most pressing issue. The key was determining what to plant and selecting quality seeds. One day, Sun sat in his wheelchair, peering down at his feet in the clinic's main hall, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. This morning, he had discovered that his feet could actually move, albeit only slightly. For someone who had been paralyzed from the waist down, this was akin to seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Even though Sun Yang had repeatedly assured him that he would heal him, Sun had thought him merely offering comfort. Now, he believed, Sun Yang had indeed performed a miraculous feat, gradually aiding his recovery through daily massages. Notably, Sun had noticed that Sun Yang's hands emitted a warm flow of energy that seemed to reach his spine. Lost in thought, Sun Yang was startled when the sound of a tractor echoed from outside. "Changwei, thank you for your hard work. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" "No. Maybe next time." Sun Yang's cheerful conversation with Zhao Chang'e drifted into Sun De's ears. Bursting with excitement, Sun Yang rushed into the hall. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Noticing his grandfather staring at him in a daze, he felt a twinge of confusion. "Xiao Yang, look at my feet." Sun De pointed at his feet, straining to make his toes and soles tremble ever so slightly. Sun Yang's face lit up with joy. Though it was not unexpected, he nodded. "Grandpa, I've told you before, I can heal you." "How? How did you do it?" Sun De inquired. "Well, I encountered a sage in Kunlong Valley who imparted this knowledge to me," Sun Yang fabricated. Having contemplated this explanation for several days, its credibility was low, yet it was certainly more believable than claiming to have met a true dragon whose spirit had entered his body, transforming into a dragon's soul heart sutra. Clearly, the former was more plausible. Sun Yang weighed his options and decided to keep the dragon's soul heart sutra a secret. A sage? Sun De's expression indeed turned skeptical as he scrutinized Sun Yang from head to toe. "Oh, don't dwell on such matters. The fact that you can recover is what truly matters," Sun Yang smiled. "You're right." Sun De nodded thoughtfully, having discerned Sun Yang was hiding something. However, reflecting on the positive developments of recent days, he saw no reason to press further. Everyone has their own secrets. "Grandpa, what do you think we should plant in our fields?" "I've been considering that we could allocate 100 acres for vegetables like cabbage and cucumbers, and the remaining 36 acres for medicinal herbs." To avoid his grandfather asking too many questions, Sun Yang quickly shifted the topic. The purpose of planting vegetables was for profit, while the medicinal herbs would primarily meet the clinic's needs. With any surplus sold off that he had wrestled with this matter throughout the day, vegetables were no concern, as a few common varieties would suffice, but the herbs had to be carefully considered regarding their growth cycles. Environmental needs and uses. There were over 300 commonly used medicinal herbs, and it was impossible to plant them all. After all, ginseng is the foremost for invigorating qi, and sanqi is the best for nourishing blood. They are similarly beneficial, hence referred to as the most precious in traditional Chinese medicine. Sun De, indeed, was drawn into the discussion. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. "If only we could cultivate ginseng and sanqi. That would be ideal. Unfortunately, their growing conditions are quite demanding. For instance, ginseng requires either artificial shading or a forested environment with stringent requirements for soil and conditions. As for sanqi, its cultivation is similarly challenging. It is a perennial plant, taking over 3 years from sowing to harvest, which is a prolonged duration." Sun De recounted with familiarity, having reviewed relevant materials during his time managing the medicinal fields. Sun Yang nodded thoughtfully. Both could indeed be planted. With the dual nourishment of the rain-nourishing technique and the pond's water, their growth cycles might be significantly shortened. Let us not dwell on those two herbs. Instead, let us cultivate some commonly used ones, such as astragalus, renowned for its restorative properties and commanding a high price of over 10 yuan per kilogram, along with white peony, red peony, scutellaria, cornus, and honeysuckle. Sun De enumerated a string of medicinal herbs, while Sun Yang silently committed them to memory. "Very well, grandfather, do you have any sources for these Chinese medicinal seeds?" Sun Yang inquired, uncertain whether the local apothecary stocked such seeds. "Indeed, I will reach out to that person," Sundu affirmed with a nod.